No, never.
Once again, a very warm welcome if you've just arrived here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, just about half an hour away from the scheduled start at 11 o'clock. Somerset against Hampshire, of course, and as you can probably see, our two umpires in this game, Ian Blackwell and Alex Worf, have been joined out in the middle for the toss. Two captains, Tom Abel, of course, for Somerset, and representing Hampshire, James Vince. Toss just a minute or so away, and we'll bring you news of who wins the toss, what they decide to do, and our two confirmed team lineups for this game very shortly. So the news from the toss is that it was won by Somerset captain Tom Abel, and Tom has elected for Somerset to bat first. Somerset batting first this morning. Don't forget that we have free ground-wide Wi-Fi available for you. All you have to do is go to your settings, select the option _We Are Somerset, and enter a valid email address. You can update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. That means you can browse your data at no cost to you while you're here with us at the ground. For instance, you can go on and watch our live stream of the game and see any action replays without incurring any costs or using any of your own data. We're pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, once again this year. Cooper Associates is an award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants, and their head office is based just around the corner in St James's Street, here in Taunton. We're also pleased that our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance, are joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for this match. Representatives from WPA will be visible around the ground during the match with information on the services that they can provide for you, and also handing out some fun giveaways. So welcome to representatives from WPA Health Insurance, and thank you very much indeed once again for your support of Somerset during 2022. Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today from 11:30 this morning until the end of the tea interval. There'll be a sale of cricket books in the museum office during the lunch interval as well. We also have another book sale today. Great to see members of the North Somerset Area Committee with us today with their cricket and general book sale, which is just right next door to the Somerset shop. So if you're popping into the shop to pick up some merchandise or a scorecard or a daily newspaper, then why not have a look and a browse at those books? That sale is already underway. That's one part of the ground, incidentally, which has not gone cashless. So you will need real money if you would like to buy a book from that second-hand book sale. So once again, Somerset winning the toss this morning and electing to bat first. We'll just confirm the lineup for you. For Somerset to begin with, Tom Lammonby, Matt Renshaw, Tom Abel, James Hildreth, Tom Banton, Steve Davies, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Peter Siddle, Josh Davey, and finally Jack Leach. That's your Somerset lineup for this game. We'll bring the Hampshire team as soon as possible. Once again, thank you for your cooperation with our new and improved ground access control system in operation here at the ground. Please can members ensure that you scan your membership cards both when entering and exiting the venue. Your cooperation very much appreciated. As you can see, construction work still taking place on Gimlet's Hill, so that's out of operation for this game. As we mentioned during the last match, we are keen at some stage in the near future to provide you with the opportunity to walk on the outfield during the lunch interval. However, we are still working on the outfield, which was reseeded earlier this year, not yet established enough to allow us to do that without damage being caused. We are reviewing this on a game-to-game basis, and we will allow you back on the outfield just as soon as we possibly can. We know you enjoy doing that, and we'd love for you to do that as soon as possible, but unfortunately not during this game. So with the time coming up to 11:15, confirmation our umpires for this game, Ian Blackwell and Alex Wharf. Our scorers, Tommy Rhodes for Somerset, Alan Mills for Hampshire. Somerset winning the toss, batting first. Here are the two team lineups with shirt numbers for you. Somerset, Matt Renshaw, 77. 15 is Tom Nammonby. Tom Abel, 28. Tom Banton, 18. James Hildreth, 28. Steve Davis, number 11. Number 24 is Lewis Gregory. 7, Craig Overton. 38, Josh Davey. 17, Jack Leach. And 64, Peter Siddle. So an unchanged lineup for Somerset. Moving over to Hampshire, number 3, Felix Organ. 22, Ian Holland. Nick Gubbins, number 31. Captain James Vince, number 14. Liam Dawson 8, Ben Brown number 10, and Orion Donald is number 12, number 13 Keith Barker, 26 James Fuller, Kyle Abbott is number 87, and Mohammed Abbas number 38. The former Somerset captain Jamie Cox will be the guest speaker in the county room as our Vitality Blast clash against the Essex Eagles, which takes place on Sunday, May the 29th. The only way that you can see Jamie on the day is to book into one of our county room hospitality packages. Jamie played over 200 matches for Somerset, scoring over 10,000 runs. He also masterminded Somerset's 2001 C&G Trophy victory. Great to see Jamie back here at the county ground, and he'll be the guest speaker for that match against the Essex Eagles on Sunday, May the 29th. So I've just turned to my left to view the St James Street car park, and I've noticed that the ice cream van has arrived. The window has just opened, there isn't a queue, so if you want an ice cream then head over to the St James Street car park. I'm sure it'll do good business today. In order to keep members up to date with everything that's happening here.
Good morning everyone, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The County Championship is back, Division 1 clash between Somerset and Hampshire. Sam Dalling here, Harry Everett is alongside me looking resplendent in his WPA Health Insurance t-shirt. Peter Trigo, he's also looking resplendent, he's got some lovely purple trousers on, he'll be with us later. Plenty of guests as well. The news from the toss is Tom Abel has won it and elected to bat. What a change from a few weeks ago, Harry Everett?
Shows some confidence, doesn't it? Brave, big call from Tom Abel on a pitch that's had some rain on it the last couple of days. The last 2 evenings I've had evening T20s and coaching called off in the West Country. The first proper bits of rain in the last couple of months, really. But yeah, it shows to opt to bat against Hampshire's bowling attack. We've talked about so many times in the last few years. Abbott and Abbas, that axis, of course, James Fuller and Keith Barker almost go under the radar. But that's a bold call based upon very good batting. Against Gloucestershire particularly, also against Surrey. It's a confident Somerset team, isn't it? Yeah,
against Warwickshire here as well. So let's run through that team. We'll come to Hampshire and their bowlers, well, and their batters too, very shortly. But Tom Abel, he's in fine form himself, as are Somerset back-to-back. Well, huge victories. That victory in the West Country Derby, an innings and 246 runs last week. Tom Abel himself made 142. Matt Renshaw 94, Lammonby 76, Gregory 89, Hildreth 53. So runs for all the batters. Lots of wickets, 8 of them in fact, for Jack Leach. And it will come as no surprise then to hear that, oh look at that, Harry Everett's he's got handwritten scorecards from the previous games that he's just putting next to me so I can see them. That's wonderful from Harry. But it will become as no surprise that Somerset are unchanged. So their side, in batting order we think, will be Matt Renshaw, Tom Lammonby, who have put on 100-run opening stands in each of the last 2 games, set the tone. Tom Abel in at 3, Tom Banton at 4, Hildreth, Steve Davies, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Jack Leach and Peter Siddle. Not a bad side that at all. Lewis Goldsworthy and Jack Brooks will share the 12th man duties. Harry, would you have, no surprise to see Somerset unchanged there?
Yeah, well, they had a day off on Sunday, didn't they? I know they enforced a follow-on and had a bit of work for the bowlers to do, but Jack Leach 12 through his over superbly. Great to see him return to form, and even with Craig Overton having a bit of an injury knock, he then came on and bowled later on. So to get through that Gloucester game, that was a bit of a worry. I know Gloucestershire played all 6 opening rounds and were pretty knackered, hence desperately going to loanee signings, and they had Dom Goodman injured, walking around, and 4 quality bowlers in their second team who weren't quite fit enough to play county championship, but could bowl the 4 overs against Somerset too. So it was a funny old game because it could have been one of those where Somerset's bowlers really have a heavy workload on a hard, dry pitch and get further injuries, but they got through it well and got the win, and it's great to see that they can come in unchanged and keep the confidence, keep the belief, keep the momentum going and surge up that table.
Yeah, and surge up the table they are doing. And talking of, well, let's talk about the opposition a bit. Hampshire so close, literally 1 wicket away from the title last season, and they've started this season pretty well. There was a crushing victory down at the Aegeus Bowl over a side named Somerset, and one that many in the Somerset dressing room and of a Somerset persuasion will want to forget. But they had that huge victory. They then lost by an innings at the Oval. They turned it around again at Canterbury, won by an innings, draw up at the, well, no, it was at the Aegeus Bowl against Lancashire, and then Gloucestershire. So they had a week off last week, Hampshire, so they also come into this game having last faced Gloucestershire. An 87-run victory for them in that one, and they too are unchanged from then. We did wonder, Mason Crane, who had been out on loan, was in the squad. Brad Wheel, who was on loan and played for Gloucestershire last week, and I'm sure we will talk a little bit more about the loan system a little bit later on, but they've made no changes. Felix Organ then, having made 107 against Gloucestershire, he retains his spot opening the batting. Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown, Anurag Donald. Great to see him playing cricket again. Almost 2 years out I think he had with Achilles injuries, but he's a super player and did make runs in that second innings against Gloucestershire. 89 of them, had a pretty decent lick and complete the batters, and then a bowling attack that Harry has also mentioned. Keith Barker, who is one of my favourite county cricketers of all time, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. That is some side, Harry Everett.
Yeah, it does slightly worry me when I put Keith Barker on a fancy team, that the former footballer who just, yeah, he's left arm, he's big, he's awkward, and you think you get through Abbas and Abbott, and then you think, wow, Barker and Fuller, so many games Fuller gets a 3-for. Well, it's not often 5, it doesn't blow teams apart, but it gets a crucial little 3-for in the middle when the batting side think they've got through the main run of the Hampshire attack. And then, of course, Liam Dawson ties up an end pretty well, and even Ian Holland's got a few dibbly dobblers, and Felix Horgan's off spins. They've got so many different bowling options here. Hampshire are a very strong bowling side. Their batting's slightly weaker, I would say. James Vince, of course, their linchpin, their main man, but Anwar Donald coming in 7 shows some strength and depth. Of course, Barker, Dawson, they can all bat. Dawson's gone up to 5 in recent years. He scored hundreds. He's genuine all-round in that, really. You
don't learn your lesson, do you? Managed to call Will Rhodes a part-time bowler last year, and Ian Holland was a few dibbly dobblers. Didn't he take the new ball?
But you've got to call it dibbly dobblers. He takes it well, and he moves it around corners. He can really gain. Well, I was just about to bring up the new ball, actually. If we could segue into that nicely.
Yes, we will, because the players,
the Dukes.
Yes, of course, we might have a new batch of balls. The players and umpires are out in the middle. We've got Ian Blackwell, a man that Somerset fans will know very, very well, and Alex Wharf, formerly of Glamorgan and England. So they're the 2 umpires. Renshaw and Lammonby are out in the middle. And speaking of new balls, you've got Mohammed Abbas, Carl Abbott, but it's going to be Keith Barker to take the new ball for Hampshire.
He's done that a few games this season, actually. It's that different left-arm angle that so many batters struggle with. Of course, Somerset do have 2 left-handed opening bats, but yes, what I'm most fascinated to see is this new batch of Dukes cricket balls. Scott Borthwick was really slating for it, shocking the balls they've had in previous games. I was listening to an interview with the guy who makes the balls, and they're going out of shape far too quickly. I think there was one game last week, there were 8 balls used in the 80 overs before the new ball was even required. I mean, there's only Somerset and Durham winning in the last round, and you can't blame everything on the balls. The pitches have been very hard. It's been a very dry April and May, but it's going to be interesting how this new batch performs, see if we can notice any difference.
Keith Barker then with that new ball, left arm over the wicket. All the left-handers involved now. Matt Renshaw's going to take strike. 2 slips waiting as he leaves that alone from Barker. There's a couple of slips in, Harry, and then there's a bit of a gap, isn't there? There's almost no one at 3rd slip, but there's a 4th slip, and I think it's Nick Gubbins at Gully. Ian Holland is in at 4th slip without there being a 3rd slip. I'd imagine it's James Vince at 1st, senior player that he is. Yeah, I was at the Middlesex versus Nottinghamshire game, and 8 overs into one innings. They changed the ball in every single innings, and one innings it was 8 overs before the ball was changed. Barker. So yeah, they do need to sort that out, don't they? They have taken steps, but it's something about the stitching. I think Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad were saying there's some stitching being taken out. The seam's certainly much flatter than it was.
Yeah, I think a big factor we've got to mention is it's been unheard of how dry April and May, even March was pretty dry. I mean, it's rained the last 2 days, but before that we've barely had any rain. So when you've got rock hard pitches and the ball racing away to the boundary, it is going to damage the ball. But yeah, there's no excuse after 8 overs. The ball's got to be in good condition. Morning to everyone on the YouTube channel. Mike from Ilminster's straight on there. Teddy T. We've got the usual regulars there. Morning, Sam and Harry.
It's good that you said that. I was going to say usual suspects and the regulars. Great to have the usuals and everyone new as well with us.
Yeah, we got Asmit Sharma asking for a pitch report, which is green would be my first answer. Well, 1-word answer. I'm glad that we both said the same thing at the same time.
Jinx.
Unanimous. Would make very good commentary if you said played Jinx Padlock, would it?
No, that's why I didn't throw the padlock in there. People are going to have no idea what that is all about. So Barker, 466 red ball wickets for him in a career that started relatively late. He left Lancashire and went to, he was on their academy and went to play pro football at Blackburn and Rochdale, and I think he dropped down into the lower leagues, but came back playing club cricket in the Lancs League. Warwickshire offered him a contract in 2008, and he's gone from strength to strength. Laid down the inside of that.
That's a bit of a beauty, that from Keith Barker, wasn't it? The bounce, the lift off a length. Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with him on a football pitch. Keith Barker, big man, sturdy fella. You wouldn't be getting past him too easily.
Who was I asking? We was asking someone from Warwickshire if he how good he is in the pre-game warm-up game matches of football, and he doesn't always play. If he's bowling, he doesn't tend to play, apparently. Straight off the pad of Renshaw, then into the hands of Ian Holland. First over is done, and it's a maiden from Keith Barker.
Yeah, good start by Keith Barker. Hampshire straight on the money there. It's one of those tricky tosses where I dare say Tom Abel wouldn't have minded losing the toss this morning. It's hard to know whether to bat and bowl first. It's the Australian positive, confident, aggressive way to bat first. But as we say, the pitch is pretty green, and that man, Carla Bass, is just jogging through. Not Carla Bass.
Carla Bass.
Let's merge them into
Frankenstein's
one.
monster of Hampshire bowlers.
I mean, imagine if you take the attributes of Mohammed Abbas and Carl Abbott together, that would be unplayable. Yes, Abbas from the River End is going to be a tricky prospect. Again, there's going to be 4 slips. Abbas not as quick as Barker, but they're still stood a fair way back with a new bullet will carry through.
Plenty of people will be tuning in to watch Mohammed Abbas. His 561 first-class wickets have cost him just a shade over 20. 10 tests for Pakistan as well, 41 wickets at 15s. Not a bad man to have.
So who's going to come into Tom Lammonby? He's got that wide stance. And that's a fumble with Wiki, and they can come through for a bye. That's a good call from Matt Renshaw. And I guess you get a fair amount of movement as a Mohammed Abbas on new ball, and Ben Brown couldn't quite take that. He's fumbled it over to square leg, and Somerset are off the mark with a bye, which you don't often see in County Championship, but good call from Matt Renshaw.
Super keeper. What a signing Ben Brown is.
Yes. Underrated cricketer for years at Sussex. Just scored a lot of runs, didn't he?
Scored lots of runs last year, and they took the captaincy off him about halfway through the season.
Not far along the south coast. Ben Brown, the 2 south coast clubs, Sussex and Hampshire. Lightsaber lead from Renshaw. It's contagious with the Aussies.
I reckon they have it now. Steve-O's going to get you WhatsApp group.
Yes. Maybe they have a WhatsApp group about who can do the best lightsaber lead. Maybe Lachlan Stevens just encouraged it, the Australian batting coach of Somerset. Maybe that's one of his extra gimmicks. So the 2 cracking opening partnerships, Renshaw and Lammonby, only having to bat once in the last couple of games. Yeah, they put on, it was at home to Warwickshire, where they put on 137 for the first wicket. Great effort, and then away at Bristol against Gloucestershire last week again. Both batters only having to bat once in the game. That's such a beneficial, such a dominant position, isn't it? To bat once, bat big, bat the opposition out of the game, and take the win. Plenty of people on the YouTube saying I reckon Somerset should have bowled first on this pitch.
My one thing on that would be have a look at the weather forecast tomorrow. It's a little bit dodgy, I suspect. You know, you've got those 2 big opening partnerships. You've got to back. They're in good form. And so why not back yourselves to go out there and make runs? But also tomorrow, I reckon they might have looked at it and thought tomorrow might be a little bit more difficult for batting, particularly against this attack. 2 fine attacks in both sides.
Squared up a little bit. That's a great diving stop. 4 slip over to his left-hand side, one-handed grab. Renshaw just pushing that into the ground, and Kai Broom makes a good point on the YouTube channel. Just because it's a greenish pitch doesn't mean it's a bowling-friendly pitch. Could be completely hard as a rock underneath, and as we say, it has been so dry and hard lately that could be a good shout.
Windy out there. You can hear it on the effects mic, can't you? You can hear a little bit of wind.
Big appeal. Abbas likes to bowl straight. He likes to really attack the pads. He's going to get you LBW and bowled. That's his main form of dismissal, and Renshaw does well to just defend that. Straight back down the ground.
Brilliant to have over 1,200 people already on the live stream. Working from home is beautiful, as is the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're here, as ever, this season in the County Championship, courtesy of our friends at WPA Health Insurance. Thoughts will start to turn quite soon, what, 10 days or so until that Vitality Plus campaign gets underway. We're going to do, if you were with us in the last game against Warwickshire, we had a bit of seconds watch going on. We nipped across to the second team who are playing over at Taunton Vale. Now I'm told we might do the same today, and there's some T20 action as well, the likes of Smead and De Lange. But for now it's Barker to Lammonby for the first time. And the first run comes off the bat there from Lammonby, who's found a bit of form himself, Harry, which is nice to see, because there was no doubting his class after that breakout season. You know, second season syndrome is a bit of a cliche, isn't it? But he did suffer a little bit. He's 13 games, just a 392 runs at 19s, of which there was that big, almost run a ball 100 here against Lancashire towards the back end.
Yeah, Bob British Trophy was superb on Lammonby. And I think batting with Matt Renshaw has really helped him. No disrespect to Ben Green, he's a good cricketer, but Tom Lammonby was kind of the senior partnership. You know, we've talked about it so many times before, them coming through at Cliff St George and Exeter School and Exeter CC. I played against Exeter School in a friendly the other day, and they were all talking about a few years ago they had that really strong axis of players coming through, and they knew each other inside out. But sometimes that can be helpful, sometimes it can work really well. But Tom Lammonby being the senior partner was probably a bit tricky for him. Now Matt Renshaw coming in, he's just relaxing, just playing his game.
First runs for Renshaw. Going to be at least a couple. Shortish boundary. Tucked off his legs. It reminded me when I saw that pitch. We're going to have Peter Trigo with us later on, quite shortly in fact. And I remember him, maybe they were a couple of strips over that Yorkshire game where he scored 100 Somerset. Off the top of my head, I think they chased down, might have been 400. It was certainly a high 300 on the last day. So it's very much a lopsided ground in terms of the outfield, probably twice the width on what is the offside to the left-handers.
Just had a little pop in the back. Annie James come to say hello to us this morning. Might be able to twist our arm and get her on later. Got a few potential guests lined up today. Carl Gazard will be around. Mark Trescothick is going to be around. I know Annie's very excited about Trescothick being in his own building.
Which he doesn't have keys to, he confirmed last time.
Or a lanyard.
Yeah, one of the biggest supporters of the county game, Annie Chave. If you don't already subscribe to County Cricket Matters, then I suggest you do. Not only is it a bargain price, you also get it in a hand-signed, handwritten envelope. She writes a little message to everybody.
Just don't follow Kevin Peterson at the same time.
Right on the money here from Barker. So 4 without loss, 3 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
So, of course, it's a bit weird that this game, we're in May, we're not even in June, not even halfway through the season yet. Somerset play Hampshire again. It does seem a bit bizarre. They opened the campaign at the Aegeus Bowl. That slightly, well, very disappointing game for Somerset with Brooks and Gregory going down with COVID just before. Craig Overton wasn't allowed to play. Casey Aldridge and Ned Leonard came into the side, and well, Casey Aldridge, the now opening bat, came into the side as a bowler, but he's opening the bat in the 2s and the T20s currently. Abbas is in again anyway, as Lammonby plays with soft hands to 4th slip and a quite comfortable stop for Anarin. Anarin Donald, I'm not getting my Welsh pronunciation. Are we going Anarin and Iron?
No, I should have looked that up. It's a strong call in that, isn't it?
I got a friend called Anarin that's spelled the same, but I've heard other people say Anarin. So I'm going to go with my Welsh friend who's called Anarin.
The slips there with James Vince, Liam Dawson, Ian Holland to the left of him. 50th Hampshire first class game for Ian Holland. He's got a brilliant story as well, which we'll talk about later, I'm sure.
Well played by Tom Lammonby, nearly getting that run in between point and mid-off, looking to just defend, push into the offside. Do engage with us on YouTube comments or on Twitter. What am I? Harry Everett _14. What are you? Sammy D? Isn't you changed it the other day?
Because it was so hard to find Sam J. Dalling. Much easier.
Oh, a bit more professional, Sam. I quite enjoyed Sammy D.
I know.
Good cricket from Tom Lammonby there. Just onto, we say how, I was just saying earlier how Abbas likes to attack the stumps and will bowl quite a straight line. That time just drifting leg side, and Lammonby can tuck it away behind square for one.
What's he done this season? Picked 6 wickets in that first game against Somerset. And then in that game against Gloucestershire, 6 for 45 in the first innings, 3 for 62 in the second. So that was last time out for Hampshire.
That wasn't quite where Matt Renshaw intended it to go. Talked about Lammonby trying to get that one in the offside between mid-off and point. This time Renshaw looked like he was shaping up towards mid-on, and big thick bats they have these days, and he got a leading edge. We had the bat gauge out on my club game on Saturday. Batter for Bobby Tracy.
The what? Was it something to do with Batman or something?
No, the bat gauge.
The bat cave.
Yeah, Bobby Tracy batter hit the ball for 4, and the umpire said, "Oh, we're going to check the size of that bat." Put it through the bat gauge and said, "Oh, that's too big. You have to swap it for another bat." So it was a bit hard, and it set the precedent that whenever anyone hit a boundary, they're going to get the bat checked. Their Afghanistan test player overseas scored 100, and don't remember his bat being checked once, and he hit a few big sixes. So they do sort of clamp down on people having bats that are oversized these days. Those sleepers that David Warner and Chris Gale have got away with using for the last few years, I don't think they will anymore.
Plenty of games around the country, all look to have started on time.
Abbas with a lovely delivery to finish the over. It's interesting we talk about Duke's balls and leather. I love the story of Abbas working in a leather factory, welding away and working in a law firm later on, but just the thought of a professional cricketer working in a leather factory for years. We talk about Keith Barker, the footballer. We got 2 contrasting opening bowlers here. That's what we love about the county championship.
Yeah, started. Did he got a wicket with his second ball in Test cricket, wasn't it? Craig Brathwaite.
Raced through, didn't he, at that amazing opening spell, and he was almost unheard of and just came through so well, that nagging line of lengthy bowls. One out of favour a bit in recent years, isn't he?
Bit wide there from Bucky. I realised I've read out. He's in fact played 25 tests, taken 90 wickets at 23. So I was reading out his stats for. Can't even read my own notes. Read out his last season's stats, which was 41 wickets at 15. Speaking of Test bowlers, Craig Overton and Jack Leach both in the England Test squad.
Couldn't go 15 minutes without mentioning that, could we?
No, but what I was going to say was that I don't know if you've seen. I'll come back to it in a second.
I think I have. I know what you're going to say.
Solid from Renshaw, just pushes it to cover and turns down a run. James Fuller gets a. That's probably his first touch of the ball. Yeah, Jofra Archer ruled out for the entire summer with a stress fracture. Sad news that.
Yeah, I was going
this morning.
My notes preparing Saki for Mahmood too, out for the season, and 8 of the 11 Somerset bowlers. 8 of the, not Somerset bowlers. 8 of the 11 seam bowlers for England in the last couple of years are out injured currently. Craig Overton, Anderson and Broad are the only 3 guys fit who've played the last couple of years. Like some Robinson, Fisher are all out injured too. Wood, Wokes, Stone.
We're seeing a lot of it. I mean, there's been a lot of cricket played. There's a lot of bowlers out injured in the county championships too. So this is what basically week 7 straight weeks of the county championship. Every side will have played 6, I think, pretty much by the end of this. I haven't checked. It's all going to be even, but that's the plan before the blast starts. So a lot of workload management having to go on.
Yeah, no red ball cricket until the 12th of June after Sunday.
Yeah, a few weeks of the blast. And that weird, just bit of lift there from Keith Barker. It's been a good start from him. Matt Renshaw quite happy leaving alone. Don't think I've ever seen him. I mean, he just bats in long sleeves and a short sleeve jumper, doesn't he? Irrespective of the weather.
I don't know what he's going to do in white ball stuff. Is he going to wear a white jumper over his coloured clothing? I'm sure he'll find a red jumper or Under Armour or something to sort him out. Keep him warm.
He will miss that Surrey game because he's on Australia A duty. But good to see that the press release that said he and Peter Siddle will play the Royal London Cup. And so we're talking a bit further down the line. We're looking ahead to August, but that'll be great because some of the younger guys, with the 100 going on, some of the younger guys will come in as they did last year and get a chance, and they'll be playing alongside Peter Siddall and Matt Renshaw. Siddall closing in on 700 first-class wickets. 690 of them he's got so far. Another over done for Keith Barker, who hadn't started superbly. 3 overs, 2 maidens. 0 for 3 for him. Somerset have made a watchful start. If you're just joining us.
You make a good point there. This watchful start, I think that's very good for Somerset. To not lose a wicket in the first 5 overs against Barker, Abbas. Yes, we haven't seen Carl Abbott or James Fuller yet, but I think that's brilliant for Somerset. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have 10 maidens at the start of the innings. Just to get through this prolific opening partnership, the first 2 or 3 change bowlers with the new ball, is a great effort from Lammerby and Renshaw, and runs will come. They've got the aggressive players down the order. They're not worried about the scoring rate whatsoever.
Everyone seems to be in a rush. We saw it in that Warwickshire game here on day 3.
Well played, but don't know when we're saying about a rush. That's well defended.
Well, in theory, so Warwickshire had a bad game. They were well behind, and they basically needed to bat for 2 days to save the game. But they played some shots they probably didn't need to play on day 3, and then it rained all of day 4. So this, you know, we saw last week Sam Robson. Middlesex were 0 for 2. Luke Fletcher having become the first man to make 50, opening the batting and batting at 11 in the same game.
Luke Don Fletcher, yeah, I particularly enjoy that.
Came out and reduced them to 0 for 2. But then Sam Robson made, I think he got 100 on out of 131 and didn't panic, just batted watchfully. Max Holden did the same, had what they now coin a dentary. And then the rain came, and so Middlesex actually got a draw out of a game. They got 8 points plus their bonus points in a game where they were well behind and looked certain to be beaten against an attack that included Stuart Broad. And he said Darren Pattinson, James Pattinson and Fletcher.
Abbas in his long sleeve, and Renshaw's defending back solidly enough. No boundaries yet this morning, not that that's important as we say, but plenty of time. Good crowding as well. I got to admit, I was quite, not upset, but disappointed in Bristol the other day. It was a glorious Thursday, Friday, day 1 and day 2. Glorious sunshine. Bristol being, what, the 4th biggest city in the country? 5th biggest city in the country? I was just really surprised how few people came to watch. I thought Gloucestershire, Somerset, West Country rivals. We probably seen more in Taunton today than we do in Bristol, but maybe that's the Cornwall, the Devon, the Dorsets getting behind Somerset. And yeah, the Gloucesters had another tricky week here. We've been impressed with Gloucestershire the last couple of years, but James Bracey's hit a bit of a bad spell last couple of games, and so many bowling injuries. You've got to feel for them.
Yes. Yeah, I thought they would have a much better year. I mean, signed Harris with Bracey.
Me too.
David Payne hasn't played at all, has he? Yeah.
No, he carried the drinks again last week. That's going to be leg side, I think. It's an ambitious appeal. Renshaw's tried to whip that leg side and missed the ball. It has hit pad, but not out. Umpires Alex Wharf and Ian Blackwell, who are almost ever present here in the last few years, seem to be very regular umpires in Taunton.
Sam Robson, would he have been in your England squad? I think he's a bit unlucky not to be there, personally.
He's in that 4 or 5 that, yeah, I think knock on the door. I mean, they don't often go back, do they? Adam Live had his go, Compton had his go. But
if you look, when he was dropped, if you then look at what's gone since him, his record is no worse than anyone else's.
No, I agree. I'll be honest, I think he could have come in when Alex Lees came in for the West Indies tour. I think that would have potentially been his chance. We've talked about Gubbins and Brown in previous chances, but I'd have had Robinson probably slightly ahead of them. And yeah, I think Zach Crawley's lucky to have another go. He's had a poor start to the County Championship campaign.
Maybe Kent Links. I mean, Rob Key does really like him, and
I thought Compton would be the Kent Link.
He is very, very talented. Crawley, I like him as a white ball cricketer. Big long arms. I've seen him smash it.
Yeah, I'd have him in
T20 Blast. I'd give him a go in that.
In the 50 overs as well, he's scored some runs in that.
I think Robson's really unlucky because not only has when he's got hundreds, he's made big hundreds. That chase down at Hove, Sussex 149 against Somerset last year, 165. He's passed 150 a couple of times. He's been in form for a year and a half now. Not there though. 4 slips to Lammonby. Tickles it around the corner. So yeah, for me, he's unlucky.
Harry Brook came in, he is at average in excess of 100. He's a great player and he has to come in, but it's so tricky because he's vying for those 4 to 6 spots.
He's not going to play, is he?
No, that's our most.
Because we're going to have if Pope, Root, Bairstow. Because Bairstow is, you can't drop Bairstow.
No, 100%. No, I think Bairstow is when your first name's on the team sheet in the last year or so. His form, that 100 in Sydney was superb.
So we see here. So to Lammonby, they've got 4 slips, and to Renshaw, they obviously, maybe it's because he's longer arms and plays away from his body a little bit more, but there's rather than having 4 slips, there's 2 slips, a gap, and then a 4th slip and a gully.
Slightly more aggressive, isn't he, Renshaw? I guess if he's going to go at the ball, it's probably going to go more to gully than it is to your 2nd or 3rd slip. And you say Lammonby's going to be more defensive at this stage. Yeah, as you say, Renshaw's bigger man, harder swing, bat speed.
We'll just pick up a single. So that shorter boundary, tucks it off his hips. Mohamed Abbas is the man that does the fielding.
It's interesting to see that a lot of the England players are in their county squads this week. 9 members of the squad, 9 members of the England squad are playing. Matthew Potts, massively deserved spot. Brilliant to see him get in the squad. Can't argue with that selection, especially with so many seam bowling injuries. But he's been rested today. I think that's potentially sensible from an England point of view. He's played the first 6 games. He's got 11 more wickets than any other bowler in the Championship. That's quite a phenomenal stat.
Fuller and left alone. My only...
35
yes, but they are Division 2.
Oh, I don't think you can use that anymore when you see Rizwan, Pujara, Shaheen Shah Afridi. I don't think this year there's much difference between Division 1 and Division 2 as what they used to be.
Maybe not.
Notts are one of the best sides in the country.
Yes, but I suppose they're kind of the shakeout from the pandemic. But I still think that Potts does deserve to be there, and he's a quick bowler, and that's what they want.
And we haven't got any
and there's no one else there. I don't think he would have been in there necessarily if...
Well, we had 8 guys injured. No, yeah.
So he might well be very good, but, you know... One run of form... I'm sure he was on England's radar before, wasn't it? We'll see how he goes. It's good to see him in there. There'll be plenty of other bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie Overton's probably not far away, the way he's come back bowling better for Surrey, but I don't think he's taken enough wickets for long enough.
If he didn't have such a bad year last year, because he scored runs, he made 90, I don't know, it was like Beckenham, but he made 50 in the game before. So yes, if he'd have had a decent year last year, I think Jamie Overton would have been in that side. Just can't pick him on the basis of 4 games, though.
A slightly odd thing regarding the England-New Zealand test coming up is that Will Young's not on the Northamptonshire side playing Kent today. He's already in the New Zealand tour squad, so it's slightly odd that New Zealand have got him sort of training with his...
Well, they're playing down at Sussex, aren't they?
Yeah, it's whether there's much difference between playing a tour game with your... I guess you want to have your top order playing together rather than playing County Championship, but he's been good for Northampton this year. I do like Will Young a lot.
Yeah, I do as well. I think if you're New Zealand, you'd probably go, well, we'd rather have him in our squad. There's no benefit to them for him playing for Northants really now.
We'll save the Will Young song puns for another day, shall we?
Oh, my friend Dan Whiting is a big fan of those.
So Bass is going to continue. He's into his 4th over. 4 overs each for the openers so far. I wonder how long till Bass gets the pad of Renshaw. How long till Abbott might come into the attack?
Change of angle for Abbas coming around the wicket here.
I think Hampshire will be slightly disappointed to have not had... They've not really had a big shout yet. That LBW on Renshaw was always going to be going down the leg side. There's not been even a half chance yet in 7 overs on a... Well, you say sort of cloudy morning. There's a bit of sunshine, a bit of cloud above. But the ball's doing a bit, but good batting from the 2 Somerset southpaws. I do love seeing the battles of the England men. That Anson ball to Root last week was superb, wasn't it?
Quite enjoyed it, didn't he?
He's bowling to Alistair Cook this morning as well, so two good mates. They played their darts together and shared a changing room for so many years in England colours, and I just love seeing them do battle in the county championship. Essex winning the toss and batting at Old Trafford. Another bold call at overcast Manchester ground. You can tell how much the ball's moving by the way Ben Brown's having to take it so far away. It's not easy to keep to a bat.
East Midlands derby as well. Derbyshire versus Nottinghamshire up at Trent Bridge.
Yep.
Derbyshire batting first. Sean Masood, of course, is already on 14 not out. Brooke Guest, great to see someone like Brooke Guest. Batting at 3, moved up the order, back-to-back hundreds a couple of games ago. Derbyshire already having a much better year than last year.
Now that's a better shout for a bat. I don't think it's going to be out, but that's probably their best appeal yet. Possibly impact outside the line of off stump. He's looking like he's having a couple of words with Renshaw. Nothing too aggressive, but nice to see a bit of needle, bit of chat, and pitched up full delivery from a bat. We mentioned Zach Crawley saying, well, he's in the squad and got a bit of work to do, but he's started positively. Pulled for 4 early on against Ben Sanson. He's another man he's probably in that bracket of people will label Division 2 against Ben Sanson. Of course, this year he's playing in Division 1, but he's got so many wickets in Division 2 the last few years. We'll play by Renshaw with soft hands, and that is our first boundary of the day. Probably not deliberately down there, but because he's played with soft hands, he's gone wide and past the slips. And Renshaw on to 8 not out, 13 for none off 7.5 overs. Good start for Somerset. Scoreboard irrelevant. The only fact that counts at this stage is the 0 in the wickets column.
Yeah, just batting well outside his crease, isn't he, as well? And retaking that guard again. Takes middle and then off stump. Ends up outside off stump, doesn't he, when he's leaving the ball alone?
It's great to see another man. We all watched the England Under-19 World Cup. Rian Ahmed, the 17-year-old, getting his debut for Leicestershire against Worcestershire. That's very exciting. I do like to see a young spinner come in. We've talked about Matt Parkinson quite a lot. He's perhaps unfortunate to not be in this England squad. His brother captaining as well. Callum Parkinson taking the captaincy reins of Leicestershire.
It was interesting that from Renshaw, because he'd been batting outside his crease and then just moved back. So he's just doing things to try and throw Mohamed Abbas off his leg. So it's good to see it's not just bowlers that can mix things up and try and win that kind of mental battle.
Yeah, I think a lot of batters in Test cricket try and use their feet to Abbas. Probably not against a new ball so often, but particularly later in the innings, and you will sometimes see the wicketkeeper stand up to Abbas, who's not quick, and particularly with a softer, older ball. It's one of those things where he's normally immaculate with his line of length. He's bowled a couple slightly shorter balls, so they're not short, long up kind of balls, but back of a length deliveries. But I think later in the innings, Renshaw may try and pull, but he's sensibly playing with a straight bat as much as possible so far this morning.
Still Keith Parker.
That's swung nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, when he's pitched it out, when he's been a bit fuller, he's hooped it away from the left-hander and got good bounce through to Ben Brown as well. But those are generally from the slightly fuller balls they've been. Watchful start then, Lamb beat. 3 unbeaten so far. Remains watchful. Nothing loose from Keith Parker. Just looking to take the shine off this new ball. Only the 15 balls he's faced, so Renshaw has had the majority of the strike.
Been a bit of a trend this county championship season. The good opening partnerships the last few weeks and not many wickets. A lot of good batting.
Solid forward defensive from Lamb. Just the 3 slips in now, so man has come out and gone into a catching position at mid-wicket.
As soon as you say he's gone into a catching position, he's gone back a couple of yards.
I did the same with Renshaw batting outside his crease. I said it. And then he moved. Yeah, I did notice it. Thought I might get away with it, Harry.
Always got your back.
Cheers, buddy. Just joining us then, day 1, session 1, Somerset versus Hampshire in the County Championship, First Division. Second time these two teams have met. Hampshire very much had the better of it on the opening week of the season innings. And 113 runs, they beat Somerset. But Somerset have turned it around in recent weeks, back-to-back victories. Tom Abel in what is his 100th first-class game. Won the toss, so things went his way immediately this morning, and he elected to have a bat here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sam Dalling with you, Harry Everett with you, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Peter Tree goes around later on. Marcus Druskovic and Carl Gazard, two of Somerset's 2005 T20 winning side. As Lamonby just tucks it off his hips for a single. I managed to tweet 2003 out earlier on. I was rightly corrected. In my head, I'm going, it's the 20th year of the blast. So we're not all perfect.
No, it wouldn't be right if we were, would it?
No. But yeah, those two will be in to talk about this game. We'll talk about their careers, I'm sure. Maybe we can try and ask Druskovic about England selection. I'm sure he's very good at handling those kind of plays with that straight bat.
Very professional.
But it'd be a joy to have him in. Maybe we'll talk to them a bit about the blast, which does get underway in about 10 days' time. Tickets are still available, but be quick. They are selling fast.
Solid from Tom Lamonby, very nice high elbow, that right elbow coming through, and I love the way he rehearses he plays a pretty immaculate defensive shot and then rehearses it exactly again. Getting that muscle memory repetition in. Interesting point I've just seen on the YouTube channel I quite like from Himanshu Ruhela.
You've just read the same thing I have. Go on,
Well, is Matt Renshaw a good replacement for David Warner in Test in the future?
Not like for like.
No.
But, I mean, he had such success when he went into the Test side earlier. The first time he was at Somerset, he was very much the Test opener for Australia.
Yeah, he got big 100 against Pakistan, Brisbane. And he was always that defensive opener, but when he's in the Somerset shirt, he was a bit dismissive of counter-attacks at times. He sort of gets in and gets going. We'll never forget that Yorkshire innings, but he sort of had his go. Then he's come back and he batted in different places in Sheffield Shield, and he had times he batted at 4.
He had one year where he scored so few runs, was averaging 20, because he kind of pulled out and took some time away from the game. But has bounced back.
I enjoy it when he has time away from the game in the UK. I was particularly enjoying his Instagram up in Scotland last week. Or no, a week before, when they had the break before the Gloucestershire game. He was Harry Potter tours around castles and locks in Scotland.
Was he? Yeah, I'm not an Instagram man.
Yeah, he's a cracking character.
But 19 of his Test innings, he's batted 20 times in Test match cricket, and 19 of them were opening the batting at 1. Best of 184, average 33.68.
Yeah, he came into this season with a first class average of 36, which that's good cricket from Tom Lamonby. I just talked about that in the previous over, that gap between point and mid-off. There's no cover, of course, there's 3 slips. Very good cricket from Tom Lamonby to rotate the strike. And yeah, he's a tricky one, Matt Renshaw, to work out the Test side. Him and Burns, who play for Queensland, were sort of in that similar category where they sort of Marcus Harris has gone ahead of them in recent years, I guess, to open with David Warner. But for a while, Renshaw and Burns from the same state were both vying for that spot alongside David Warner and sort of rotated between the two. I was at Canberra for Sri Lanka Test match when Joe Burns scored a magnificent 100, but didn't score so many runs against some of the stronger sides. There's Matt Renshaw. We could call him Matt Thomas Renshaw. If we wanted to have 4 Toms at the top of the order. Abel.
No, that ruins my Taunton's Tom triptych.
Sorry, you like the alliteration involved with that as well.
I do, yeah.
Tom Lamonby, Tom Abel, Tom Banton, and Matthew Thomas Renshaw.
Is his middle name Thomas, or have you just decided we could call him Matthew Thomas Renshaw?
I just decided to call him what I like. No, it is Matthew Thomas Renshaw is his middle name. 26, Matt Renshaw. So he's getting to that sort of peak of as an opening batter's experience and the way he's played around the world. I guess he's getting to his batting peak.
I mean, he would ideally play every test match here, because what did he have? 100 in that Warwickshire game. I think that made it 400s in 10 innings here. 4 Somerset. Played here once for Kent in a 3-game spell he had in 2019. It was that winter, 1920, where he scored 182 Sheffield Shield runs at 20s.
I've just got one question for Matt Renshaw. My internet research saw him nicknamed the Turtle, and I've not quite worked that one out. We need to get him up here and explain that one. Unless you've got any inside knowledge on that.
Not from me, sir. Barker continuing to Renshaw with that lightsaber leave, and he ends up well outside off stump. It does show that it's not just England that, you know, being a test openers they're not 10 a penny, and Australia have struggled too to find long-term options up there. Renshaw very much could be one. They will be he was in the reserve squad, wasn't he, for the Pakistan ODIs, and he didn't end up playing, but he missed that Hampshire game.
Because we're giving up trying to make him qualify for England, I suppose. He's not going to change countries' allegiances to where he was born in Middlesbrough. We're not going to get him back.
Happy to leave that alone. So what are we, 10.2 overs in? 16 without loss. Just the 10 balls with runs scored off them so far. So a watchful start from Somerset. There's a bit of extra pressure, isn't there, I think, when you choose to bat first as opposed to when you're put in. Tom Mabel will be quite happy to have his pads on for a while without being needed. We saw so many times last year he was in within the first 15 overs.
Yeah, it's helped Tom Abel's batting, isn't it? He's managed to have that platform to come in. It's a completely different game to almost opening the batting, as you said.
Just turned around, he disappeared. Where are you off to?
Well, I had a message from Devon Dumpling, teammate of mine, and we're talking about Tom Lammonby.
Perfect link. Sun's out here.
Yeah, I mentioned I was playing for Devon Dumplings against Exeter School last Wednesday. I'm playing a few Devon Dumplings games against public schools and touring sides across the year. Do enjoy a Dumplings game. And yeah, Graham White, who's played at Exeter with both Glenn and Tom Lammonby over the years, tells me I've got to mention on air how Tom got 70 at age 13 for Devon Dumplings. That's pretty good going, isn't it? Devon Dumplings isn't a bad standard of cricket. And 70 age 13 set him up for his Somerset career today.
Tries to flick it down the leg side, and even then, if you look at where Matt Renshaw is now, he's finished his setup almost as if he's about to bat at the right-hander outside leg stump. So Jed Polser has an answer for you, Harry. Matt Renshaw is called the Turtle because he used to bat so slow.
Slowly. It's an adverb. We should correct his grammar, shouldn't we? That's a bit harsh.
But I don't think. Don't shoot the messenger. I don't think Jed is.
No, Jed's not decided he's the Turtle. Well, Keith Barker's on a weird.
I was going to say, little Barker came in there and he just almost it was like he had to circumnavigate a roundabout, didn't he? It was odd.
Wrong way around the roundabout.
I don't know if we can see a replay of that.
It was almost like
putting pressure on. He just had a little. It was like he saw. You know, when you're superstitious and you can't walk over to like a what do you call it? A drain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was like he suddenly saw the drainage where they sometimes have them in the run-up.
I was thinking Morning Morkel's sort of semicircle at the top of his run-up. Or Mark Wood when he goes wide of the crease and sort of jumps out wide. But Barker's was a bit more elegant, and it wasn't even in delivery stride, was it? It was 3 yards before the umpire. Very odd.
Should say congratulations to Sophie Luff and Western Storm for their victory last night. Sophie, who was on commentary for the BBC at Bristol last week, she's going to be joining us as well throughout the season. Skipper of the Western Storm, and they had a thrilling, their victory off the last ball in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, went all the way up to Chelmsford to play the Sunrisers and claim victory. Yeah,
she sent me a message this morning. She's in Chelmsford following the live stream with Sophie. She's on the road for a few days. She's got games east of here. But we've got a bowling change from the River End. Ian Holland is going to come on to bowl before Carl Abbott, interestingly. Oh, and that's a streaky shot from Tom Lammonby first up. I mean, it's a short wide one. You're not going to get caught with a new ball. Whereas that's a pretty terrible start for me in Holland, but Lammerby has gone over the slips. It's not quite where I intended it to go, but as you say, you can sort of, you can have a flash and back yourself that all you got to do is get a bit of bat on it and it will fly to the boundary. There'll be 3 slips in Holland. That cover is now in place. The 4th slip's gone to a fairly orthodox cover.
It is interesting, this, because he's not bowled that much, Ian Holland. He did open the bowling a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah. When Abbas wasn't playing, I believe. That's another fairly short wide ball. Lammerby's frustrated. He didn't punch that through the covers for 4.
It was Bob Willis Trophy season,
yeah,
I think.
Not many overseas in action that year.
Amazing story in Holland. It was basically like reality TV and this cricket superstars in Australia. Justin Avendano, who played cricket here, didn't he, at Taunton St Andrews?
Played with me. He was my teammate.
Did he? Well, with Sydney Sixers, presumably you were teammates, were you?
Yeah, Justin Avendano, Taunton St Andrews and Sanford Peveril in the North Devon League on a Sunday. And one of my old school friends played for St Andrews on a Saturday in our village, Sanford Peveril, when I was about 14, 15. Avendano came and played, and it was too cold and wet for him to bowl. And he got out second ball. He tried to hit the first 2 balls of a 45 over game for 6. I think he managed to top edge it and caught by the keeper or something daft. Can't even remember if the first ball did go for 6, but yeah, he was an interesting character. He, I've never seen anyone do it the way. He didn't take throwdowns to warm up. He just had a tiny little signature bat. Just do keepy upbeats with it. Yeah, he's on that X Factor show. He's
amazing story is he gets in behind that one from Holland. I mean, he's a USA international now as well, so involved in US cricket. But they had it almost like week by week. You'd have these Australian legends. I mean, he wasn't. It's so hard to get a rookie contract over there because there are so few states. So he was in the same youth sides as Pete Hanscom and Travis Dean, but missed out on a rookie league. And Cricket Superstar came in as Lammerby leaves it alone. Outside off stump, so there were 1,000 applicants and 15 finalists, and the winner got a state deal.
I love the idea of that. I wish they did that in England, actually. That would be perfect evening television watching for myself. I only ever really watch sport and quiz shows, so well, you could combine a bit of a talent show and cricket. So
they had Ricky Ponting, Brett Lee, Matt Hayden all came in. So week by week they had someone in. I think he got a bit of stick when he went back to play grade cricket on a Saturday.
Of course he did.
And that. Who else came out of that? Ben Cooper, brother of Tom Cooper, who played at Somerset.
Played well here in the white ball competition, 40-50 over. I remember him quite fondly, a bit of part-time off spin as well.
End of his first over. And he said, so the biggest thing was that he, as well as getting a Victoria deal, he had this 4-month scholarship at the Cricket Centre of Excellence in Australia, and so he went up to train with basically the Australia side. So it was, they decided that year to make it into an Australia A training camp. So suddenly he's there with Mitch Marsh, Pat Cummins, Mitch Johnson, Aaron Finch.
Some stellar names.
Yeah, he said it was quite lively facing Johnsons, Cummins and Pattinson in the nets.
Pattinson, of course, playing for Notts. We're going to see Carl Abbott's going to bowl from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Maybe that's why Holland was introduced from the River End. There's going to be a double swap here in the bowling rank. So James Fuller will be the 5th seamer today, with Parker, Abbas, Holland, and now Carl Abbott. Of course, formerly of South Africa. 87 on his back. And do you reckon they got an end preference here, Sam, or is it just...
Well, he's taken more county championship wickets against Somerset than anyone else.
Yes, we remember that.
18
for
Essex's Player of the Month, September 2019, or whatever it was.
That's a beauty to start with. Really squared up Matt Renshaw. And Matt Renshaw's got that. I do like his look, his sort of hand on hip. That sort of. That's a good ball, mate. Fair play. Don't mind that. Loves a battle. Loves a fight. Does Matt Renshaw. Keith Barker gives him a little high five for that start. Almost like a volleyball. You know, I feel like every point in volleyball and badminton they get a high five, but bowling wise you don't often get a high five for a non-wicket ball, but Keith Barker decided that Carl Abbott's start deserved just that. Full length from Abbott starting outside off stump, and
what a man to bring on second change. Yeah. He too, a bit like Abbas, had an amazing start to his Test debut. 7 for 29 against Pakistan. Only played because Jack Hallis suffered a calf injury, ended up with 9 for 68. But yeah, 48 wickets against Somerset at 18.29. 5 5-fers, 2 10-fers. Not bad for your second change seamer.
No. So they got 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. The mid-wicket's going to have a chat with the umpire, basically. I was going to say it's gone round square leg, but he's just having a social with the umpire, got to be honest. Felix Horgan keep himself entertained in the field. And if he'd gone where I just said he was going, then he would have stopped that boundary. Felix Horgan went to chat to the umpire, then tried to get back to mid-wicket, and in the end, if he'd stayed where he was, he'd have stopped that boundary from Matt Renshaw, whipped away through the leg side for 4. And just a second. Well, say it's the 3rd boundary of the morning, but 2 of them have been edges, sort of through or over the slips and gully region. That's an authoritative punch by Renshaw through the leg side.
Just squares him up there a second. You operating on 2 phones, Harry?
I do.
You've got double life. Just clock that. You just pulled another phone out of your pocket.
I'm not a drug dealer, I promise. No, when I worked for Pro 14 Rugby in Badminton, England, as a communications officer, you get a work phone and a personal phone. So I got into that habit, and I just like it now. One of them's got BT Sport, and one of them's got Sky Sports.
So do I get your personal or your work number? I don't know what sort of relationship.
Oh, the SIM card doesn't even work on the old phone anymore. Don't worry. I tell you what I was going to do this morning, and I was going to multitask, multi-screen. I was really enjoying over my breakfast this morning, watching Hampshire in the vitality blast of, not entirely sure which year, Jofra Archer was making his debut. Shahid Afridi came into bat and hit a 6 first ball. It was Sussex against Hampshire in a replay of the T20 blast as we await the new competition next week. And there's a great little watch. Tom Alsop got a few runs, and Liam Dawson was playing. I do like an old replay of a blast game.
You're amazing at multitasking. Don't know anyone who does it better. Ian Holland to continue then. Good pace that from the dibbly-dobbly Ian Holland that Harry Everett called him. Arguably the quickest bowler on the show.
He is bowling quicker than I remember him bowling when I last commentated on him here. What was it, last year I suppose? Maybe because he's got the new ball, he's just going through with it.
Ooh, outside edge there from Lammonby. Wasn't altogether convincing, but he's going to pick up his second boundary. So having been watchful against Barker and Abbas, Lammonby happy to play his shots a little against Holland. Yeah, outside edge there. Safe, wide of the man at gully.
Liam Hollier sent a lovely message on Twitter. He's a Somerset fan. He says he's loving the commentary. He's got a Somerset trivia question. Oh, it's a long one. We might have to wait till after this ball.
Oh, I love a trivia question. Thanks, Liam. Well, I don't know what it is yet. I might not know the answer, so it may embarrass us. But
yeah. Right. Are we ready? In 2003, Somerset played against the Lashings World 11 team.
Oh, I was here.
Oh, well, that's cheating.
Well, no, I can't remember it. I just remember being sat in the old cinema seats there, and IVA Richards came out.
Not that. When Jack Russell was playing.
Ooh, I don't know.
I think I might have been here actually.
John Francis would have played for Somerset.
I was only 7, dare I mention that to make you feel old, but I might have actually been my first ever game here, but I'm sure I got a signed bat of the day. Anyway, Liam was 13, and his dad was super excited to watch Viv Richards play, of course, as most of us were. Before the game started, he wanted to get Viv's, he said Bibs, but I'm sure he means Viv's, autograph. Anyway, when Liam approached him with his miniature signed signature bat, Viv started playing some of his famous hook shots. Anyway, he was caught for 16 on the boundary, but who caught him? Oh, that's a long-winded trivia question. So who caught Viv Richards in the Lashings World 11 game here in 2003?
Switch to around the wicket for Holland to Lammonby. 2 slips and a gully in. Watchful, opens the face, and we'll just run it for a single. There's James Fuller, who's at point.
How long before James Fuller gets a bowl will be interesting to see. Will they keep rotating through their 5-seamers? Well,
I remember he came out quite late in the innings. I remember, who caught him? Who would have been playing? Wonder if that's Michael Parsons' days. John Francis, I bet, played in that game. I don't know why. So Simon Francis could have been in the side too. Back over the wicket to Renshaw, Holland, who finishes that over off. So he's bowled 2 overs for 10, so being the most expensive of the bowlers, but a couple of those have been outside edges.
We'll leave that trivia question with you for a couple of overs. I'm sure the YouTube fans will love that. Someone else will chime in with an answer soon. So James Vince is gesturing to the... is he asking for a drink? I do like trying to work out what the sign language is, what they're asking for. No, it's going to be a similar field for Carl Abbott, continuing from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Three slips. Lammerby pushing into the offside for no run.
Have you been sent the answer yet?
No, no. Not yet. I think some people are probably going to find it on YouTube, and you can cheat with these kind of trivia questions these days, can't you? There's probably a clip somewhere or an article about it. Hopefully we'll have an honest answer from some knowledgeable Somerset fan from 2003. Maybe when you tweeted this morning about it being 2003 with Carl Gazzard, you were just thinking about this trivia question that was going to come up.
Preempting it. Lovely looking straight drive from Lammerby there, but no run.
Poor old Dom Sibley's gone for 9. Then slightly across the line from Stephen Patterson. It's a shame. I like Dom Sibley. He's worked really hard in his technique. I think it's a big call to not go with the Lions to Australia and to stay and go back to his childhood coaches and really work on his technique. And I'd like to see him get some runs, to be honest with you. Glorious straight drive from Tom Lammerby, straight down the ground. Over pitch from Carl Abbott. It might be held up. That's a dodgy diving stop from Fuller. I think he's going to get the benefit of the doubt. It's hard because it's not a white ball game with cameras everywhere where we can go to a replay. I think you just got to give the fielder the benefit of the doubt.
I think he was all right there. I think he did well.
Yep. You were letting him off. There's a lovely skid mark off the boundary, but that was after he flicked the ball back.
I love how your first reaction was dodgy.
Well, I feel like fielders, every time they dive, we just feel like they've dived, so we'll let them get away with it. I do feel like they often are touching the rope when they flick the ball back. Maybe I'm a harsh fielding critic, but good work from James Fuller to stop Lamberby from getting 4, and he comes back for 2.
Alex Davies gone too. I'm excited to see Sam Hain, double 100 last week. We all know how talented a player he is if he can just start to churn out a volume of runs.
Your mate, Shah Massoud's out though. Lowest score of the season. Which is, oh, that's a bit of a cool appeal there from Abbott. Yeah, Massoud out for 18. That's his lowest score of the season. That's not bad, is it? Previously his lowest score was 42, and he's 156 short of the 1,000 runs mark, which he'll have to get in the second innings, because this 1,000 runs before the end of May thing is a bit harsh when they don't have many games in the second half of May because of the T20 blast coming in. So that Graham Hick sort of watermark you aim for. We talked about Nick Compton going for those 1,000 runs before the end of May, and missing out by a day and a bit of rain, and there is a good take from Ben Brown.
It just swing, didn't it?
Yeah,
didn't he? Well. He missed that. He got him on the 1st of June, didn't he?
Yeah, it rained. I think there's a rain delay. The end of May.
I think he missed out in the first innings, and the second innings was maybe delayed by rain. That second team game is underway over at Taunton Vale. 50 for 2. Somerset are off 8 overs. We will head over there at some point. But what a side! Will Smead in and out for 8. Casey Aldridge has 6. George Bartlett 30. Ben Green's playing. Rudolph van der Merwe's playing. Marchand Delanger's playing. Jack Brooks is in. Peter Trago's in the commentary box in his old Somerset one-day kit.
Did hear him getting a bit of stick earlier. I was walking by the balcony and players shouting up about his hairstyle. Getting a bit of stick from the players.
Right. Ian Holland's going to continue around the wicket to Matt Renshaw, and I think it's about time I made way for Mr. Trigo if I don't get caught. in the seat.
So Ian Holland's got 2 slips in a gully. And here he is, Pete Trigo, welcome to the box. What are your thoughts on the play so far?
Very good morning. How are you? How is everyone? My thoughts this morning, I've been lucky enough to watch behind the bowler's arm. There's plenty of movement out there, but the Somerset batters have played beautifully so far.
As soon as you say that, we see the first sort of, what do we call that, misjudged? We call it a French cut, a Chinese cut.
Could be the curse of the Top Gear board.
It could, yes. We haven't added to that in the last couple of weeks, have we? I think it's just yourself and, yeah, just us 2 on there.
Well, that's because Somerset have been doing well the last few games. Obviously a rough start to the season, but things have turned round, and this morning Renshaw and Lammerby they've played a nice tight line. Technically, when there's been movement, they've just held their positions. They've played and missed a few times. I was behind the bowler's arm from the river end. Mohammed Abbas was bowling a really good length, getting a bit of nip either way, and Lammerby and Renshaw, as I said, were playing nice and tight. If it moved away, they just held their positions and capitalised on any loose balls. There weren't too many loose balls. I think it's just good testing first-class cricket at the moment, and Somerset are certainly on top at 32 for no wicket.
You had a few battles with Keith Barker over the years. How do you rate him as a County Championship opening bowler?
Yeah, he's a quality performer. You know, his record speaks for itself. Left arm has always posed that challenge. Sort of bowler that kind of, he's not expressed quick through, well, he's not quick through the air, but the ball seems to pick up a little bit of pace off of the pitch. Bowls quite a, what's called a heavy ball. It sort of hits the bat a bit harder than you're expecting and just gets that little bit of in movement to the right-hander. As Holland comes into Lammerby, defends to point. Yeah, he just bowls good areas, and there's enough movement there. Like I said, left-handers do pose a little bit of a challenge. He's got a good sort of ball that goes away or into a left-hander. So he's a very, very good operator. You know, in that sort of, you know, quality first-class bowler category, you know, your Murtars, your Rushworths. Keith Barker's certainly one that you would put up there with the best that were around in county cricket. I think he's picked up a few wickets already this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, useful. Interesting to see. Sometimes it's Abbas and Abbott, sometimes it's Barker and Abbas. As on seconds watch, we see Ben Green just hit a massive 6 down the ground off the left arm spin from Northamptonshire. Great that you can go on the YouTube, you can double screen, you can watch Somerset seconds and Somerset first team alongside each other. You might even be here, you can watch it, use the in-ground Wi-Fi and watch the 2s on your phone whilst you're watching the Somerset first team.
Crikey me. Somerset cricket overload.
Why not? Well, it's me whacked a few yesterday.
That'd be too much for my small brain. I think I'm just going to focus on this game. Certainly something that makes you focus is Kyle Abbott at the top of his run. High quality bowler. Certainly looks like he's got the ball talking this morning from the Trescothick Pavilion end as Matt Renshaw pulls with authority. It's a fine leg, and
Mohammed Abbas didn't really fancy that, did he?
The fielder down there, is it Mohammed?
Yeah.
Did not. It was one of those awkward ones, you know, like I think in the trade you always have a shout from call the dentist. You know, it just bounced like 2 or 3 foot in front of him, probably travelling at about 80, 90, 100 miles an hour down there by the time. It's one of those ones that you don't really fancy getting behind.
He couldn't have picked him out much better, but yeah, you're right, that Yorker length from that Abbas leaves it into the Somerset stand for 4.
The bowler does the double teapot, but in reality,
well, yeah, if Abbas was bowling, would Abbott have stopped if he was a fine leg?
Highly doubt it. As Renshaw plays with soft hands into square leg, picks up another single. Somerset move on to 37 for no loss. Renshaw 19, Lammerby 16. Moving on the scoreboard nicely, starting to tick over now. Those first 5 overs were quite, you know, hard work to get, you know, the runs away, but now they're starting to flow a little bit. The batters are in, as we say. There's not too much cloud in the sky, so the swing won't be as prolific as Lammerby nicks a very good ball from Kyle Abbott and smartly taken at second slip. The first wicket of the day has fallen.
Marcus Trescothick walks into the box and brings a wicket with him, so I'm going to have to lay all the responsibility on the man himself in his own pavilion. I'll make way and talk about right-handed skipper's innings as Tom Abel comes out to join Matt Renshaw.
Cheers, Harry. That great first hour for Somerset is slightly clouded over with the dismissal of Tom Lammonby for 16. A good ball. He's tried to push down the ground. The ball's nipped away and has found the edge. A very, very smart catch by Liam Dawson at second slip. That was flying. As Marcus Truskothic joins me for the morning. Obviously, Trez has his eyes on trying to get on that Top Gear leaderboard. But trust me, Trez, this is not the day to do it. This is a Somerset day. Make sure you you come in maybe tomorrow when Hampshire are back in to try and get on that board. That was Somerset bowling, though. I think that was Craig Overton versus Essex, where wickets were falling for fun, to be fair. So no surprise there. How are you, Bang?
So, I'm back on air now.
There you go.
Cut me off.
Got to press the on button.
Yeah, okay. I'm very good, thank you. Very good. Obviously, it's a lovely day. Tom Abel striding out to the wicket. Disappointing to lose that wicket there, but I don't think they bowled full enough, to be honest. I thought they bowled quite back over length rather than quite full. That one was quite full there from Abbott, so. But he is the Somerset nemesis.
You think that sometimes described as that pretty length, isn't it? That probably does inspire the bowler, but in reality isn't as challenging as you want to be with a new ball. Tom Abel's stats there popping up on the screen. 5,500 runs, 10 hundreds now, starting to really come into his own. A couple of hundreds, a couple of big hundreds this year. 30 50s as well. He's really starting to grow as a batter, and the leadership's never in question, but he's really starting to pile on the runs now, isn't he, Banks? Good to see.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's nice to see him be consistent, and he's the leader of the batting lineup really, and has been for a couple of years, a couple of seasons. And the team look to him, obviously being the leader, but also your most consistent player, and his technique is good, it's solid, he's putting himself into contention for higher honours, that's for sure.
Abbott into Abel for his first ball, smartly left through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean there's a bit of pressure on, I suppose. He would know that he's the captain, the figurehead, the wicket that the opposition want, and there is a little bit of pressure on Abes. He would certainly feel it, but he certainly rises to the occasion more often than not now. And I suppose there's a natural changing of the guard in terms of the key wicket. James Hildreth for many years, yourself obviously have led the batting lineup, but that has to change. And it's probably nice for Hildy to have someone like Tom take over the mantle as the main wicket now. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it is. I think it just you gradually see the progression in the team, and new players coming in. You've got Tom Lammonby, who's had success at different stages and will grow into a fine young player. And then the younger guys coming through. Tom Banton's obviously showing signs and glimpses of what you expect. We think we've all expected him to become.
Yeah, it was a bold move from Bance to turn away opportunities, Big Bash and IPL and various other lucrative forms of cricket to concentrate on his 4-day cricket. That certainly sends a message out to everyone that he's dedicated to being a 3-format player and not being distracted by the phrase white ball specialist, which we hear so often now, and long may that continue. And he's had a really good start. He had that broken finger, he came back in back-to-back 50s and certainly looks the part when he's at the crease. Very dangerous player. As we see Tom Lammonby's demise, a challenging line, as Mark has mentioned, that fuller length just nips away slightly.
Just enough, isn't there, off the pitch?
Yeah, only has to be half a bat's worth, doesn't it? And I think maybe pushed at a ball that probably wasn't there, but I suppose as a batter you get that sort of hard length hammered at you over and over again. You're looking for that fuller delivery, and he just got sucked into a drive that wasn't quite there. And you have to say that that's probably a case of being got out rather than getting yourself out. Is that fair? A fair call?
I think early morning, on day one, you're expecting that there's going to be a little bit of nibble around. And when they bowl that slightly fuller length, which they haven't done a massive amount of so far today, you know, it just draws you in. You know, you get drawn into that, pushing at it a little bit harder, thinking, right, I can punch this for a couple, but like we say, you can just see it seam just enough to catch the outside edge.
I mean, that is the goal, I suppose, in England this time of the year. You want the batsman moving forward. I think the one criticism, even though, like I said earlier, I was behind the bowler's arm watching Mohammed Abbas bowl, and it looked very inviting, you know, good kiss off of the pitch, movement both ways, but I think Renshaw and Lammerby were able to play from the crease rather than making a stride forward, which is probably where you get your nick. So yeah, I think you're exactly right there, Bang. I think the lengths have been a bit short, but I think they've learnt their lesson, and they're certainly the challenge on now, and they will certainly feel a little bit better, the Hampshire bowlers, now that there's a batsman and naught out there. As Renshaw cover drives with authority through extra cover for 4. When you get the ball sideways at Taunton, there's no saving it, and that is certainly the case there. In Holland, being a little bit expensive, hasn't really looked as threatening as the other bowlers, going for a big away swinger, but Renshaw equal to that. Matt Renshaw, Mark, is obviously a fellow left-hander opener, plays in a maybe slightly more flamboyant style than yourself, but what do you think about how he's come back? Obviously, he was here with us a few years ago. Have you seen a development from what he's been doing?
There's different things with his technique and his different style. I think he's slightly more upright this year than he was a couple of years. So in his stance at the crease, I think he's just slightly higher. His head is slightly higher. Before, he was quite crouched.
Because he used to, if I'm right in saying, as he plays a beautiful shot down the ground through mid-on, and that leads me nicely onto the point I was about to make. He would have whipped that through mid-wicket a couple of years ago, wouldn't he? Because he was brilliant at taking balls from outside off stump and playing the big flamingo shot. Whereas now he's played that with a much straighter blade and punched that down the ground. A fantastic shot there.
Yeah, he'll be far more happier with that one. You know, punching that straight down the ground early morning of the game, first day. There's a little bit of swing and seam. I think if I was captain of the first boundary, which went through extra cover, I'd be very happy with that. I wouldn't mind that at all, because I think that's the length that the edges will come from. But the second one, where he's punched it straight down through mid-on, is the example of, I think, how he's improved and how he's evolved his game. Because I think, yeah, you're right, going back to the first time when he came here, he would have whipped that probably through square leg and maybe even in the air, falling over it slightly and picking it up, because I remember he did that quite a bit. But he has progressed, and obviously hence then he's starting to forge his way back into, you know, the selectors' minds in Australia because of the game and the way that he has developed. Although I think has he bat 4 or 5, I think, back at home?
Yeah, I think he's sort of
middle to
up
lower
and
order.
down the order, depending on who else is available. You know, especially the state game is so dependent on who's available from Australia on any given day. But yeah, I think I'm right in saying that one of his first scoring shots for Somerset was a ball like that whipped over square leg for 6 to get off the mark, and it was like, wow. And he actually scored quite heavily that first time round. But you know, I think you're right, to be an opening batsman, certainly the top 3, you've you know, playing across the line is quite high risk, isn't it, against the new ball? So, you know, if he's got aspirations for international cricket, which we know he does, playing straighter for that first sort of, you know, 20, 25, 30 overs, pretty crucial to your survival, I would have said. As Abbott runs in and hammers that length as he does consistently for Hampshire. Tom Abel equal to it, very watchful early on. He's got a great temperament, Tom. I think that's something that's always been indicative of Abe's batting, isn't it?
Yeah, from the minute he came in, he took to batting in the first team or in first-class cricket very quickly, and just looked well at ease, really. You know, I'm sure he would have loved to have been a bit more consistent, but batting has not been easy for the last 3, 4, 5 seasons.
Have you had anything, any conversations with Tom? I know obviously he had his struggles early on in his career. A real hot season, then a little lull period, as every batsman almost certainly will go through. Is there things that you've spoken about with Tom?
Yeah, at various times. You know, we have conversations about batting and different points. Obviously, more when I was playing or captain and being around every day. You know, you'd have opportunities where you could sit with him and discuss things, or maybe, you know, in the middle of net sessions when we're batting together. There you go, right on cue. Chinese cuts one.
One of the best ways to get off the mark. Tom Abel picks up his first runs of the morning, 4 runs. Somerset move on to 49 for 1. No matter how you get your first run, you don't care, do you?
No, once you're off the mark, it's a far happier place. But yeah, it's always nice to try and help the younger guys when they're coming through, and you influence them in certain ways. You try and pass on experiences and guide them, which you believe is in the right direction. So he's gradually picked it up more and more, the responsibility of captain and leading the group.
It's about feeling comfortable as well, I think, in the market. You can't fake feeling comfortable. That's something that you learn over time, and that's where, you talk about experience. Experience pretty much is being comfortable in the environment, isn't it? And, Abe's is into, like I said, he's scored 5,500 runs now. He's starting to, he knows himself, he's a great thinker as well, so he probably knows his game very well and feels very at ease when he goes out to the wicket. And he'll certainly feel a lot better after that 4 runs.
Sure, he would have preferred it out of the middle of the bat, but nonetheless, it's nice to get going.
I don't know, first innings bang, getting off the mark. I used to, if ever I got naught in the first innings, I wouldn't sleep for 3 days.
Horrible, isn't it?
Just waiting for that time where you had to go out on a pair.
Yeah.
I was very fortunate to play, over 200 first-class matches and not bag a pair. You got one eventually, didn't you?
I got 3 in the end. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a horrible feeling.
Being on naught. Even with my bowling workload, I used to just lay awake at night, just what am I going to do? Am I going to run at the first ball? All these questions, just desperate to get that one run.
It does become a bit of a laugh and a joke as well, doesn't it, in the changing room, and people are aware the feelings, because we all experience them in different ways, and the anxieties that people go through. It's not a pleasant feeling, I can assure you.
So just to let the listeners know that probably haven't been privy to first-class dressing room, getting 2 noughts in an innings, in a match, is called getting a pair, or bagging a pair, which then got abbreviated to baggage. So 2 things would happen in a good dressing room. The person who had just got a pair would be virtually nearly a broken man, reduced to tears, and you would walk into your spot absolutely fuming, and you'd either be greeted by everyone's kit bag piled up in your place, a la baggage.
Have you ever seen that done?
Yes, or a fruit bowl with about 20 pairs just sat there waiting for you. And that would have, that's how good your teammates can be and how supportive they are. But it kind of brings you down to earth, isn't it? Yeah, so baggage and getting a pair is something. I mean, I remember, you think now, I can say it now because of how well he's doing. Joss Butler, leading run scorer in the IPL. I can remember him getting his first a pair at the St Lawrence County Ground playing against Kent, and he was head in hands, and I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of tears drop to his shoes. He was absolutely a broken man.
Yeah,
and I just,
horrible. Every
time you see the reaction of a batter, you just say, I don't want that to be me.
And you never bagged them?
Never.
Really?
It's amazing, isn't it, the way that I played as well.
Yeah, it's a good effort.
Yeah, I was on him a few times, but I tell you what, I think I always used to try and that I used to walk, if I was ever on a pair, as Matt Renshaw nicks off to Liam Dawson. Ian Holland's been a bit expensive for his first few overs, but he's got the prize wicket of Renshaw. He's been plugging away with that away swinger and has found the outside edge. I think Matty Renshaw will be a bit disappointed. It's a very, very flashy shot as Somerset lose their 2nd wicket in the 20th over on 49, and all of a sudden that serene start by Somerset has been slightly tarnished by a couple of wickets here. A real big rebuild job here to do for Tom Abel and the incoming batsman, which I believe will be Tom Banton.
Yeah, just that length again, isn't it? Drawing Matt Renshaw into a bigger shot, trying to hit the ball too square. Really, you can, in this stage of the morning, the ball's starting to swing around as the lacquer comes off. It's a little bit wide.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that we should expand on, really, for those, again, for the non-bowlers that are listening today. The lacquer coming off the ball. So every ball that becomes new has a lacquered coating to obviously protect the the shine, if you like, when it's brand new. When that comes off, you're able to shine the ball a little bit better, aren't you? So sometimes the new ball can swing a little bit, which it always does. Yeah. But then around this sort of time when the lacquer's fully off the ball, you know, after being hit into the ground and off the bat, the lacquer peels off and you can start to really get a good buff on one side of the pitch. And the swing can also sometimes increase around this sort of time. And I think that is starting to show, isn't it?
It is. And like you're saying, you get that the difference in the sides of the ball. So one side becomes a little bit rougher as it gets hit on the pitch or to the boundary, but the other side you keep well, you polish it, you keep it smooth, and that's when you get the difference in the swing. So the change in the air as it cuts through the air, one side being smoother than the other, it brings around the swing that you want to get. So yeah, very often you get to that point. You do get some balls, don't you? You go out straight away and suddenly it's absolutely swinging miles, and I don't think people know necessarily why. Maybe something to do with the seam, the seam angle or seam positions of what you get. But
well, picking a ball was always a bit of an art, wasn't it? You always used to go for a ball that looked a bit more purple in colour than red, so that was always a sign that it was a good quality leather that had taken the red dye. You always used to avoid the ones that looked more of an orangey red. Yeah. I don't know whether it's just an art, but I would definitely think people have preferences in what they look for, isn't it? Whether it makes any difference, I have no idea. Well, you wouldn't send a spinner in to pick a ball, though, would you? At the start of play? No, you'd be surprised. I think people, what they do, because especially if you go into places where the spinner's going to bowl a lot. I know we had periods of time here when playing on spinning pitches, there was no point the seam was looking at the ball because they were going to bowl 5 overs in the game. Is that why we got some great big donuts to bowl with? Yeah, they suddenly give it an opportunity to go, yeah, I really like the feel of that. The seam feels really good. They rotate and it stays on its axis very well. All these different things. Whether it makes any difference or not, and I have no idea. So, I didn't realise on day one, I'll be in the commentary box with you getting a physics lesson. This is, you never know where our conversations are going to go. It's like players watching the weather, the same, isn't it? We're all weathermen, and we can predict what's going to happen. Oh, it's coming from over the top. The hills have gone. We're all barking mad. Yeah, basically. So it's interesting though, because we're speaking to one of the world-leading experts on this. It was obviously very famously reported. You were England's ball preparation man, or shining. It was your job. But, nowadays, moving forward, saliva's been outlawed. Yeah. You're allowed to get some sort of sweat from your arm or wherever you can find it, but it's not allowed to be any saliva from around your mouth. Yeah. Am I right in saying it? Do you know if it's you can take sweat off your forehead? I presume so, yeah. I don't really know the sort of ins and outs of what it is, but you can find moisture from somewhere. It's just not allowed to come from from saliva. I mean, all of a sudden, the cricket ball sounds like a biohazard. Getting bodily fluid from somewhere to keep the shine on it. I mean, it sounds horrendous. Yeah, but it's obviously been proven that it makes no odds. So, yeah, each to their own. Find different ways. As Tom Abel strides forward with an absolute, what I would call, barn door of a forward defence. Kyle Abbott, a really high quality bowler. Abe's really looks like he means business this morning. The ball's been quite a contentious issue this year, isn't it, in terms of people complaining that it's gone soft and it's not doing as much. Interesting, really. I think once we get periods of time, we've talked very often as batters that the ball's nipping too much or swinging too much. Well, you'll never get batters and bowlers happy with the pitch, with the ball, with the weather, anything really. But no, I think that there is definitely something to that. I've had conversations with Caddy. We can almost pinpoint certain years where the balls were in really good condition, and they were the right colour, and they stayed hard. And then you can also say, oh, do you remember those 2015 balls? God, they went soft. And be interesting to, they're all, handmade, the Duke's ball, as opposed to machine-made like the Kookaburra. So be interesting to understand the science of it, or maybe we should just get on with it and play the game. Do you know what? I don't think they know. I think because it's a natural product, and obviously then, where it's coming from, the difference of what it might be. You might get some good leather on there. You might get some poor string. Whatever it's going to be. I don't know if they make a massive difference. I don't think until they make them, I don't think they'll necessarily know until they're used in games. And there's going to be periods where the balls maybe go slightly softer, or they might stay slightly harder because of because it's not being machine made. You can't guarantee how it's going to operate. Tom Abel again striding forward. Kyle Abbott offers the ball away to a right-hander, but his danger ball is the sort of wobble seam, as we hear a lot about these days, the nip backer ball. That's where he's really trying to get you, is you know, nipping it across a left-hander and nipping it onto the pads and the stumps of a right-hander. Canny operator. Well, I suppose if one day we do go to a uniform synthetic style ball, there'll be some cows out there breathing a sigh of relief. Abbott comes in again to Tom Abel, blocking off of the middle of the bat. I mean, he really does look in good touch. I know he's only on 4, and it was a fortunate 4, but every 4 defensive since has been right off the middle of the bat. As Somerset move on to 49 for 2 after 21 overs. There's a little bit of cloud in the sky, but it's actually quite a bit of a vanilla sky, really. It's lovely and blue behind those white clouds. So if that burns off, could be an absolutely perfect day for batting here at Taunton. Is that something that you considered as well? You know, toss and all that kind of stuff, overhead conditions?
Yeah, you do look at the weather forecast to see how much sun is coming or if there's any rain around in the afternoon. Try and predict. I know we had quite a bit of rain yesterday, sort of afternoon, evening. That's why I was surprised that Somerset won the toss and batted.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see it on the live stream with the light at the moment, but I was, like I said, I was behind the bowler's arm, and there's a green stripe straight down the middle of the pitch that looks quite. It's almost like a target for a right-hander, certainly from bowling from the river end that Holland is operating from. It certainly does look like there's a, you know, almost spans the width of the stumps, a lovely fresh green patch. So yeah, I was also wondering about that decision, but it's something that Somerset have been doing well. The batting confidence is there, and I think that probably plays a part in the decision, doesn't it? You know, 2 massive scores up behind the team over the last few weeks. A great win up the road, just up the M5 there at Bristol. Confidence is high.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's good to to have going into games. And the last game against Warwickshire here, they're obviously thinking, well, maybe this is the same style of pitch. It's not far away from where the strip that they played. In fact, I think it's right next door, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be pretty close. Ian Holland going with the in-swinger at the moment to Tom Banton. Famously strong on the leg side, but they've put an extra man in. They've dropped a slip and they've put a catcher in at mid-wicket. And Kyle Abbott is prowling at square leg, hoping that he hits the ball aerial through that side. Interesting tactic. Ian Holland coming into Tom Banton, up onto his toes. Back foot drive to mid-off. .51 for 2 in the 22nd over. Ian Holland, a fraction expensive, but he's got that valuable wicket. Abbott a little bit more economic. Also with the wicket of Tom Lammerby. As Ian Holland comes in again to Tom Banton, looking to beat him on the inside edge again. Bant blocks away to Keith Barker.
Golf this week, Dreeks? What have you had any competitions?
I played down in Cornwall. But first, I must just mention to all the viewers, we have a double header coming up. Sunday, May the 29th, Somerset versus Essex Eagles and the Western Storm taking on the Sunrisers. Tickets available at tickets.somersetcountycricketclub.co.uk, or sorry, somersetcountycc.co.uk. Everyone knows a day here at Taunton watching one-day cricket is one that you cannot miss. So get online, book your tickets, because they will be selling out fast. Yeah, I was down in Cornwall last week, Bang, in a PGA Order of Merit, which is one of the bigger competitions throughout the calendar. I think there's 5 or 6 through the year. And I had a nice little top 10 finish, so I was pretty happy. Turned out net positive financially, so it's always good when you take a little winner's check that covers your expenses. It's been good, to be honest, Bang. I thought my first year as a professional golfer would just be outs and outs and outs, but yeah, I've actually done okay. Yeah, finishing quite high up and all. Well, I'm in good positions in the Order of Merit at the moment, and I've got on the back of that 3 starts on the Euro Pro in June, which is the next stage up for me. So really excited about that, playing at Donington Grove, Studley Wood and Camberwell Park. So Camberwell Park in particular in Bath is one that I'm familiar to. So very exciting times as Tom Banton shapes up to face Kyle Abbott into his 6th over. Bowling in towards Bantz's pads and he flicks it off of his legs down to fine leg Mohammed Abbas. Yeah, we must get a game again soon, mate. I could do with an extra tenner.
Well,
no, mate, you're striking it. You strike it too well. I don't want to give you too many shots.
if you wear those trousers you're wearing today, I'm sure they end up paying you money for them.
I wore these in the Cornish Festival. I had pink on day 3. I think these were day 2, and I had a nice lime green pair on day 1. Got to be colourful. If you can't play well, you've got to look the part at least.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Going back, we didn't get around to it because I think we got cut into. But you never bagged them. How many times do you reckon you were on naught from the first innings?
Enough to know that I lost a lot of night's sleep, because because Hildy used to, we used to like tease each other all the time about various facets of the game, but he used to know that there was absolute panic, if I was ever walking out to bat in the second innings and I had naught behind me on the first dig, there was always going to be a rogue shot coming. I can remember the closest I ever got. I can't remember who it was against. It might have been against Warwickshire, and I can remember first ball. No, I probably blocked out 5 or 6 balls, and I was just sweating, fierce sweat, and I just autopilot ran at the next ball, massive hack, and I nicked it over sort of first or second slip for a 1 bounce 4, and I can remember just the biggest sigh of relief. That was the closest I ever got to bagging them.
There's no surprise that Hildy was always on your case. Hildy is the biggest wooden spoon merchant and winding things up.
Oh mate, he's the silent assassin, isn't he?
Absolutely.
There are 2 people I've played with that I used to call one of them the Gator, the instigator. He was always the instigator of all the chaos in the dressing room, but never really involved. And that's Carl Gazzard. He's joining me later. But James Hildreth, I mean, I'd come into bat and it'd be like someone like, I don't know, Fidel Edwards bowling, and he'd come in and he goes, Dreeks, bowling rapid today. And it just like, he knew that it would wind me up. But I think he knew that would also get my beans going a little bit. So it was always fun. We had some great times bowling, batting together as Kyle Abbott finishes his 6th over. A really good leave there by Tom Banton. I think that's something that Tom's really improved. His judgment of his off stump seems to be getting a lot better. Yeah,
so during the winter, he sort of evolved his game by trying to hit the ball a lot straighter down the ground, to get the bat flow and get the process via his technique of when the ball's on off stump, hitting it straight back down towards the stumps, and not trying to over-emphasise the fact that he hits it well through leg side, so not trying to whip it too much. And off the back of that, with playing straighter and trying to play more balls down the ground, you then have to try and work out where your off stump is, get better at leaving balls at a 5th stump, and if you can get to 4th stump and leave them convincingly, then it's a lot better, because obviously then you can, on situations like this when pitches are nibbling around a little bit, it's tougher, and you've got to take a bit of time to get in before the ball gets hold. You can leave as many balls as possible. So I think he's gradually understanding the difference in red and white ball and getting to learn and experience different ways of doing it.
Yeah, no matter how good you are, there are a lot of idiosyncrasies within the game that you've got to learn and get comfortable with to be a real top performer. When I started later on in my career getting really interested in techniques, I always sort of had this, you know, because you can, kind of like the golf swing, you can clutter your mind with so many different theories. I always felt you've got to have a method that you believe in. I always felt that if my head moved up and down between stump to stump, nice and straight, you know, I always thought as a bowler, when I bowled at people that I felt their head was moving laterally across the wicket, they were going to be in trouble. So I always tried to move my head as straight as possible up and down the crease, up and down the wicket. And every ball that was delivered down had a destiny of where it should be hit. You know, if it, again, it's I know it sounds silly, but you know, playing across the line, especially early on, especially when it's nipping around or swinging, I think has a very short shelf life. And kind of like Matt Renshaw's wicket there, you know, playing too square, you end up at point of impact playing with a bit of a half a bat, don't you? So trying to play the ball in the V as much as possible. I always thought that if my conscious mind was thinking about hitting the ball from mid-on to mid-off, my ability as a player would take care of the wide balls naturally.
Yeah.
But if my focus was to play straight, I felt like I always played better and scored more consistently. What do you think about that, Marcus?
You're
Obviously,
I'm
certainly
wrong.
not a technician, but you would know better than I would.
Yeah, you're never going to go far wrong, I think, if you have that sort of approach and sort of game plan is what you're trying to do. If you're hitting as straight as possible, you're right, because we hit millions and millions of balls from a very young age, the bad ball is going to happen and you'll just naturally put it away. So whether it's a cut, a clip, a pull shot, whatever it would be, it's the ones in between that your technique will look after you. And if you build a basis of a technique that really is sound and solid, hence the reason why the best players in the world, Joe Root, you know, technically they're very sound in what they do, and it rarely goes outside of, you know, them making too many bad decisions. And when they do, their technique looks after them.
I like the way Tom's playing there, in particular that last ball. You know, it's a lesser player would have a little nibble at that one, but he's left it. He knows it's, you know, he's probably left that on height as well as line. You know, really organised. He's waiting, and I think that is kind of the art of batting. I'd love to go back to the 18-year-old me and have a chat with myself. You know, I would, you know, for so much of my career, I'd just be obsessed or thinking about where am I going to hit the next bad ball. But like you say, you've got to stay in long enough to get the bad balls, because they will come and you will naturally put them away if you're a decent player. I was always more focused on how many boundaries I was going to get hit or how many bad balls I could find, rather than looking after the good balls that would ultimately get me out. And I suppose that's the difference between an average batter like myself and a top-class one like you, Marcus. Geez, I'm getting nice in my old age, aren't I?
It's just because you're talking to people, isn't it?
Yeah, as soon as we're off air, I'm going to have to say something mean in a minute just to sort of...
Well, I've got to go now, so you can be as mean as you want to anybody else.
Never, certainly not while I'm sat in your pavilion, Marcus. It's been awesome talking to you this morning. Somerset move on to 54 for 2. Tom Banton 3, Tom Abel 6, both playing very solid in the face of some high-quality batting. Marcus,
love you and leave you.
Great to see you, great to speak to you, awesome insight, and we'll say no more about your England days of shining cricket balls.
Goodbye, Peter.
As Mohamed Abbas looks to start his first spell from the Marcus Roscothik Pavilion end. A change of ends. Will it bring a change of fortunes? Let's not hope. Let's hope not. Sorry, if you're a Somerset fan watching this morning. First ball shapes away. Tom Banton has a little bit of a nibble at that one. Looked like a good ball, but he played with tight hands. And that just avoided the outside edge. Instantly a change in the field. A leg side fielder comes over into the point gully region. Just seen that movement away. The bowler will be licking his lips now, seeing a bit of extra movement, maybe the preferred end for the seam bowlers today. Again, Mohamed Abbas runs in. Bowls a great area. That one nips back this time. That was the challenge that we saw from his first spell. Just a little bit of an offering both ways. Tom Banton and Tom Abel definitely going to have their work cut out for them over the next half an hour or so as we approach lunch. Absolutely crucial we don't lose too many more wickets, hopefully none at all. I mean, get into those sheds. Only 2 down. Harry has joined me again. Nice to see you back. Fill in the boots of Marcus Trescothick. No pressure. Vance onto the back foot, punches it into the offside and picks up a agreed single.
I remember that big boot he had after. Was it Lancashire? You were playing that game, weren't you? When he broke his toe and scored under. Was it his toe or his ankle? Scored under, wasn't it? George Barlow, I think he got a ton in the same game. Old Trafford a few years ago. Do you remember that one?
To be fair, Mark, he wasn't known for his running between the wickets, so he didn't need his feet. He just needed to be stood there and just belt the ball around. Awesome to watch.
We've had an answer to the trivia question. Did you hear that? Was that before you came on earlier?
The what question?
The trivia question. Do you remember the Lashings game 2003?
No, I don't. Oh, no.
Tom Abel needs to work on his football skills.
That is so unfortunate. He's played back to a ball, dropped it into the footholes. It started to spin back. He's had a kick at it, missed it. Oh, it's only just knocked the bail off. That is brutally unfortunate for the captain as he departs for 6, 55 for 3 now. Mohamed Abbas has had a change of fortune with the change of ends. And now a real job for the senior statesman, James Hildreth, coming in at number 5.
I don't think I've ever seen a ball go in such slow motion. The way it trickles back to the stumps, and he's had a go, isn't he? He's had 2 little goes to try and kick it away, and you've got to think of that, the presence of mind to see the ball trickling back and kick it away. Can you?
I think there's probably a moment where you think, am I allowed to kick it?
Yeah.
Because you've got the hit wicket thing, but obviously that's with your hand that's not attached to the bat. You could hit it away with your bat, you could kick it, you could headbutt it, you could do anything, but you can't touch it with your hands. But I think you would have that sort of split-second thing, is am I allowed to do this? Because it's so unusual to have to do it. I don't think I've seen that too many times. And Ames is a tidy footballer as well. I'd be disappointed with that very, very unlucky way to go. He was looking solid as James Hildreth strides to the crease with a very warm applause, so richly deserved.
Yeah, last home game here, Tom Abel got 70 and then his big 100 at Gloucester last week. A man in form. Captain gone. But yeah, James Hildreth, who got 23 at home to Warwickshire. He played some delightful cover drive and his back foot punches, but he's just found ways to get himself out this year. Do you think, will he be worried about his form, or will he's quite a positive bloke? Yeah,
I think, I saw him yesterday. He's very much of a mind of, enjoying his cricket. He's no spring chicken. He wants to enjoy his cricket, and that's always when James is at his most dangerous. I don't think he's ever scored an unattractive run in his career. He scores freely. I think he'll just be enjoying the challenge. He will embrace the challenge. There's nothing that James Hildreth hasn't seen before. We just hope he gets the start. That's the key for any high-quality player. If you get the start, that's when the scores come. He'll probably be disappointed he hasn't registered a triple-digit score so far as he strides forward. Hits him very, very high on the pad. Ian Blackwell denying or saying no. There'll be certainly a steward's inquiry if Ian Blackwell gives his old teammate out, that's for sure. Certainly not the case, but yeah, way too high up on the thigh pad.
I think they could have had a leg by, really. Tom Banton didn't fancy it. Hildreth started running, got almost halfway down. Ball going a backward point, and
yeah, I think there certainly was a run there. This is going to be a challenging spot. I've got a sense that Mohamed Abbas, with the ball, as me and Marcus spoke about, the lacquers off the ball, is definitely starting to do a little bit. If you notice, there's a big grey cloud over the Cooper Associates county ground at the moment, and the ball is definitely starting to talk. As James Hildreth drops the ball into the offside and probably does one of the most unattractive things I've ever seen him do on the field.
I think they're going to say drops onto his knees rather than drops the ball into his offside. Yeah, he looks so elegant and stylish, doesn't he? But
an interesting start there for James. But like I said, there's nothing he hasn't seen or done in his long, fantastic career here at Somerset. We hope he can bat long into the day. Somerset 55 for 3 after 25 overs. Really important 17 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, just got to get through, keep this partnership intact, and then nothing silly. Tom Banton, it's a Tom Banton day, says Hamza Sheikh on the YouTube comments.
You mentioned about a trivia question regarding a Lashings game. I'm completely unawares, but feel free to continue. I'm sure the viewers that were listening to that would be keen to know the answers.
So Liam Holly asked, in the 2003 Lashings game, Viv Richards was batting and he was caught famously off one of his hook shots. He was caught for 16. Who caught him? One person has tweeted me giving the correct answer, so I feel like we should reveal it. It's out on the Twitter sphere. Andy Hurry caught Viv Richards, and Peter Anderson immediately came on the PA ordering Andy Hurry to report to his office and explain himself.
Rightly so.
Great little anecdote from some great games here over the years. We've had some legends after legends playing in these games. It's great to see.
Keith Barker back into the attack. A change of ends for him as well. Will there be a change of fortune for him? We really, really hope not now, as the game is on a bit of a knife edge. 55 for 3, opting to bat first. It's probably the maximum amount of wickets you want to lose in the first session. You know it's going to be hard in the first session, but if you can get through that, the first half an hour of lunch, of the lunch interval, or sort of lunch period, lunch to tea period, this grey cloud that's hovering above the ground disappears. You can certainly start piling on the runs, but Somerset have got a lot of work to do this morning.
Interesting to see a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. I don't think Barker's going to resort to a short ball ploy yet. Do you think that's more of a bluff, or just aware of something back for length?
Well, it's psychological warfare, isn't it, at the end of the day? I mean, you don't have to bowl the ball, but it's just, you know, Tom is famous for playing the flamingo shot, through the air, out towards deep square leg. So it'll just put it's all about putting doubt in the opposition mind, and there's many ways to do it. I mean, the another ploy would be, for instance, if you moved extra cover and put an extra slip in, that doesn't mean you're going to go and bowl a load of half volley so he can hit you through extra cover. It means that he's saying, there's a gap there, mate. Do you want to have a go?
Have a go, yeah.
Just little bits of doubt, little seeds, little double bluffs here and there. Or as the late, great Shane Warne would say, reverse Malachi's.
I guess it almost acts as that leg stump full delivery that Banton can tick around the corner. That's not 4 runs, it's 1. They got that long leg and coming in.
Yeah, and that's the evolution of Tom Banton. To be honest, maybe a year ago he'd probably have a big whip at that, but now he seems to have that desire to bat for a long period. A James Hildreth, a Tom Abel, the quality high-scoring run scorers of Somerset's lineup. They're all day long just clipping that for 1 and getting up the other end. And as me and Bang spoke about, you're going to get your 4s here and there. It's just about occupying the crease for as long as possible in Championship cricket.
Meanwhile, across the town at Taunton Vale, Somerset 2s have finished their first innings. They're 156 for 5. Ben Green top scoring with 46 off 32 balls. Good to see Bartlett in the runs as well, 40 off 28. Van der Merwe also with 37 off 27, and decent north-hand side. We've got Zaid, Glover, Sales.
I'd like to have seen a few more runs out of Casey Aldridge. He's representing my club side on Saturday as a batsman.
Over in the batting,
so hopefully he can get a bit of batting form up behind him before he turns out for Western Supermare against Midsummer Norton on Saturday, the glamour tie.
Will he not bowl then on Saturday?
No, I don't think he's going to be bowling. He's saving all his overs for Somerset, and rightly so. So he'll be batting for Western Supermare.
Do you think he's got a chance of coming into the Somerset first team side as a batter?
I think a lot of things would have to happen for that to be the case at this stage, I would have said. I would.
He's still a bowler.
I think if Casey plays in Somerset's first team as a batter, I think there'll be a lot of question marks over the 7 or 8 batters he's got in front of.
Yeah, well,
as to what the hell's going on. But he's a talented lad. He's a big boy, strong boy. He can certainly give it a whack.
It's interesting seeing him opening these T20s.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is he bowling fit at the moment?
No, I think that must be a factor in it because he's not bowled as much as.
Yeah, maybe I get a feeling that he's not quite fully fit at the moment. So having an opportunity to swing the willow. He's a big lad. He's got to be 6'4", 6'5", and he certainly got the levers to be dangerous at the top of the order in a 20-over game.
Yeah, got 50 odd yesterday with Will Smead opening the batting. Maybe you can go and watch for free at Taunton Vale. Plenty of games this year you can go and watch for free. Wander around the boundary at Taunton Vale, and we've got the live stream, of course, as well, so you can double screen along with this.
A feast of cricket available on your devices as Tom Banton strides and knocks it into the offside. And they run a quick single. Somerset on to 57 for 3. Mohamed Abbas is looking dangerous. It's a big period here, these next 14 minutes before lunch.
I was just going to ask you, Jack Brooks bowled really well the other week at home here against Warwickshire. Didn't play against Gloucestershire. Pete Siddle came back into the side. Not playing again today. We know his age. We know what he can do. How do you think he'll be feeling playing second team these last couple of weeks after a really good bowl in the Somerset 1 shirt?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, you have your... I wouldn't say it is a preference or a picking order. There is obviously naturally a first choice attack, but Jack Brooks certainly fits into that. But there's, long county seasons, there's going to have to be a rotation period. And I think if you look at the 11 today, in the seam bowling department, you've got Peter Siddle, Josh Davey, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory. And I suppose the question is to Jack Brooks, are you disappointed being dropped for those other 4 guys? And he'd probably say no if he was honest. But we also, on the flip side of that, know that if he did replace any of those 4, he would do a great job. So that's the strength of the club, and that's really important. And I'm sure, knowing Jack, being a good team man, that he'll be aware of that, and he will know he'll get his chances. Just the same as when Josh Davey gets left out for Jack Brooks, or maybe not Craig Overton, but someone else will miss out to Jack Brooks at some stage. And as a collective, as a team, which is what the club, are all about, it's going to happen. You can't... it's one of the great things with cricket management and the politics within the club. 15 does not go into 11.
Quite. It's great to have that strength and depth, isn't it? Martin DeLanger's not even getting a game, and he's blowing second teams apart. It's
exactly. That's something
strength.
that, you failed to mention, at the start of the conversation, Martin DeLanger. I mean, what a performer he is. Again, any of those 4, you slide Jack Brooks and Martin DeLanger into this attack. It's looking good. You need 50, 60 games of cricket across the 3 formats in a county season. You are not getting 4 bowlers playing every game. So good depth in the club at the moment as Keith Barker starts his run.
Only 1 man deep on the leg side of James Hildreth. Good run in the previous over, wasn't it? Just good to see Hildreth getting off the mark with that push to wide mid-on and accelerating through the 22 yards and getting off the mark and putting a bit of pressure on the field. He still scurries through pretty quickly, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a good athlete, James. I mean, he's not known for huge amounts of footwork. If anything, he plays slightly more back than he does forward. Bowling short to him is not the plan. So they'll be looking to push it up a bit fuller to James as he strides gracefully into the ball. Pushes it to mid-off. Dot ball. 58 for 3. Keith Barker and Mohamed Abbas. All of a sudden, it's amazing the overhead conditions, what they do. I've really got a sense that the ball was nipping around sharply when that grey cloud was overhead. Now it's about half a mile away, and all of a sudden we've got now a lovely bit of blue sky, and all of a sudden the ball just looks like it's just calmed down a little bit. So long may that continue. Might be just my perception, but it is amazing the difference. I mean, I think it's one of the famous sayings from Headingley. Don't look up. Sorry, don't look down, look up. Yeah. When you decide the toss at Headingley, certainly does have an influence on what the ball does. Anyone with intelligence and IQs way above my own, please feel free to tweet me at Triegs140. Please describe to me or explain why one grey cloud would make a difference to a red Duke cricket ball? If anyone can answer that for me, I would be absolutely delighted, and we can have a great conversation on here this afternoon. Feel free to tweet me at Triegs140 this afternoon. What do you need to be? What would be the qualification? Would you have to be a... No, not an astronomer. That's the wrong word, isn't it? A geologist? No, is that more
meteorologist?
So any meteorologists,
Geologist
astrologists, geologists, anything that finishes in an ologist.
Psychologist?
A psychologist is definitely needed from time to time. Your opinion will be valued, and I will sift through the information. Hopefully, we can get a volume of answers and have a real good debate on the cumulonimbus rhombus's effect on a Duke red ball. That was good, wasn't it?
That was very good.
Hey,
I remember that.
I got an E in geography and my GCSEs as well, but I do remember the old rhombus nimbus thing.
I'm not sure rhombus is actually a thing, but
that might be a muscle.
You can make it rhomboid. Rhombus. While we segue into all sorts of chat, we've got an exciting fan in the crowd, Michael Cooper, Plymouth Argyle goalkeeper, who's been touted for a promotion up. He's mates with Tom Lammerby. He's in the crowd. You might be able to see him on your screen now. Good to see a former footballer. They had a poor finish to the season, did Argyle, but he's enjoying his summer break now. Watching some cricket.
Good. It's been lonely being the only high-quality goalkeeper in the Cooper Associates County Ground. If he wants to pop up and have a little chat with us, he'd be more than welcome. We can talk all things football.
Bristol
I'm sure
City
he's flying off to Marbella or somewhere fancy for his post-season holiday. Who knows? As Mohamed Abbas runs into bowl to Tom Banton. Ball leaps off of a length through to the keeper.
Dare say Michael Cooper could be a wicket keeper. Generally, say footballers can catch, and goalkeepers, wicket keepers. Did that ever tempt you to be a wicket keeper?
No, I reckon the worst job you could. Wicket keeper is like is a close second to being a short leg fielder.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, all keepers are mad as a box of frogs. They're all absolutely crackers. Very, very, eccentric characters normally. Smelly hands as well, with all the dinners they wear for 6 hours a day.
Peter Crouch podcast I've been particularly enjoying. He's interviewed Aaron Ramsdale and David James, and just absolutely rinsing the football goalkeepers. I love it.
Yeah, I think
odd characters, aren't they?
I think, yeah. Well, being a goalkeeper, I do think you have to have a very thick skin, because everything's your fault. If you make a worldie, no one even mentions it. A save, and the other 10 players make a load of howlers, and you concede the goal, but it's the goalkeeper's fault. I mean, I think it does lend itself to being a certain character. Abbas runs into bowl. Tom Banton, getting a big stride in. Looks like he's batting at least a foot out of his crease. So taking a real positive approach towards the bowler, trying to negate that lateral movement a little bit.
Yeah, I remember Ben Stokes doing that in a test match to Abbas a couple of years ago. That sort of, he's not quick, is he? He's going to bowl it on that line. If you know where he's going to pitch it, so if you can get there, make the ball full, negate the swing and seam.
Well, so far our only tweet in from Liz is "It's science in it."
No ologist on the end. Scienceologist? Don't really work.
Yeah, we need some ologists on.
Come on, surely we've got some ologists.
On my Twitter feed. I haven't got many ologists.
No, I mean, I very
sure
rarely.
there's a is it Fleming who's does he call himself the bowlologist?
The sweepologist.
Damien Fleming is the bowlologist.
What about the big bash player who sweeps everything? The sweepologist. Brisbane Heat. What's his name?
I wonder where Damien Fleming is and what time zone he's in. Maybe I should live tweet a video to him asking him his theory on grey clouds and swinging balls. If you call yourself the bowlologist, surely you know. I mean, I don't know if the cameraman can face the camera towards me after this ball. I'll show you his Twitter profile. Tom Banton faces an absolute brute of a delivery. There we go. We have the bowl. He is the bowlologist. Oh no, that's not right. Yeah, there we go. The bowlologist. Damien Fleming, he's got to know about overhead conditions and swinging balls.
Not related to Ian Fleming, who wrote James Bond series, of course.
So.
No, the sweepologist, Alex Ross, that's the man I'm thinking of. Sweeps everything in the Big Bash. Great to watch him play spin with just a horizontal bat every shot. Reverse sweep, slug sweep, paddle sweep, orthodox sweep. What other ologists can we get into chat? That's going to be our theme of the day, is it? It's going to stick.
I'm just going to go off air for 2 minutes. I'm going to tweet the bowlologist, see if we can get some input from him. Hopefully I don't wake him up at night, but you know, in the seek of the information that our viewers need, this could be a breakthrough moment.
Pete to my left is struggling with a camera, filming himself. Keith Barker's going to continue from the River End while we've got a technical struggle with holding a video button on the camera next to me here. Do you want me to hold it for you?
Right, I think I've got to make a video, then send it instead of doing it live. I was about to go live on air. That would have been embarrassing, wouldn't it?
No comment.
Hi Damien, Peter here, Somerset County watching a 4-day championship match against Hampshire. There's a big grey cloud that came over the ground, all started moving around quite a lot. Now it's blue skies and it's just stopped swinging in the wings. As you are the bowlologist, can you please explain this phenomenon? Please get back to the mental state of the commentary box and the Somerset live stream fans.
Don't worry, we haven't gone off air. We just paused for a few seconds there while Pete Trigger to my left just did a little voice message to the bowlologist, Damien Fleming. Keith Barker just bowled a dot ball there and showed a bit of his Blackburn Rovers, Rochdale Town and Northwich Victoria football skills as he defended back from James Hildreth with his left and right boots. A little bit of skills for us. So we've got, what have we got? Just 2 more balls till probably is going to be lunch. I don't think we're going to sneak in another over here. Keith Barker's in no rush. He fancies a bit of a lunch break. Hampshire will be fairly happy with 58 for 3. Somerset, solid opening partnership again, but just as Marcus Scothick walked into the box, Tom Lamberby went, and then soon after, Matt Renshaw and Tom Abel, probably the most unfortunate of all, with the ball rolling onto his off peg, and he nearly kicked it away. Keith Barker might have to give him a football lesson at lunchtime to protect his stumps.
Harry, I'm back in the room.
You're back in, thank you.
I've been in touch with the bowlologist. We'll see what happens.
He might not reply till the game's finished because it's probably night time where he is, isn't it?
Well, it's actually, I've had a reply that sounds relatively feasible, which is good, as Keith Barker looks to exploit this phenomenon. He throws one down the leg side to James Hildreth. Smartly taken by Ben Brown behind the stumps. Somerset move on to 58 for 3. As we break for lunch, I think it's something to do with pushing low pressure, denser air around the ball and having more air for the ball to create turbulence. But he's not an ologist. He's not an ologist, but that kind of...
God, that's a bit deep, isn't it? I'm not sure my brain's on it anymore. I've not got my A-level science textbook in front of me.
That makes a bit of a... That sort of resonates with me. And another one, it's 10 p.m. in Melbourne. And this is from Ned, one of my old colleagues at KC South Melbourne, where I used to play a bit of grade cricket. As we finish here, the first session of this championship match against Hampshire at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Somerset move on to 58 for 3 after 30 overs. The game is finally poised as the groundsmen come out to do their greenkeeping and the players refresh. A massive middle session coming up. Please join us a bit later. Hopefully the bowlologist would have been in touch and we'll have lots of ology, science and cricket to entertain you with this afternoon.
We're going to leave you with a £10 Wii cricket bat, the likes of George Bartlett, Ben Green and co trying to smash it to pieces in the indoor school. An entertaining watch, so do have a watch and we'll have a 40-minute break and we'll be back to carry on talking about ologists and whatever else Pete Trigo fancies segueing on to.
we're on our way to Somerset. We've got 2 cheap cricket bats in the back of the car.
Yeah.
And basically we're going to see if we can snap them. Oh, we've made it. Well, 20. So what do I need to say, I guess? Yeah, if you introduce yourself and just kind of say first impressions on the bat with class.
Hi, it's Rolf van der Merwe here from Somerset County Cricket Club. It's a brilliant practice. Love the stickers, but I won't be going out and buying one of these.
All good? Yeah, it's running.
Hi, George Bartlett from Somerset County Cricket Club. Right arm rockets, bit thin, bit light. That's good, but not sure how it's going to go.
Which camera?
This one.
Ben Green, all-rounder of sorts. This bat is an ND, never heard of it. Don't really like it, but we'll see how it goes.
Hi, I'm Tom Abel. Seen better bats, if I'm honest. I'm someone that could do with all the help I can get, so I could be in a bit of trouble today.
So what's the plan? Just try and wallop a few. Block it and you'll bump me. Deal, mate.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Cheers. Mate, that could be 6 off 1.
Do you see the smile on his face? Oh, that's climbed in. That's got to be 6. That's got to be 6 outside, surely.
Do you reckon?
Okay. I guess you probably haven't paid for a cricket bat for a while.
For a while. I reckon the last bat that I paid for, £160.
Okay.
That was about 10 times as good as that. So I'm going with £16.
16 quid. All right, there we go. There we go. There's the first offer on the table.
I mean, you can't tell even. There's barely any damage to it.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Any game plan here for us?
Well, I suppose just make contact.
Okay.
Oh, I like it.
It'll last forever like that.
Big swing, no ding, buddy.
Oh, this is so. I'm terrified stood here pointing this way.
You know the big brown red thing? Yeah, you got to hit that one.
Still going.
Keep going, boy.
This is taking an absolute battery.
Yeah, it is.
How was that?
It wasn't too bad.
No?
I only hit half the ball, so but I never could feel whether I've mishit it or timed it. So it's
Right.
all the same feeling almost, but yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Is there any damage on it?
Nah,
No, nothing at all.
good value for money this. I'll pay 25 quid.
25. Hello.
That's all right.
Turned off the camera, so.
He's not dying wondering, is he, George?
Oh dear. Top of the bat. Awful bat. First one of the year. Missed a straight one. Oh, that's big. That's big. Nah, that's big.
I think it's just showing that I can't bat.
I think we could.
Well, there with that bat. It's beautiful. You just got to swing as hard as you can. I
Yeah.
don't think it's one for like nurdling it in, gap timing through gaps.
I mean-
30 quid.
Some 30 quid, Kes.
We got a little crack in there.
Oh yeah.
That's the only thing.
Pressure, bud.
That was so good.
Hope he bowls you a bumper first rock.
Yeah.
Told him to.
Where I'm at the moment, that'll hit me straight on the noggin.
I can't quite believe it's still going, but there is a little crack on it.
I think I've peaked there.
See, that's it.
Have a look behind square.
See, that's gone like a rocket. Have you got any of those in you, Kes?
No, I haven't.
Nothing at all.
No, not really.
There he is. There he is.
Got it all.
Striking.
They're going to go home. I'll feed you, don't worry. Oh, yes. Already.
Some of these are 6 outside, aren't they? Yeah.
Genuinely, they'll be.
Gen-
Yeah. It's up to 30 quid. Don't feel as though you have to
Up to 30 quid?
Don't feel as though you have to.
£29.99.
£29.99, okay.
Bargain.
Once again, we'd like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. It's just a few miles from us here. And they look after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. We're delighted that several of their representatives have joined us here at the grounds today. You're very, very welcome. We do appreciate your continued support. Can I also remind you of that breaking news this morning that I brought you just before play started, that England and Sussex bowler Geoffrey Archer has been ruled out for the season after being diagnosed with a stress fracture to the lower back. We have a wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available today for you from Stragglers, the concessions in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion, the Somerset Bar in Somerset Stand Block 1. We have the Salt and Malt Fish and Chip Bar in the Lord Bothwell Stand together with the Botham Bar. Each concession fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options. Members receive a 10% discount. Please remember we are a cashless venue, so please take your cards. Tickets for all of our home matches, including the women's test match, which we're very much looking forward to staging here. Also England Lions versus South Africa and Somerset versus the Sri Lanka Development 11 are still currently available, and you can buy those via our website or just pop into reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. You also have memberships still available for 2022. Membership categories to suit everyone. If you are a member, please also remember that you can redeem your guest passes by logging onto your online account, where the guest passes can be found within the section called Advantage. The guest passes may be redeemed up to 1 hour before gates open on a match day. The former Somerset captain Jamie Cox will be the guest speaker in the county room at our Vitality Glass clash against Essex Eagles. That's on Sunday, May the 29th. The only way that you can see Jamie on the day is to book into one of our county room hospitality packages. Jamie played over 200 matches for Somerset, scoring over 10,000 runs. He also masterminded Somerset's 2001 C&G Trophy. Two of this match. Members are welcome to attend these sessions. Please show your membership cards on entry. Thank you.
There really is a wow factor here at King's, and every child has opportunities to find out their passions and interests that they didn't even know they had. Whether you are sporty or musical or into drama, the facilities on offer across the schools are incredible. We have a specialist cricket centre, a new golf facility, sparkling cookery schools, modern DT centres. There really is space to do it all.
Bradford's is here for the trades and DIYers turning gardens from this to this spring. Come to us for decking, sleepers, topsoil, paving, for the little jobs, the big jobs, to save yourself a few quid jobs. We're here for Kelly and Dan rolling up their sleeves, for Dave and the lads getting it done. But we're not for Kevin. He should probably go somewhere else. It's about trade quality, expert advice and awesome deals in branch and online. For building supplies, choose Bradford's.
We hope our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance, and their representatives here today are enjoying the cricket. It's great to see them with us. Thank you for your support for 2022. I know that some of them are giving out some fun giveaways while they're with us, so very much appreciated. WPA Health Insurance, our principal county championship partner for 2022. If you're looking for the perfect sporting social event, why not treat yourself to a bottomless brunch on the day of LV Insurance County Championship Cricket. This option costs just £35 per person, including VAT, and you'll receive entry to the ground, an extensive brunch menu, unlimited Prosecco mimosas, Bloody Marys, Korev, Shipyard or soft drinks between 11 and 12:30. So please come along, fill your boots. Enjoy that, it's £35 per person. Please contact us here at reception in the Marcus Trust Gothic Pavilion to book your places. The Taunton Area Committee is holding a Royal Ascot Ladies' Day in the County Room. That's on Thursday, June the 16th. The event begins at 12 o'clock and includes an arrival drink, a 2-course cold meat lunch and afternoon tea. Tickets for this event cost £30 per person and are available from members of the Taunton Area Committee. That's on Thursday, June the 16th, a Royal Ascot Ladies' Day, organised by the Taunton Area Committee. It's time to welcome back our match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Alex Wolf. Good afternoon, gentlemen. The Hampshire team are led back out after lunch by Captain James Vince. Somerset resume after lunch on 58 for 3. Please welcome back Tom Banton on 6 and James Hildreth on 1.
Afternoon, folks. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, or welcome to if you haven't joined us this morning. But if you haven't, I would ask why. Somerset are in action. They are batting against Hampshire, County Championship Division 1. Somerset skipper Tom Abel won the toss and decided to have a bat after a pretty sedate first hour. Watchful. Somerset would have been really pleased with how they got on. Well, suddenly Pete Trigo came on for commentary and 3 wickets fell. Somerset 58 for 3. So Tom Banton is going to resume. He's unbeaten on 6. James Hildreth batting at 5 this year. He is unbeaten on 1. Wickets to fall so far with the opener Matt Renshaw caught by Liam Dawson at second slip off Ian Holland. Tom Lammonby, the fellow opener, also caught by Dawson. This time Carl Abbott was the wicket taker. And Tom Abel, well, it says bowled by Mohammed Abbas, but Tom Abel was really unlucky. Played a backward defensive shot, ball bounced down, Abel turned around, went to kick it to avoid it hitting his stumps, but unfortunately his footballing skills weren't quite up to scratch. So the informed Tom Abel had to go for 6. Sam Dowling here with Harry Everett. Hampshire will be pleased with that morning, Harry, won't they?
Yeah, fairly balanced morning, I would say. Somerset will be happy that they got through the new ball the first 12 overs unscathed, but then Hampshire did come roaring back.
Going to have Mohammed Abbas ball in hand from this Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. He's got 1 for 11 off what's now 8.1 overs. He and Keith Barker opened the bowling. Abbas started off from the river end. Barker from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. They've both since switched. Ian Holland's had a bowl, Carl Abbott's had a bowl. They've been excellent with the ball, Hampshire. Keith Barker, a little bit unlucky not to have a wicket. He's bowled 10 overs, 6 maidens, naught for just 7 runs.
And that the first 2 balls just showing how much swing Abbas is getting. The first one swung down the leg side. Not the first time Ben Brown struggled. He's misjudged one. He's dropped one that it's not a bye this time, but it's swinging so much. And then the control of Abbas to then bowl a beautiful outswinger that's then gone nearly to first slip. You almost need a wicketkeeper at first slip and a wicketkeeper at leg slip. The ball's swinging so much. It's just a real talent is Mohamed Abbas with that new ball. And we say new ball, it's 30 overs old now, but still going some.
This ball is actually 30 overs old as well. A new batch of Duke's balls. There has been some issues with the balls used so far this season. Lots of bowlers unhappy. Lots of balls being changed. I was at the Middlesex Nottinghamshire game last week. Inside 8 overs in one innings, they changed a ball. Brilliant to have Marcus Trescothick before lunch with us. T20 winner in 2005 with Somerset. We've got another member of that side joining us a little bit later on this afternoon. Carl Gazzard of Cooper Associates will be in for an hour or so. Look forward to chatting to him.
Bit of a Cooper theme. We had Michael Cooper, the Plymouth Argyle goalkeeper in the crowd. Cooper Associates County Ground. Dan Cooper pressing the buttons to our left. Not all related. They're all separate with the same surname, but a lovely sunny afternoon now with plenty in. Big crowd at the Cooper Associates County Ground this afternoon, and a real contest. This could be one of the games of the round, I would say. It's not. I wouldn't call it a derby. I wouldn't call it a local rivalry. It's just the history of the games with Somerset and Hampshire. That Carl Abbott spell, the 17 wickets in the match. Then the game at the start of this season was slightly ravaged by Somerset's injuries and Brooks and Gregory, going down with COVID the night before, and of course Overton wasn't allowed to play because of the England duty, and Casey Aldridge and Ned Lennon came in. Casey Aldridge came in as a bowler to bat 9, but the last couple of weeks he's been opening the batting for the Somerset second team. I'm going to keep mentioning they are live on YouTube too, just a couple of miles from here, the Taunton Vale Cricket Ground, where Taunton Cricket Club play, and the Somerset seconds playing Northants. Good single from Tom Banton into the leg side. I mean, really they could have pushed for 2. The deep square leg man is a long way back. Hampshire starting with a long leg and a deep square leg to Abbas, bowling to Banton, which is slightly surprising because Abbas isn't one who's going to drop short. It's not quick enough really to force Banton to play much off the back foot, but Banton can be a destructive puller when he gets a chance. Will be Keith Barker to continue from the River End. Do get in touch with myself on Twitter, however_14. We're not Sammy D anymore. I feel sad not being able to say Sammy D. Sam J. Darling.
You can still say it, just no one will be able to find me.
That's cool. And we should mention we had a special presentation at lunchtime. Trescothick and Andy Caddick, who were both dressed up in their suits in the press box this morning, presenting the county caps to Matt Renshaw and Peter Siddle, the Australians in the Somerset side. So that was great to see.
I asked Trescothick, I wondered if it was Peter Trigo ribbing him for wearing a Taunton School hoodie last time that had caused a change in attire.
Talked about dropping short, and Keith Barker is a rather different bowler to Mohamed Abbas, and that is a short ball. A poor start from Keith Barker after lunch. We said how well he bowled. 10 overs for 7, and in one ball he's slightly ruined those figures with 10.1 overs for 11.
Yeah, and a milestone of sorts there for Tom Banton. That's 1,000 first-class runs in his career. Very early days in his first-class career, and this is a big innings for him. Nice to see him batting at 4 this year for Somerset. It's where he enjoyed some success a couple of years back in 2019. Just see him using his feet, that step towards Keith Barker. But very much a man who wants to succeed in the red ball game. And there'll be no finer time to do it in what is against a fine attack here, really. Barker, Abbas, Abbott, Ian Holland we've seen. We haven't seen James Fuller yet. It's a real testing environment for Tom Banton.
So Barker's got a short mid-wicket, and deep square leg, deep long leg. And that is an inside edge from Tom Banton, prodding forward and Manages to get a 1 out to the umpire at square leg. Umpires Wharf and Blackwell, as we so often see at Somerset. Ian Blackwell, of course, who's played with these so many men within the commentary box. Trico, Tchaikovsky, Caddick, even Cole Gazzard would have played. The local cricketer. It's great to see people going into umpiring. Who's there? There's a Worcestershire bowler, Jack Chantry, is it? He's on his
ball off the wrong foot.
Yes, he's on his umpiring badges, which is great to see. Career in cricket after the game, not just in the commentary box and the media centres, but umpiring too. Yeah, good bowler, Jack Chantry, wasn't he? Left armour. You say off the wrong foot. That's what you remember it for, isn't it? As soon as someone says Jack Chantry, you think wrong foot.
Yeah, not straight out of the coaching manual, but then, you know, similar to someone like Alan Richardson, who's the bowling coach at Worcestershire. Not textbook.
That's a player miss from James Hilder. That's a good ball from Keith Barker. We've had plenty of chat this morning about the England selection and who should be selected, who was selected. Zach Crawley's been out of form, really. He was perhaps lucky to get into the England squad. He's responded with a 50, him and Ben Compton. A decent opening partnership before lunch. He got to his 50 before lunch, just his second half century of the season.
James Hildreth on strike. Ian Blackwell was playing in James Hildreth's first-class debut all those years ago. 286 first-class games now for James Hildreth, but it was the Ian Blackwell game. I think he scored 247 against his former teammates, Derbyshire.
Wasn't he playing for Wendon just a couple of years ago, Ian Blackwell?
Blackwell did, yeah. He played for North Perrott for a bit with, I think Mike Burns might have played there too. All the Irish boys, the Taunton Town footballers, had their testimonial not so long ago. I'm sure it was Blackwell and Burns playing. It was certainly Blackwell and another.
Yeah, I should just chatting to Dan and Richard Walsh at lunchtime all about the games at North Perrott, and there's been some decent games of cricket there over recent years. I remember James Hilder scoring some runs for Somerset.
Max Waller got double 100 there.
Yeah.
North Peverton is what I meant. Abbas from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Yeah, I get those mixed up. Sorry, North Peverton is where Blackwell played, and Burns too.
I'll forgive you for mixing North Perrott and North Petherton. That's
you know what I'm like with names, sorry.
Back on the England openers watch, sadly, Alex Lee didn't quite make it to lunch. Pete Trigger and I got a bit distracted with ologists and meteorology before lunch, so we didn't really give many county scores in the last 45 minutes.
I was going to ask you to live videoing Damien Fleming, wasn't it?
Yeah, don't quite know. Don't blame me.
Just see how far forward Banton's getting there. Just taking almost a couple of steps towards Abbas, just to try and negate some of that swing. No real pace, never had any real, I mean, it's quick enough for club cricketers, but at this level, his pace has always been a bit like Vernon Philander used to be, 77, 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, I thought, without looking at stats, if I were to guess, I reckon Philander would be slightly quicker than Abbas. But yeah, not much in it. I'd say Philander's more athletic, more muscly built. Big fan of Vernon Philander when he bowled here for Somerset. Very underrated bowler, one of those that just works hard for all day long and nibbles it around. And Dale Steyn would take a lot of the glory. And Morkel, of course, but Philander was superb.
Wasn't he going to come back?
Yes,
COVID
he was.
Get in the way of that.
I was very excited for him to come back, actually, because when I sort of first started watching cricket here as a teenager, he was the overseas, and we went to Dean Elgar, Abdurrahman, and Tom Cooper. And so excited to see Vernon Philander come back. And he's done a bit of coaching in the last couple of years, hasn't he? He retired in December 2019, the Vernon Philander. The Test series against England was his last international series.
Yeah, super bowler.
He came out of retirement for his domestic side, Western Province, but slightly different to professional level. Again, a few tweets coming in.
Again, Banton on the back foot there, but you just see where you can see where he finishes. A good yard or two outside his crease.
We were talking before lunch about the trivia question. about Andy Harry Sarge coming and taking that great catch off Viv Richards in the friendly Lashings game here, and I have to call him Mr. Bird, my IT teacher. Somerset Grockles just tweeted me from 10 metres to my left saying, yes, Andy Harry ran 30 yards and dove. That's a good point here. He's an IT teacher, not an English teacher, so I won't criticise him. I've always wondered, is it dove, the past tense of dived, dove, not dove?
Big appeal there from Mohamed Abbas. He thinks he's got his man. Umpire's unmoved. Hampshire was celebrating. Tom Banton wasn't that interested in it either.
I thought he was turning and walking, you know.
Umpire Blackwell says no. It was almost as if it was only Abbas that really thought he'd got him.
I think you say it's only Abbas.
He was. They're still talking about it. The end result is Tom Banton is still there, and Mohamed Abbas is bowling beautifully.
On the replay, it doesn't look to be any bat involved, but you're right. It looked convincing from the fielder's reaction, and the way Tom Banton sort of tucked his bat and turned straight away. But I think he was.
It was the end of the over, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't going to walk off. Anyway, yes, Andy Harry took that incredible catch and stood there with the ball above his head to silence the crowd who'd all come to watch Viv Richards bat. Another great take from Ben Brown on the leg side. Gosh, it's not easy to keep to this superb Hampshire bowling attack, but sometimes the better the bowling attack, or the more they swing it in overcast conditions at different paces, at different line and lengths, at different angles of tall left arm compared to, not skiddy, but slightly shorter right arm swingers from Abbas means there's a lot of work to do for Ben Brown. Of course, Lewis McManus joined Northants at the start of the year. Firstly, it was only on a 4 weeks loan, but he's staying up north for a bit longer as Ben Brown is the #1 wicketkeeper.
All happened rather quickly, that, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was, yeah, slightly odd circumstances. Not the McManus move, but it was the Rossington move to Essex.
Yeah.
That suddenly forced Northants into the loan market. McManus was the first choice keeper at Hampshire last year. Good cricketer. But once Ben Brown was signed, he was always going to be usurped as #1. Always enjoy Somerset Hampshire games. I mean, there was the 3 years in a row, 3 or 4 years, where you could almost guarantee Somerset and Hampshire would be in the T20 finals day. And there was that final, the run out that could have been Dan Christian with the runner. But they were such a good side back then. Still are. I quite fancy them again this year. Got Ben McDermott coming in as an overseas player. Pushed into the offside by Hildreth. Who else have they signed? They signed an Australian bowler to Hampshire.
Kelly? Oh,
no,
Hampshire,
no,
sorry. I thought we were back to
just for the T20. Oh, name escapes me. I've got it on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, Hampshire bowler. Give me the state side he's playing for and I'll get it for you.
What I'm going to have to do is revert to the county ins and outs. A brilliant web page. One of my favourite counties. Oh, under edge there from Hildreth. Just a waft outside off stump. That could have gone anywhere. In the end, it went down to Mohamed Abbas, who does the fielding at fine leg.
A slight change of field here. Now it's going to be this ploy where whenever Tom Banton's on strike, there's a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. I obviously think this is whoever's bowling, they think Banton likes to go hard and square for the wicket.
Nathan Ellis.
Nathan Ellis, yes. Hobart Hurricanes.
Correct.
Interesting sort of gather, the way he holds the ball and runs to the crease. Not express, but balls in good areas. So slower balls and variation in the T20 game. Yes, I was trying to keep us up to date with some lunchtime county scores. So Alex Lees didn't quite make it to 50. He was out for 44 just before lunch. Durham 81 for 1 against Middlesex. Roland Jones getting the wicket. Rian Ahmed went for a duck on his championship debut at 17, which is a shame. He's in the side to bowl spin. Leicestershire slumping to 61 for 6 is not the 17-year-old spinner's fault. And yeah, Nick Brown and Wesley took Essex to lunch after Alistair Cook went surprisingly early. Yeah, Lancashire. I reckon Lancashire, Surrey and Hampshire are top 3 sides in the division at the moment, and they'll be pushing for the top of the top spot, which Surrey have held for the first couple of weeks, but this round could be pretty pivotal in the momentum.
Do you think they can hold on to that once they lose? I mean, it's a hell of a squad.
I think they can. They've got such strength in depth, yeah. That's another beauty from Mohamed Abbas. He's done Hildreth all ends up. He's done Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper 10 yards back, all ends up. And it's only because he's not particularly quick that it hasn't gone for 4 byes. He's been stopped by the fine leg man and running across to keep it to 2. But Abbas has got the ball on a string here, swinging too much for the batter and the wicketkeeper to stop it. And the other Division 1 game I haven't mentioned too much this morning at Headingley. Tom Lowton, another bowler who's a young lad coming through, playing the Royal London Cup, and he's done well this morning. But Yorkshire dropped a couple of catches, but Warwickshire 58 for 4. Patson 2 for 14 from his 8 overs. Fisher's been injured, of course, and there's no Harris Ralph or Ben Coders. Hildreth comes down a wicket and whips it through leg side for 2 runs. And that's aggressive from Hildreth, pushing Abbas off his length. But I think now the ball's a little bit older and softer. Hildreth, yeah, he's only on 4, but he's been there a little bit of time now to get his eye on a bit. That it's probably a safer shot to use your feet. There's plenty of gaps on the leg side. I guess if he sees the away swing, he'll just drop his hands and let the ball go through to Brown. But I think coming into his pads, he can just whip through the leg side. Abbas is getting the fine leg man to go a little bit squarer now, down in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That's a very good line of length from Abbas, and Hildreth is solid in defence. We haven't done a flat watch yet today, every time.
Well, there's so many in the ground that you think almost everyone's here. It's an amazing crowd, really, for day 1 of a county championship, and we shouldn't be surprised. Almost every stand is well populated. I'd guess it's the highest county championship attendance of the season so far here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
I'd go along with that.
It's always nice when we agree, isn't it?
And then we have a disagree. Full strength from James Hildreth driving. Highest day in terms of ticket sales of the official line coming from our left.
One of the many Coopers. We're good, aren't we? See, we called that.
Absolutely.
We did all right. I can see.
The temporary stand in that's not been used yet. That's here ready for the T20s. The Somerset Sri Lanka game a week on Friday. Somerset at Kent for the first blast game. Temporary stand towards the car park. And again, Hildreth's using his feet, so he's unnecessarily, the ball's thrown at the stumps from second slip when Hildreth's back in his ground. But so he's used his feet, he's gone to block that into the offside. Missed the bat and gone through. Abbas will try and get the ball to swing away from Hildreth, catch the outside edge.
One more ball and then we'll have a double change. A new opening combo, I think. These 2 men that probably would have opened the batting together at some point in one-day cricket for Somerset. No, they're both looking at me going, oh no. Carl Gazard's going, Peter Trigo was way too far down the order in my day.
Wouldn't have lasted long enough. Abbas, 38 on his back, and Hildreth is staying in his crease this time, just defending that into the offside. And we will make that double substitution. Sam and Harry out, Carl Gazard and Pete Trigo in. 69 for 3 after 35 overs.
Nice start from Bance and Hildy. This afternoon session, 69-4-3, big session ahead. Sun is out. Good time to bat as I welcome ex-Somerset wicketkeeper, ex-teammate. Played a lot of cricket, junior and senior, with this man, Carl Gazard.
Hello,
Welcome
Peter.
to the commentary box, Carl.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Great to see you, mate. It's, luckily, it's not a massive commute for you from work.
It didn't take too long, but like we said, we need a bit of a stretch now after walking up the steps.
Yeah, it was a tough walk. We got 3 flights of stairs, and I think we both got to the top of them about 5 minutes ago. And I said to Carl, I really need to get back in the gym, because we were both blowing a little bit, but that's the beauty of being an ex-sportsman, not a current one. You don't have to be as fit as you used to be. As Barker comes into Banton, leaves well alone that very wide delivery. Yeah, but you're looking in good nick. The old, probably what, a 15.5, 16-inch collar. You're looking nice and trim. You're looking after yourself, Carl. It's nice to see.
That's probably a good shout, Peter. 15.5.
Yeah, there we go. Well,
I don't know about looking after myself, but I'm here to tell the tale, so I must be doing something okay.
Well, someone must be. As Barker turns to run in again to Tom Banton. Played a watchful innings so far. He's moved on to 12, batting noticeably at least 12 inches, I'd say, outside of his crease, looking to negate that movement. You know, not a massive amount of pace from Keith Barker. He's more going to do you with sort of skills, lateral movement. So Bance has taken that decision to move out of his crease, negating that movement. Something, an option you would have taken, Carl?
I probably would have been out by now, to be honest with you, Peter. Tom's playing a very patient innings, isn't he?
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's developed as he strikes the ball down the ground. Himself and Trez were talking that all the winter he's been working on that exact shot, playing the ball a lot straighter with a fuller face at the bat, being more patient. You know, he burst onto the scene in white ball cricket, 50 over cricket in particular. The 2019 Royal London season, his first in the first team. Obviously that yielded a trophy. He played magnificently in the final, but he's really developed his 4-day game, and that is a signature shot of Tom Banton now playing back past the bowler.
How tricky would it be then, Peter, for someone like Tom? Trying to rein himself in. He's got more talent in his little finger than most people have got.
Yeah, I actually think it's about Tom wanting. I think that's the key. He obviously wanted, when he burst onto the scene, you know, a young cricketer, to smash the ball to all the parts, you know, which most young players want to do. But if he then made the decision to want to become a better 4-day player, he will do it without a shadow of a doubt. It's just about, you know, learning, understanding what needs to be done. He's experienced 4-day cricket, and there was a danger that he could have, you know, carried on playing the big bashes and the IPLs, and who would know. But fair play to Tom, he's decided to want to work at a different format of the game, and you know, all the signs are looking really positive. A couple of 50s when he returned from that broken finger, the way he's playing today, you know, noticeably turning down the flamboyant shots, you know, being more watchful, playing with a straight bat. So yeah, I think the answer is, I think it's more about him wanting, now that he's made that decision himself, I think he will have the success, like you say. He does have
a bit of a mentality. Did you find it easy switching between whacking the ball out of the park to coming into the red ball game?
I think, do not bowl short and wide to James Hildreth. That is his bread and butter, and has been for 17, 18 years in a Somerset shirt. Do not bowl there to James Hildreth. Great shot for 4. I think, to be honest, I kept my game as simple as possible. I kind of concentrated on striking the ball in all the formats, and I think, you know, the way that I played in 4-day cricket, I don't think was massively dissimilar, apart from in 2020 when that came in, it gave me a license to be a little bit more aggressive. But I don't think I did a huge amount of things. And actually, do you know what? I think the one thing I will, you know, sort of pat myself on the back about is I think I just adapted to the situation. You know, I played for the majority of my career in a very, very strong batting lineup where I could go in and press the accelerator down. But there were also a lot of knocks that I would have played that people probably don't pay much attention to, where I did just dig in because we were 30 for 5 or 4 or whatever it might have been. So, you know, I think being a good cricketer across the 3 formats is being adaptable to the situation of the game, because 4-day cricket, sometimes you might need Banton to be 20-20 Banton. You just don't know. You know, the 4-day game ebbs and flows, and you know, which is why it's so watchable. You know, sometimes you'll come in at 4 looking to survive, like, or build an innings, like is very much the case today. Who's to say that on day 3 he might not need to push the accelerator to set up a declaration? So adaptability is the key.
How much of that then is down to you yourself, or is it the coach backing you, or a bit of everything?
Well, I always certainly felt like I had the backing of Justin Langer in particular, Marcus Roscothic, Andy Hurry. I always felt like they wanted me to be that different player. You know, JL, you know, I've said it a number of times in interviews. JL wrote me an email in the winter before he came and said that he saw me as the X-factor player, that I could come in the middle order with, you know, Ian Blackwell at the time and change the game and push the accelerator so we could declare earlier to force victories. And you know, it just so happened that happened more often than not, which was great. But you know, I thought you were coming into the commentary box to be asked questions, not do the asking, Carl. So you trying to nick me spot? I know. I thought you might have a few questions for me, Carl. But it's great to see you as James Hildreth strides forward and he gets wrapped on the shin. And Ian Blackwell raises the finger. James Hildreth is trapped LBW for 8.
Initially thought outside the line, Peter, but
as we watch the replay again, what do you think, Carl?
It's quite straight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, I suppose the only thing is, you know, he did get quite a decent stride in.
It must have been straight for Blackie to give his old mate out.
Yeah, well, I did say that earlier. It's like, I think it would have to be something quite adjacent for Blackie to raise the finger, but unfortunately for Somerset, club legend James Hildreth is on his way back to the pavilion and really does put this game on a bit of a knife edge now for Somerset. Four down now for 77. A real big rebuilding job for
new slimline Ian Blackwell as well. So we
Tom Banton to do now with Steve Davis. Luckily, another very high quality, experienced batter coming in for Somerset now. Yeah, looks like Blackie's certainly made friends with the treadmill or something that he was a bit less keen to do when he was playing. But you know, what a great player Blackie was for Somerset, Durham, Derbyshire, Warwickshire, and England. Great player.
Super player. It's one of those where you look back, don't you, and you think, well, could he have done that bit more, that little bit extra?
Yeah, it's a dangerous question, really. You could do that for many sportsmen across many eras in different sports, and yeah, he certainly had all the ability to play, you know, not just 100, you know, I think he played 39 ODIs, 1 test match. He certainly had the ability to play hundreds of games, certainly in List A, you know, ODI cricket, but not to be. You know, I think that was probably just about the era where bleep tests were starting to become, you know, a non-negotiable for the ECB selectors. You had to reach a certain level to be available for selection, and Blackie was never that keen on breaking too much of a sweat in the gym. But he had a great career, and he's making himself into a really top umpire, even though I have to say it's hard for me as a teammate of both of them to watch Blackie give out Hildy there. It's just doesn't quite sit right with me. But Mohammed Abbas has certainly bore the fruits of that change of ends coming from the pavilion end now. He's picked up 2 wickets for 18 off of 12 overs, so not giving much away. Very much a characteristic of his bowling. Bowls good areas. I think we were sat together earlier on, weren't we, Carl? But at the other end, and we were just questioning how would we play it. You know, he bowled a real good length, nipping the ball in and out, and I think both of us said, "Oh, well, we'd have to run it, wouldn't we?"
We'd have to do something.
If in doubt, run it.
We would have to do something. Me more than you. He was a very challenging length, wasn't it?
Yeah, Keith Barker running in. Bowling a slightly different angle, left arm round the wicket, quite an unusual angle to face, so this is certainly going to test Tom Banton's technique and temperament.
But then Somerset bat a long way down, don't they?
Yeah, that was always a good thing. You know, you've got Peter Siddle, you've got the mighty Jack Leach, Josh Davey, no slouch with the bat, Craig Overton, first class hundreds under his belt, Lewis Gregory. You know, I would imagine Sids has probably even got a test match 50, I would imagine. He's a pretty solid player, isn't he? So yeah, certainly lots of runs to be had, and a key element of being a good county championship team actually is to have that depth. When your top order don't quite fire, you can catch it up. And you know, talking about quality players, number 6 having someone like Steve Davis coming in,
This guy's
be interesting to see what his record is if we have that available in the studio to bring up on the live stream. What a fantastic career Steve Davis has had and is having.
Fabulous batter, terrific wicketkeeper. He's a very good acquisition, wasn't he?
Yeah, very good, very good. You know, he's,
and much needed actually, wasn't it, after the departure of two very talented wicketkeepers?
Yeah, I mean, we had that remarkable period where we had Kieswetter and Butler and the issues that brought with it, as well as the great performances, and then both of those depart, and then Alex Barrow came in, didn't quite perform to the levels or the promise that he showed, and it was an area where we were struggling. Certainly from the runs point of view, I thought Baz did a pretty decent job behind the stumps, but the wicketkeeper position, since Gilchrist in particular, is all of a sudden it's not necessarily too much about the runs, the wicket keeping, it's more the runs, as you would really well know.
Yeah, well, it's all his fault really, isn't it? He changed the dynamic of how people looked at a wicketkeeper. So when I came in, it was Rob Turner was here, and he was a fabulous wicketkeeper, would catch absolutely everything, wouldn't he? And then I suppose technically his downfall would have been that they viewed that he wasn't attractive enough as a batter.
He scored his runs though, Noddy. He had a pretty good record, didn't he? Yeah,
I was going to say
he had that one year, 1,300 runs. So I'm still playing cricket on Saturdays with Rob Turner. He's 54 now, and I must say, we played Winterbourne on Saturday. Noddy's keeping for us. Rob Turner is keeping for Western-super-Mare. He's 54. And after 2 balls, our seam bowlers weren't quite quick enough, and he went up to the stumps, and he was just phenomenal. 54 years of age, he was like an octopus. Unbelievable.
Wow. I can remember being a West of England schoolboy coming up for training in Taunton, and he was coaching us, and even at that age, you could look at him and think, well, my goodness, he could. He just caught everything, didn't he? And unorthodox, some people would say, and whereas I would turn around and say, well, he just caught it. Which is the idea, really, isn't it?
I'm not sure there is such a thing as orthodox with wicketkeeping. Everyone seems to have their own style. So, Carl, reflecting on your time here with Somerset, does it give you some sort of solace that what sort of spelled the end of your first team opportunities were players of the quality of Kieswetter and Butler?
That would have been the demise anyway, because obviously they were extraordinary talented cricketers. Whereas I just say it's my own fault, really. I had plenty of opportunity. Struggled to hit the red ball, whereas the white ball I found a lot easier, natural. And when you don't get any runs, then all of a sudden your position's up for grabs, isn't it? So
you open the door, I suppose, don't you?
Oh, without doubt. So I look at it and say, well, it was my own fault. I had the opportunity. And in red ball cricket, I didn't score the runs that either I felt I should have done or they wanted me to.
But some great magic moments, though, as you mentioned, one-day cricket at 157 top score for the club in one-day cricket. That must have been a real proud day.
It was a great day, and in the old 40 over league as well, which takes a few people back, I'd have thought.
Hitting the winning runs against Australia.
Yeah, for terrific inside edge.
If thick edge for 4, they all count.
They do all count. That was a great day, very noisy day at Taunton. And I think that was the disappointing thing from someone like Rosie's position, if you like, of giving me the opportunity and saying, well, here's someone that can hit 150 in a one-day game, can blaze a white ball around occasionally, and then why can't you get any runs in this cricket?
Yeah, it is very fast becoming like a different sport, the way the 2 balls behave, the pitches are prepared, etc., etc. I'm sure you won't be the first or the last to succumb to having a more dominant sort of career in the different formats. But now, post-career, working for our sponsors, our title sponsors of the ground, the Cooper Associates. That's a career that obviously we're in touch. You're even looking after some of my old pension and this, that and the other, Carl. That's how much I trust him, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking after my little peanuts for my retirement. It's how's that gone, going from playing professional cricket to working across the road for the Cooper Associates?
Well, again, I look at it and feel very fortunate, really. Say when I was playing towards the sort of back end of my playing time, I played on a Saturday at Taunton Cricket Club, and Lee Cooper was the captain, and one thing leads to another, and you end up in a business that, my goodness, is thriving. Good from Tom. But yeah, it's a thriving business, and when you walk from the Cooper Associates County Ground into town, and you see the impressive building that used to be the Gazette and Solicitor's office, and it's a very, very nice place to be. Plenty of opportunity. We've got a very good cricket team in there now. And
Grunewald, Willoughby, the Coopers themselves.
Regan.
James Regan, not forgetting James Regan, who's decimating club cricket on a weekly basis.
Yeah, as he tells me.
And you've got a gym in the Cooper Associates, I believe. I did get a walk round at some stage with Lee. Very impressive that he's looking after the staff as well. So certainly a nice environment to be in.
I've actually been in there once, but that was just.
Was there a vending machine in the corner?
No, there was. I went in there to see what it was like and set the alarm off, which I didn't realise was there. So I haven't been back since. But I understand there's a few that are quite keen. Well, Regan especially being one.
Well, you've got to look after yourself, haven't you, Carl? Mohammed Abbas, top of his mark, bowling a really tidy spell. As I said, that change of ends has really changed his fortunes. He's bowling in a really good area. Tom again out of his crease, using his levers. You know, he's a rangy lad, probably 6'1", 6'2", using his reach and really trying to smother that movement as it bounces up and hits him high on the bat. Probably
getting on top of that length, isn't he? That awkward length from Abbas, and he's able to control that a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, I think you've got that. That probably chalk and cheese really earlier was Hildy and Banton the way they play it. Hildy likes to stay quite deep and play with soft hands, whereas Banton looks to be trying to smother it and get really on top of it and forward. And actually, it's probably led to the downfall of James Hildreth. Actually thrust that front pad at Mohammed Abbas, and he just got one to nip back. Normally, if James plays that back, he sort of rides that movement, whereas he may be overcommitted a little bit. But a good ball, like I said, Mohammed Abbas just has a knack of just a bit of movement either way, which can be quite the challenge.
Well, this would be one for the purists, really, wouldn't it? This is what I would describe as a very good batting lineup versus a very good bowling lineup, and that's where it's what Division 1 cricket should be all about, isn't it?
Exactly right. It's certainly high quality on your live streams today. Our feed on our television seems to have gone. Luckily, we have it right in front of us as Barker swings one away to Steve Davis, who has a little bit of a flirt with the ball but pulls his bat inside the line just in time. Somerset 80 for 4 in the 40th over. And I think the run rate is very much indicative of the way the Hampshire lineup have gone about their business. They've bowled accurately, they bowled with skill, and the Somerset batsmen are doing all they can to survive. 4 batsmen down. It's over to Davis and Banton to try and rebuild this first innings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm joined here with Carl Gazzard, ex-teammate, had a fantastic time here at Somerset. I'm going to put words into your mouth. Highlight being the 2005 T20 final win.
Yeah, without doubt. Especially as it was pretty unexpected. Not many people, even on finals day, we would have been 4th favourites, playing the reigning champions in the semi-final. And we had a group of very talented young players, put together by Graham Rose with a few experienced old heads in there, and that combination worked
Caddy
well.
bowled really well. Graham Smith was a really strong leader, wasn't he, in that period?
Incredible.
I believe.
Absolutely incredible. It was. I can remember being sat up in the changing rooms with Hildy actually, and we looked across at him, and Graham Smith is sort of similar age to us at the time, but you wouldn't have thought so. You would have thought he'd been a leader for 15 years. We were sat there going, is this bloke sort of around about our age?
Big man as well, wasn't he?
Huge,
quite a big presence at the crease. Big shoulders, big chest.
Yeah. Really,
yeah, he certainly
put his trust in you. Like you felt like he had your back, and which can't always be said for the case, is it? But he's just someone who encouraged you just to express yourself. You'd have probably loved playing with him, Peter.
Well, I remember playing golf with him while he was here. I wasn't. It was in my sabbatical from playing for Somerset. I played golf with him, and like I said, it's funny you say that, because you know you kind of look up to him. I was probably older than him, or certainly the same age as you. Here we go. We'll relive some Carl highlights. Obviously, you'll notice it's so far back it's not in HD, but
you won't find many on the offside, will you?
Come on over to my side. Otis Gibson bowling there. Carl maximising the inside thick edge there, but some wonderful shots. And actually, you know, when you play in such a unique fashion, it's hard to bowl at players who score in certain areas. I think that was you getting out, but.
Yeah, last ball of the innings, I actually hit that one all right, but they did us a favour really, because it was the wicket was quite sticky, and I can remember the over before from that in the Darren Maddy bowled, and he still had one over left.
26 off 19 balls, certainly top little contribution there.
And so they put Otis back on because he used to bowl the final over, but he had a bit more pace on the ball, and it played into my hands thankfully. As Kyle Abbott comes into bowl, another fine bowler. Chop.
Lovely clip off the pads from Tom Banton. That's certainly why the man has been out there at deep square for quite a long period of Bantz's innings. He's played that slightly aerial, but managed to control it just enough. I love the way that you introed Kyle Abbott there. It's very, very, you sound like an experienced broadcaster, Carl.
Thanks, Peter.
We'll have you back again, no doubt. Yeah, that was. There was some knock. I can remember. I think one of your last games for Somerset actually. You played. Did we play at Blackpool against Lancashire?
Liverpool.
And you played Liverpool. Sorry, you played a beautiful innings to see us home in a one-day game, which we were struggling with at the time. And use your experience and nous to get us home in quite a low score on a poor pitch. And I remember you playing really well that day.
You've talked about this before, where it was a horrible wicket. And everyone that went in and tried to play properly got out. So I went, in and thought, well, if I try and play properly, I'm definitely glutton for punishment here. So literally thought, well, may as well go out with a flourish.
So you, as a proud Cornishman, was there an element that you saw that pitch and thought, how would I play if I was playing at Truro with the tide in? Was that the thought process?
It was home from home. It was home from home. If they could make a wicket for me, it would be some horrible, sticky, slow, nipping round, grotty Cornish wicket.
if only there was a decent quality pasty for sale in the stand, you'd have got yourself 100, no doubt.
Well, I think I was not out in the end, so it could have kept going.
Kyle Abbott running into bowl to Steve Davis. Bowls that away swinger to the left-hander. Steve Davis having a little bit of he looks a bit agitated at the moment. Steve Davis just trying to settle into his innings, but he's coming at a tricky time.
Well, when they get a little bit further forward, it's doing enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's definitely doing something. I'm having a look at the crowds. I didn't have a reply from the bowlologist, but I did have some very interesting literature sent from other ologists mentioning certain types of air pressure and various things. I've actually been sent some looks like someone's dissertation, the effect of atmospheric conditions on the swing of a cricket ball. I will deep dive into that this evening, and I'll come up with all the answers maybe tomorrow when Somerset are bowling, and hopefully we've got a great big grey cloud camped above the Cooper Associates County ground.
It's never really felt like this sort of ground though, is it? It's when it's cloudy, doesn't make too much of a difference, does it? Here, have you ever found that?
Well, I think credit to the groundsman Scott. He's done a great job of reinvigorating the square. I feel like it was a long period where the seam movement, it did a little bit. Maybe I think you had to be a swing bowler at Taunton to get some success. There wasn't much seam movement, but it seems like over the last year or two, you know, there's some energy back in the wicket. The ball's nipping, which it hasn't done for a long time. So all credit to the ground staff, everyone here at Taunton. There seems to be, you know, a bit of life in the pitch, and it feels like a really good cricket pitch now.
Yeah.
You know, it was very flat for a long period. Then it got incredibly, you know, spin orientated, which, you know, that was, you know, if you scored 180, you were doing well. Now it feels like you're going to get really good quality games of cricket here as Ian Holland comes on for another spell, replacing Keith Barker from the River End.
You've seen that today, haven't you? Because anyone that bowls a really good length hasn't gone anywhere. If you over pitch, it's gone for 4, and if you get it just about right, then you're in business, aren't you? Like that.
Yeah, it's a really strong start from Ian Holland. Spent a lot of his first innings trying to shake the ball into Tom Banton with that man there on the leg side. You know, we talk a lot about the analytics. They'd probably have seen some sort of wagon wheel that Tom Banton does hit the ball through the air in that mid-wicket region, which is why there is a man placed there just for that shot. So again, really testing Tom Banton's patience as he runs into bowl.
That's exactly what it is, isn't it? Because he's got relatively hard hands, hasn't he? Which I can relate to. So it must be quite tricky for him not to think, well, I'm going to go over him here.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably the challenge for Tom. The biggest challenge is he's got such an array of shots and such ability to hit good balls for 4. He probably has to just dial it back, keep dialing it back. I've no doubt that he could have played this same amount of balls 2 years ago and probably got 100 runs but out 5 times. Yeah. You know, but this is a quality knock he's playing. Again, it's situational. He's batted a long period of time already. He's on 19. He's got himself in. He's doing his job for a team. There's like I said, there's so many different variables of how you need to play on any given day.
The old-fashioned get your runs after tea.
Yeah, you know, well, those cliches you talk about, they never really age in cricket. You know, you talk, you know, for 20 years we've talked about, you know, taking bowlers into their 3rd spells. You know, at the moment they're into their 2nd spells, so there's a bit of fatigue. You'll get a few more loose deliveries. After tea, 3rd spells, 4th spells, all of a sudden you really do start to get those loose deliveries. So, you know, those cliches have been around for a long time, and a long time for a reason. And Bance looks like he's certainly worked out how to spend more time at the crease as he hits another ball down to mid-off. Again, another sign that he's looking to hit a lot straighter this year.
Well, he has to batting at 4 as well, doesn't he? It's one of the things I said to you earlier. You look at Somerset's lineup, and you look like they're a team of number 5s, don't they? So anyone that's going up the order, Lammonby, Banton, they've got to rein themselves in slightly, haven't they?
Yeah, it's always, you know, it's a game of cat and mouse. As Ian Holland bowls a really good length. Tom Banton for the first time looks to hit a little bit square off the back foot, gets a thick edge, past 3rd slip, and it races away for 4. And then the captain scratches his head, because if he didn't have that short mid-wicket, he'd have a 3rd slip, and Tom Banton would be on his way back. That is the game of chess that we call cricket.
Always one more
fascinating. There's always one short, isn't it? Always goes where you've just moved a man from, and that's why captaincy in cricket is such an important position.
It's a big old partnership, this one, isn't it? You look at it and you say, well, if these two bat for another 20 overs together and they get in, then they'll tick along at a decent rate, won't they?
Yeah, certainly Steve Davis. You know, he's got those beautiful rhythmic, languid hands. He strokes the ball through the covers, as you know, is almost Gower-esque, really. If he gets going, definitely. But I just sense there's a period with anyone, especially someone as fluent as Steve Davis, where he's just trying to find his feet. You know, because he's such a graceful timer of the ball. He looks at the moment like he's trying to find the ball, whereas Tom Banton's sort of letting the ball come to him, and hopefully Steve.
Touch Davis there, isn't he? He wants to feel it, doesn't he? So
yeah, hopefully he can weather this little storm. Kyle Abbott is you know, bowling a really good line of length, a good spell. At no stage am I trying to make it sound easy what's happening out there, because you've got world-class bowlers at both ends nipping the ball around, and Steve Davis is having a little bit of a struggle at the moment, but we certainly hope he'll get through it as Somerset move on to 85 for 4 in the 43rd over. Ian Holland 1 for 24 and Kyle Abbott 1 for 19. The run rates are low. Some intense first-class cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm joined by Carl Gazzard, ex-teammate, musing over past performances, trophy wins, and all the other things that we love to hear about.
It'd be nice to have a good run in the T20 this year, Peter, so that we don't have to keep wheeling me out.
It certainly would. Certainly would, as Carl says he's a touch player and he's just flicked that off of his knee roll. Kyle Abbott gets a little bit too straight and he flicks the ball beautifully through square leg for 4. Like I said, if you get the ball sideways at Taunton, save your legs. It's racing away to the boundary.
Yeah, goodness me, get it along the square. It's greener than it used to be, that's for sure. The square used to look a lot browner than this, didn't it? And it used to fly across the sides.
Definitely, and if you dived on the outfield, you were losing at least half a pound of knee skin as well. So the ground has certainly lushed up as Kyle Abbott's back onto that off-stump line and another player miss. So we've had 3 player misses this over and 1 boundary. That's probably when the bowler gets the most frustrated. Player miss, and as soon as you go a little bit straighter, it goes for 4. It really is one of those tough games, but Kyle Abbott will certainly have his tail up at the moment. So Carl, you know, your professional cricket career, your fantastic career you're having now in wealth management, finance for the Cooper Associates. That I know there's, like you say, there's a good cricket team over there. Is there, because there are other cricketers, is there a familiarity in terms of the dressing room environment or the office environment, or is that very much different now?
No, there's a lot of dressing room type environment in there, because there's very keen sports people in the office, and that was one thing that Lee initially thought he would try and do, really, sort of build people that, well, he likes the sportsman's mentality, if you like, because obviously none of us like to lose. In fact, we quite despise it, as the table tennis table would show you in the kitchen.
The table tennis table that's spattered with blood and
broken bats.
Yeah, broken bones and God knows what else.
Yeah, it doesn't go down very well on losses. So
are you the Cooper Associates McEnroe or the Federer?
I can sit here and say I am, because no one will say otherwise, will they? But no, I try. I very much like my cricket, Peter. I try and hit it very hard and quite often fail.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure seeing you hit the ball when, you know, for many years, Carl. Great teammate, great friend. Somerset 91 for 4 as I depart, and I leave Carl in the capable hands of Sam.
Somerset 91 for 4 for 43 overs. Tom Banton patiently 23. Steve Davis 7 not out. Thick outside edge again from Tom. Stroll down for a single. A good challenge and a nice battle between bat and ball here.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Carl. Nice to meet you properly.
Yeah, good afternoon. Nice to meet you too.
I grew up watching that side as a man of Taunton, so yeah, I was there at the Oval in 05,
okay.
All those glory years. I was here for that Australia game as well. So my parents were both teachers. As Ian Holland continued around the wicket, and the river end to Davies picks up 1. So my parents were both teachers. And so a couple of times they did it. There was a one-day quarter-final against Worcestershire here as well in the C&G Trophy, and they basically wrote me a note saying Sam's going to the cricket for the day, and my teachers didn't really know what to do, but there I was. So I managed to sneak down here.
They're all good days out. We've had, well, lucky really, aren't we? We've had loads of big days out at Taunton. We've done very well over the years already, haven't we? For what's technically known as a small county.
Lovely shot there from Tom Banton. Won't get a run for it because it was whipped off his legs straight at Felix Organ. But yeah, the smaller counties do all right, don't they? Somerset and Essex.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's a model that you'd think could or should be copied by a few others, really, isn't it? I mean, I know we've got a good catchment area and a good sort of schooling.
Holland then, who I love. I don't know if you know much about Ian Holland. His story's amazing. He basically won a reality TV show in Australia called Cricket Superstars.
Wow.
I think it was a one-off series. They did it. They'd maybe done it for AFL a few teams. So, because you know how much more difficult it is to get a contract, just because there's so few states. And so he won that. And did you know Justin Avendano, who played at Taunton St Andrews for a little bit? He was in that as well. So that's how he got his first state contract.
Okay. Shot. Good bit of fielding at point.
Yeah, not seen, unless, I must confess, I've only had half an eye on the cricket for the last half an hour. I've been multitasking with a podcast. We've not seen James Fuller bowl yet.
No.
I don't think.
No, I don't think we have.
Lovely afternoon here. Nice. What was this in your work diary? Quick Teams meeting or something like that? Disappearing?
I think we can put it down as marketing, can't we?
Can you? BD, yeah, I've got that. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Any excuse to watch the cricket, I think we can put it down to. Another player miss from Tom Bantam, but it's good bowling from Ian Holland. When he gets his, when he pitches it up, he's looking quite dangerous. And I'll say because he accounted for Matt Renshaw, didn't he? I think Renshaw fancied him a little bit actually, as technically the weaker of the four bowlers, and he probably just went after one that wasn't quite there, but. You can't blame him, can you? If you've got a Bass and Barker and Abbott not giving you anything, and then Holland's pitching it up a little bit further, it's quite a nice combination, isn't it? Good bowling attack.
Yeah, we wondered because it seemed a bit strange that Holland came on ahead of Abbott. I think that was purely to do with end choice. As Abbott is here in front of us at the Marcus Trescovich brilliant end. But yeah, having been so tight, Abbott. Barker and Abbas. Immediately, Tom Lammonby was playing shots, and so was Matt Renshaw at Holland. So Abbott to continue. 49 wickets he has against Somerset. He's a bit of a nemesis. Essex's Player of the Year, Player of the Month, September 2019. After that 9 for against Somerset.
Wow, he's a top-class performer, isn't he? He has been for a long, long time.
Who in your era? Was there a player? Were there bowlers or batters that you think in the dressing room you go, this guy always get runs or wickets against us?
Well, if you're me, it's most bowlers would fancy that. There would be a few, yeah. For the old viewers, it would be someone like Jason Brown at Northants, bowling the off spinners. He always seemed to, and David Sales as well. He would, there are always people like that. I mean, I know Graham Hick got 400. Ram Prakash would be one, but he got 100 against everyone, so that I suppose that doesn't really count, does it? But yeah, there are always people like that, aren't there?
Abbott is one for Somerset around the wicket to Stevie Davies. You'd played a bit of cricket against Steve Davies, presumably?
Yeah, always one of those that when you came up against him, you always thought, oh, there's something that we might be able to get after, and all of a sudden he's 40 off 25, and you think, God, he just times it so well. He's got great hands that, and hits boundaries and hits gaps, which he's just a fine player.
He's lovely to watch. I don't know what it is. It's something about left-handers that people just say are aesthetically pleasing, but he really is.
Yeah, I think it's a much easier game as a left-hander. So I've been told.
So you've been told. That's that why the man earlier on this morning did so well in his career.
Well, he had a little bit of talent as well, didn't he? Which
just a little bit, yeah.
Which helps. It's there aren't many, are there? That when they hit the ball, it makes that noise, that crunching noise.
Yeah.
That I guess when you're in the stands, you would hear and recognise. And say Trez is one, and there's only a couple others that would make that noise off the bat that you're jealous of.
Banton going along nicely here. Responsible innings for him. Somerset need runs from him, really. Batting at 4 this year, so good to see him get that added responsibility, because there's a bit of a difficulty, isn't it, for it's often wicketkeepers as well come in. People, if they're batting 6 or 7, they're almost caught in no man's land in terms of there's not the time for them to build an innings, so they feel they have to play and score quickly.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. You when you bat, like say 7, like Trig said, like Gilchrist changed the whole dynamic of how a wicketkeeper should play. And Abbott again, good lengths, well played, Tom. And when you come in at 7, you always try and play like a 7. You think, well, then Gilchrist made you attack. And Tom's got a bit of responsibility, and I think it's almost a, I think, I don't know this, but I'm guessing it's a challenge from the coach that is saying, right then, if you want to play, then we'll put you in a position where you've got every opportunity, and it's going to challenge you. But let's make no mistake, he's got the talent, hasn't he? So be good to see. Good to see it come off, and like I say, he deserves it really. He's fought hard here, so you'd like to see, you know, he's only a couple of boundaries away, and all of a sudden 40, 50 not out, and then you can see him after tee sort of let him loose, and then all of a sudden you've got one of the best, talking about one of the best hundreds you've seen, aren't you? So let's hope, well, let's hope that's the case anyway.
There's Davies getting in behind that one from Holland. Yeah, and he did all right in 2019 when he batted largely at 4. He may have moved down to 5 when Renshaw came in, but scored 4 or 5 half-century. Still waiting for that elusive first-class 100, but as you say, there's no doubt in the talent. And he wants, like, he really wants to play red ball cricket. He was so unlucky in pre-season, picking up that injury.
It probably helped him, to be fair, because he missed the first couple of games that weren't particularly helpful for the batters, were they?
That's a lovely diplomatic way of putting it. The words that came out of your mouth and then your facial expression, yes, they weren't particularly helpful for the batters.
You feel for them. Well, I do anyway. You're looking at them and you're thinking, you know, you, especially in this day and age, you can't get away with anything, can you? And
just keep coming, this Hampshire attack, don't they? Oh, you mean the TV?
Well, the TV, the live streams, I mean, this is a fantastic service, but you just can't get away with anything. You can't pretend you've got a good one, can you?
Well, people say they see that on Twitter quite a lot. That's the problem. Every ball gets clipped up, doesn't it? And you see someone play a suboptimal shot, and the kind of tweet is, "Oh yeah, Dad, I got a good one today."
Yeah, and you try and explain it. I mean, when Triggs first came back in 2006, and we weren't particularly good at that stage, and you know, between the two of us, we were either pads on or in by lunchtime on the first day, on a regular occurrence.
Yeah.
And it's tough going. Bowlers are up, the ball's still fresh, the wickets are doing a bit.
Does that create, and not necessarily one that is spoken, but there must be a little bit of a rift between batters and bowlers at that time, bowlers being a bit annoyed that they're having to actually do all the hard work and not getting much of a rest?
Yeah, they would always create that type of scenario of oh, come on lads, you know, you've got to put up a bit more of a fight, and then you're like, well, we are trying. And
it's very difficult, isn't it?
It's extremely difficult, and that's what I was asking Triggs really, because he managed to find the balance and back himself and actually take us out of those situations. You know, I can think of a game at Worcester where we were sort of 50 for 5 or something like that, and he's got 100, and he managed to do that, which is something I never managed to do, which is something that, say, I feel should be passed on to people really. That sort of mindset of how did you go about that? You know, it's not necessarily all about the coaching. It's the mentality and the psychological aspect of it.
He was intriguing up here. Actually, it's brilliant to have his insight with us this year, because in the Essex game, and you could hear it because he was saying it, his frustration at, actually, lads, we can see the situation in the game. You're just waiting for a ball to get you out, so maybe you do have to go on a little bit. So there is that balance. The cliches. I mean, we've had the score your runs after tea, and there's the attacks. Sometimes the best for defence, and you could just hear him saying, "Just play a shot or two."
Yeah.
That's what Adam Rossington, I don't know if you saw any of the last day, but Adam Rossington did that. It wasn't particularly attractive, 20 or 30, but that's in such a tight margin. That's all the game needed.
Yeah, it's easier said than done sometimes.
Have a big LBW shout in Blackwell. Yeah, it looked out, didn't it, from up here. Tom Banton there, and we talked about he's played a decent knock there, 24 off 77 balls now, but unfortunately he's got to go. Kyle Abbott, I mean, this Hampshire attack just keep coming and coming and coming, don't they? And
it's
Ian
that
Blackwell
full length again, isn't it? It's when you haven't been offered anything and then the ball's pitched up and you think this is my 4 ball. It's it'll be a frustrating one for Tom, that, won't it? Because he has 76 balls. He's fought really hard, hasn't he? And then in his eyes, he's probably thinking he's missed out on a full ball.
He has indeed. Ian Blackwell had no hesitation really in giving that, and you can see why from the replays. So Tom Banton has to trudge off. Has played a good hand there. Just thought he might be in for one. He plays that flick off his legs so well. Unfortunately, he missed out on that one, and that means Kyle Abbott now has 50 wickets in County Championship cricket against Somerset. So the new batter on his way out now. The Somerset batters do keep on coming. Lewis Gregory now in at 7. He's a player a bit like Peter Trigo, who from this situation could, he can bat properly too, but he could score a quick fire 60, 70, 80 to change the game.
Exactly that. I think we'll certainly see a few more shots from Lewis, won't we, than we have seen from the top 6. But then, like what Triggs would be saying, well, I may as well play some shots. One, because they're bowling well, and secondly, if I just try and defend and get out, then you walk back with far more regret than you do if you've chased a wide one and nicked off, that's for sure.
Yeah, 102 first-class games for Lewis Gregory. So he'd have been maybe coming through the academy, would have been 16, 17 when you were around, and he was a properly quick, I remember he's going to bat now, but he was a properly quick bowler back then, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. I think I first came up against him playing in a second team game against Devon when he was opening the bowling. And, you know, you've got to say, you wouldn't have thought that he'd have the record that he's got now back then, which is full testament to Lewis and how he's gone about his cricket, that's for sure.
He's got work to do with the bat, a fuller one to start with.
He's turned into a fine cricketer, hasn't he? And when you'd say, well, don't write people off, because at 14, 15 or 16, 17, you wouldn't have said he'd have this record. So it's one of those that shows that if you want it enough and work hard and all those sorts of things, then when you get the opportunity, you go for it.
And they always said coming through, the line always was that he would turn into a top order batter rather than a bowler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Flicks that one to Abbas at mid-on. Runs last week for Lewis Gregory in that Gloucestershire game.
That was the perfect situation for him to come in, wasn't it?
Perfect scenario.
It was made for him, wasn't it? A nice platform to build on. This is hugely different.
Yeah, he did it. I don't know why I think this, but he's almost better with a target, with a very set scenario. He did it at Lords in the first game last season when it was about 100 runs to win, and Jack Brooks was saying he was just walking around going, no, don't worry lads, it's just, he calls sixes bombs, so it's all bombs and poles with Lewis Gregory. Turns that one towards mid-on. It was up in the air for a little bit, but fell just short of Abbas. I mean, I'm trying to find the scorecard from that Devon. I'm one of those sad types. I'm on Cricket Archive from stalking you.
I can tell you it would have been at Exmouth Cricket Club. I can tell you I wouldn't have got many runs. Other than that, I can't say much more.
It's still good. Good knowledge. So work to do with the bat here, Lewis Gregory. Great to see him get. He's had England recognition previously, but actually show that he can perform and win games at that level last year too.
He is a match winner, isn't he? And you can see even by the aggressive intent, he's already got rid of a slip. So in one way, that's not great because it means he's going to bowl straight, brings in LBs and bowls a little bit more. But then if he does get a good one, he's got a decent chance of just nicking it for fourth through third man.
Yeah, no third man in. I saw a lot. I was at Lords last week. I've said this a couple of times, but there was a short third man in, almost for the entire game, both innings, and just saved so many runs. Because so how often do we see the ball just race away to third man for four?
We do. It's one of those things. So give me another fielder, though, isn't it?
Wow, yeah, that's very true.
Where do you take him from?
End of the over then. Abbott has picked up the wicket. It's a key one as well. Tom Banton batted really nicely. He made 24, but trying to turn one into the leg side. Well, essentially he missed it. I can say little else. Kyle Abbott has 50 wickets against Somerset. And a little bit work to do, well, plenty of work to do here for Somerset. Tom Abel having won the toss and elected to bat first, 94 for 5. Sam Dalling here alongside former Somerset star Carl Gazzard. Hoping, I loved how you were hoping. I was like, oh, looking forward to Somerset trying to win the T20, but so they can stop wheeling you out. Yeah. Well, what a team that was.
I just saw Richard Walsh on the way up. He said, oh, I want to do something about that 2005. Like, have they not done something since?
Holland around the wicket. It was interesting that, wasn't it? Because the relatively early days of T20, and if you look now back at the bowling attack, it's not necessarily one that you would imagine wouldn't have that much success potentially in T20 cricket these days. Was it Caddick, Langeveld and Johnson were the seamers, weren't they? Hildy was bowling seam up that season.
Yeah, it's. But then they were international bowlers.
Yeah, yeah. Opens the face. Think about a single because the man at point who was Anirin Donald got a hand to it. They don't.
No, it was a tricky one because the bowlers that got us that far then were left out on finals day. It was Richard Johnson's first game of T20 cricket in the semi-final. I mean, Langeveld was an expert at the end.
Yeah.
He was an actual one-day bowler. So we had a bit about it, and we had Mr. Blackwell bowling his spinners.
Yeah, so he would have played. Wes played, and Hildrew's pass. Yeah. So Graham Smith was up top, wasn't he, with Trez? Did Matt Wood play? Yeah, Matt Wood opened, and did Trez come in free then, or was it?
Yeah.
Maybe. Something like that.
One of the way rounds.
One of the way rounds. They were the top three.
They were the top three. That was decent. Matt Wood had a terrific campaign. Hit the ball beautifully.
He was I think I saw him get 190 something, maybe 196 here, but in a championship game he had 100 before lunch.
Yeah.
He was one of those where it's always just got a bit of a delay here. I wonder if it's
looks like a spectator.
Ah, no. Okay. Down in the Somerset stand. Hopefully they're all right. Holland's going to come around the wicket to Davies. Matt Wood was always one of those, a bit like, was it Greg Smith too? It was Matt Wood Somerset, Matt Wood Yorkshire, because there were two, weren't there?
Yeah, and he was always labelled a little bit, I suppose, because he, being a Devon lad, he was always looked at a little bit like Mark Lathwell, and terrific hands and hit the ball nicely, and probably never. I expect he's got quite a good record, but he never quite sort of hit the levels that people would look at and say, "Oh, I think he should have done." Steve Davies runs it down to third man. Just for a single.
That's an ex-player talking, isn't it? Steve Davies runned it down to third man. I was going to say outside edge. Man.
Soft hands, well
There's
played.
The empathy you get for an ex-player.
I'm always part of the keepers' union, though.
Yes,
that's the trouble.
That's very true. It's fair play. You were talking a bit earlier, Carl, and sorry if Pete's already talked to you about this, but that at that time when Somerset finished bottom of the second division, and then a certain Justin Langer came in and just turned it around, really. Him and Brian Rose, between them, were key.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Rosie came in and initially lit the touch paper by saying to people like Michael Burns, Rob Turner, thanks ever so much. You're done now. We're playing the young lads, which is a pretty strong call.
Using the feet there from Lewis Gregory early, we've seen he's not got off the mark yet, but as Carl was saying, he's come out and been quite aggressive.
But back in those days, I think we went from one extreme to the other, because obviously then in 2006 we had an extremely young side, and then really struggled in the Red Bull game against sort of seasoned pros, so to speak. And then Brian obviously looked at it and thought, I need to do something here. And then in comes Langer, De Bruyne, and Willoughby.
What a bowler Chart Willoughby was. Probably still is. Is he still playing for
Probably.
Western?
I don't think he is still playing at the moment.
I was going to ask, because Peter was talking about the competitive nature. Surely you have an office side. I mean, it's a bit unfair to play in the Taunton Office League with your side, with the two Coopers, yourself.
Well, there's a game coming up actually.
Is there?
Which is always a tricky one, actually. It's always a tricky one because our marketing director wants to get everyone playing, yet can't really, for a better phrase, let them have it.
No, it's very. And as you say, there's some quite competitive characters in there, so the danger would be to let them have it, as you put it.
Yeah, losing isn't an option, but as Kyle Abbott comes in again, full ball. He's bowled a long spell here, and that's the first ball that looked quite jaded. So, like what we said, where you might get your runs after tea, this. Let's hope he has a few more of those sort of fuller, wider balls to Steve Davies, and we'll see the results.
Yeah, exactly halfway through the day. 48 overs gone, 48 overs remaining. Hampshire, you would definitely say, on top right now. Who else have you got? So you've got Kev Parsons there as well. Yourself and Char Willoughby.
New recruit in Grunewald as Steve Davies plays a square drive across the square for 4.
Yes, he joined, didn't he, when he retired from Kent duty? He was a serious
new
cricketer
recruit.
down here.
He's been a good addition to the office. The banter's increased.
Both were free kick, because James played a little bit as well. Owen Irish is a decent cricketer, a decent footballer as well.
So he tells us.
So he tells you. James Regan was on the...
Regan tells us a lot.
You'd have to fight for the gloves, wouldn't you?
No, he's welcome to it. He's far younger than I am. Yeah, it's a long way down. I make sure he's bringing them with him.
Shot. Straight to cover it. That previous boundary from Steve Davies was exactly what you were talking about, because Harry will laugh because I bang on about it all the time, but that is his V. Point backward cover. That is a Steve Davies V. But as you were saying, when you were playing against him, that was also the way you could stick maybe a backward point, a gully in, and he's a bit susceptible.
You always looked at him and thought he played a little bit away from his body with an open face. So you're always, especially being the keeper behind him, you're thinking, you can, as you see the face open, you can almost see the edge of the bat and the ball, and you're thinking, oh, we've got a chance here. And invariably, it went for 4.
That one is going to go for 4, I think. Yeah, that was more outside edge.
I'll give you that one. That's a thick edge.
That's a thick edge. He didn't open the face. That brings up this 100 then for Somerset. Warm round of applause. Wasn't pretty, but it was effective. And as Carl was saying, just signs of maybe Carl Abbott, this might well be his last over of this spell.
Looks that way. This is the first over that he's looked tired, isn't it? So nice from a Somerset perspective, because he's given us a couple of boundary balls. So see if he can pull it back for his last couple. But the problem you have as a Somerset player is he'll probably be followed up by Keith Barker or someone of his ilk.
Quite got the radar there. Abbott, 1 ball remaining of this over. And so you still playing at all? Because so I think I was at uni, so I'm not sure we'd have met. But you played at my club side for a little bit. You had Matt Bullbeck and James Bryant, who was contracted for a year as well, didn't you? You all played.
I didn't play so much. Yeah, we did. We had a year at Taunton Cricket Club. That was Lee Cooper's doing.
Yeah. Lee and Jack. Chad Barrett,
yeah.
I think got a first class 100 for Northants, didn't he, in a touring game?
Yeah, that sounds about right. And he's working at the MCC, isn't he, or Young Cricketers or something along those lines?
Yes, he was. Ended that over 103 for 5. Chad was a good friend of mine growing up. He was around our house a lot. Played 3 or 4 years. Very keen in cricket.
Very keen. Good cricketer. Very keen.
I don't know if you remember, a chap called Grant Thompson came over and played for Taunton Dean, who ended up playing.
Left-handed?
Yeah. So he was probably slightly better, but much more chilled out. Chad was the keen one. They were very good friends, but you know when you've got that dynamic where one is just rolling his eyes at the other. And I think Grant went and played a fair bit of cricket. It is first-class cricket, but South African second tier. I think he played a fair bit.
Yeah, no, we had a good year there. I think we got Taunton promoted, then we all left.
I didn't want to say.
For one reason or another, and yeah, that was the end of that, wasn't it?
It was a good year, though. You see Gregory, just like Bantam was doing to Holland, using his feet, using that crease.
This will be tough for Lewis, wouldn't it? Because he's not out 7 balls. He's looking to be positive, but he's not got much to go at. So you're thinking that hopefully he can hang in there, wait for something that he fancies. Patience game.
Oh, hello. We've got a message in. So Liam Holly, a little bit earlier on, was saying that he gave a great trivia question about Andy Hurry catching Viv Richards in the Lashings game.
Yeah.
He said, "My dad broke his finger stopping a ball hit back off his own bowling by Carl in the indoor cricket in the School of Excellence." So you have bossed the indoor leagues, have you, for a little bit?
I can remember doing that when I think it was like when we were on the academy. I think we had a team together.
decent, not a bad side for the indoor league. It's fun, those indoor leagues, wasn't it? But I wouldn't. I mean, it's so wide, so narrow that it's just pinging around everywhere. It's almost like a squash court. Dangerous.
Oh, very dangerous. Yeah, you used to be able to, because it used to play with one of those orange balls as well that used to swing around corners, didn't they? But they were really hard. So when you hit it, it stayed hit, and then back, say, pinged off the walls. But outside edge, down the third man again. Your favourite third man.
I'm getting stick from all. Harry Everett just put on the great Sam Dowling bingo card. Steve Davies v Ian Holland X Factor. I haven't talked about Shah Massoud yet, but he's out. I've only been on with Carl Gazard 29 minutes, and I'm getting abuse. Rightly so, well deserved. We've got, if you can hear in the background, Annie Chave, editor of County Cricket Matters magazine, is going to come on at 3 o'clock, so which means that's right now. And I think Harry's going to come on as well. Lovely. So maybe we'll finish this over off Carl.
Yep.
Ooh, bit of lift from Ian Holland. Back to work then, is it? Or
back to work. Obviously live stream in the background, obviously.
Yeah, naturally. Perfect, because you're literally just around the corner, aren't you?
You
the
can
old
hear.
Gazette offices.
So it's quite good. So you don't even have to have the sound on, because you can hear when something happens, and then you just look at the live stream to see what actually did go on.
It's very handy just having that slight delay, isn't it? Well, there we go. It's been an absolute pleasure to have Carl Gazard in with us for an hour at Somerset Star. I mean, it's some brilliant memories from him, part of that 2005 T20 winning side. Hit the winning runs against an Australia touring side here as well. Carl, thank you very much.
Enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
I hope we'll get you in later on in the season before we win the T20 again, and then we'll just stop. We'll just cut ties.
That's it.
We won't be out in the ground.
That'll be the end. You can bury me.
I'm going to step out. Carl's going to step out. Annie Chave and Harry Everett are going to step in. If you haven't subscribed to Annie's magazine already, County Cricket Matters, I suggest you do.
That's what I like to hear.
Afternoon,
Thank you
Annie.
very much, Sam.
Oh, you're very welcome, Annie.
Afternoon.
I'm going to step out as well. I think Annie brought some cake in, so while she's on commentary.
I did bring some cake. Help yourself.
I'm going to go. I don't even need to steal it. Good.
It was
Excellent.
a belated birthday cake that I got from work yesterday. So.
Ooh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's very nice. Chocolate.
I'm going to go enjoy that. And I'm
go
going
and
to
help.
leave you
Don't eat it all though.
I won't eat it all. I
Because
promise.
Richard Walsh is certainly after some. He said. It's lovely, lovely day here, and good-looking crowd, eh? Harry, what do you reckon?
Very good crowd. Yeah, record-breaking with the County Championship. I had confirmed by marketing man Dan Cooper earlier.
Record-breaking
For the County Championship this season. As first ball I come on air, and Steve Davies edges one, a foot short of the gully man. Good stop, but I'm a little bit offended. I've been sat next to you for the last half an hour, and you didn't mention there was cake next door, Annie.
Oh, sorry.
You know how much I love a bit of cake.
Well, I was worried that you might polish it all off.
Okay, everyone else go first. I'll clear up the rest.
I do like your style of commentating standing up. You
I
do
do
that
love
quite
it.
a lot, don't
I do
you?
it, yeah. I get a bit excited and animated. Apparently it's better for your posture as well, someone told me once. I've had some sunglasses as well. Are these yours?
No, they're probably Trigos.
They're probably Trigo might be mental. Go mental at me for wearing the sunglasses. I'm sure they'll go on commentary cam in a minute and you can laugh at me wearing Trigo sunglasses. Would he have left them here though? I feel like Trigo's the kind of man.
He was looking very dapper, wasn't he?
Yeah, I thought he's the kind of man he wouldn't be trusting them here, would he? So Annie, back in the. Is this our first stint together?
It is, isn't it?
How exciting!
Yeah, it's very, very exciting.
Extra erratics take over the Somerset live stream.
I do want to go back to this record breaking.
Yeah, we haven't had an exact figure yet, but Dan
What,
said.
you mean what?
For this year?
For this year so far?
2020
Or
so
today?
far, he said today is the most sold County Championship tickets. Didn't have an exact figure yet because obviously they have to total them up from all the gates over the course of the day. But
There's a really healthy smattering of people though, isn't there?
we should also say that anyone wanting to come in after tea, there is an after tea deal, cheaper tickets. £7 for adults, £5 for students and £3 for juniors. If you can get here for, well, any time after 4 o'clock really. Tea time will be
And
probably
hopefully these two will
3:45.
still be batting.
Yes.
And we'll have reached our batting point.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? What do you reckon? 3 games in a row with maximum batting points? No chance. Not maximum.
There's always a
anyway.
chance.
Well,
Harry, there's always a chance.
I say maximum. What did we get? We got at home to Warwickshire. I think we got 4 of the 5, was it? Yeah, 450. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Leeds and Davey were in,
Yeah,
weren't
yeah,
they?
that's right.
And then at Gloucestershire, Bristol again, it was 4 of the 5, getting to 350, 400. Turnovers are up, not quite 400, but decent effort nonetheless.
It's always going to be a hard task against Hampshire. Let's face it, they have got a rather impressive bowling lineup that have been taking quite a few wickets.
Talking of taking wickets, Steve Davies living a bit of a charmed life at the moment, having a bit of a flash. He's got some criticism, hasn't he, Steve Davies, this season. He just likes to have a waft outside off stump. As elegant as he looks, we joke about Sam Dallin's V, the Steve Davies V, but he just loves a swish outside off stump.
And let's face it, Surrey set him up really nicely, didn't they?
Yeah.
And he fell for it.
And he's got lucky, to be honest with you, to get away with a couple so far today, but when he scores runs, it looks magnificent. There's a few better players to watch of a Sangakkara ilk, really.
He's a great keeper as well, isn't
Yeah.
he? We were talking, I was talking in the press box with Paul Bird, talking about other keepers in the side, and talking about maybe they should be training up a few more.
James Rue, Jamie Baird,
yeah.
Adam Small.
Smeed in the mix, maybe?
Not with the clubs, I don't think, but it looks like we might see James Fuller from the... I've given you my binoculars, Annie. Do you want to use the binos?
No, I'll give them to you.
I reckon that's James Fuller. 26 minutes back. Yeah,
It
right
is
arm
James
seam
Fuller.
with long hair. So, I'm surprised he hasn't bowled before, actually.
Well, I think the other bowlers have been doing pretty well.
Yeah. I thought that I would have probably bowled Fuller before Holland, personally, but Holland's got through 11 overs and 51 overs bowled, and James Fuller is, I thought he was the 4th choice seamer. He's going to come in from the River End. Yeah, a bit of a leg stump half volley to start with, really, wasn't it?
Definitely. Yeah, Barker's been bowling so well, hasn't he, this season? It's been. I was a little bit nervous about him coming, and as ever, he's been bowling very well. But he's got a lot of wickets, as has Abbas. But Abbott is usually our nemesis here, isn't he?
Well, there's a few on there. Abbott, Barker, Abbas. Good little single from Steve Davies there to keep ticking the strike over. Mohamed Abbas stretching his hamstrings out, keep himself loose.
It's nice to be in the box with you, because I'm usually on the cricket field with you, and
Yes, I just think we should have a shout out for the extra erratics. We spend a few Sundays together, don't we?
yeah. Saturdays not very much, do you? Because you tend to play
German
other
league
teams,
games,
'cause you're
yeah.
a bit of a cricket tart.
I'll take that. Well, tart's a polite way of putting it, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, playing against Sanford against North Devon on Saturday.
Nice ground, Sanford.
Yeah. Fortunately, no Overton's going to be playing for North Devon, and no Timmy Groeneval for them this year. They've got Jack Popham, who used to be fairly quick for Gloucestershire seconds, but.
How do you do for Sanford? Are you all right?
I'm a bit of a bits and pieces. I'm not quite sure whether I'm a batsman, a bowler, or whatever required, really.
Well, you are too fidgety to be any. You can't not be anything, can you? You've got to do everything.
Too fidgety.
I'm surprised you don't keep as well as bowl.
Oh, I can't keep, save my life. Yeah, no. I can't stand up anyway. I can stand back and catch a ball sometimes, but I was talking with Trigo earlier, just don't take to keeping naturally. I didn't mind going and goal for football games occasionally, but wicket keeping, I hate it. And just the knees can't handle it. Even standing at slip and gully for a while is.
Harry, you're a young man. You should be able to bed down.
Young man with an old man's body, as Mohamed Abbas is showing some stretches I need to be doing, really. Loosening up at mid-wicket.
Oh.
Lewis Gregory on the charge. We should say he scored a magnificent 89. I was at Bristol on Thursday and Friday last week, and he raced to 89 on day 2.
It was really good to see him get a few runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, but then he bizarrely ran himself out. Back with Craig Overton, came back for a 3 that wasn't there. But exciting announcement. Just after this last ball, I've been following, you know what I'm like on my double screens. I've been watching a bit of a replay of Hampshire Sussex on Sky Sports and the Blaster a couple of years ago. I've been watching Somerset 2s, and they finished their first T20. They lost a narrow a narrow loss to Northamptonshire. They won by 3 wickets in the last over. Northampton chased down Somerset's 156 for 5. And they've got George Hankins and Sam Young playing, so a couple of local lads. And they're playing in a second T20 now that's just started. This is at Taunton Vale, also live on YouTube for anyone wanting to watch it. So they're playing 2 T20s in the day. And the scoreboard's up and running with Jamie Baird this time is going to open up with Will Smith. Yes, now you're asking about my cricket without being too self-indulged. I played against Jamie Baird 2 Saturdays ago.
And?
I fielded a gully to him, and one went straight over my head. One went just to my right for 4. I think he edged 3 4s within a yard of me at gully. He hit a couple of nice on drives. I think we got him out for 25, 30 odd.
Not bad.
He batted 4, I think, for Sidmouth first team. Their overseas is pretty talented. He came and whacked a few. South African chap. But yeah, Jamie Baird is even smaller. He looks small on the screen, but when you're fielding and watching him back, he's pretty short as well.
How old is he?
I think he's about 19 because he's at Exeter University playing the first team. It's his first year at Exeter. He might even be 18. He gave me a bit of chat when I came out to bat.
Did he?
I was blocking out. I came into bat with 13 overs left and all the top order had collapsed. I was bat number 8, I think, and we were never going to win the game, so I was just trying to stop them from getting bowling points and get us some more batting points.
What, you mean you just blocked out? A bit like you did in that innings for the Erratics not long ago.
Down at Upline. Yeah, Jamie Baird wasn't too impressed with me defending every ball and he just wanted to go in and revise. To be fair to him, he didn't play the next day for Devon because he was revising, so... if Jamie Baird fails his university degree, it's because I wasted an hour and a half of his time blocking it 2 Saturday nights ago. So he's opening up with Will Smead in the second team. We'll cross over to Taunton Vale at the seconds every couple of overs in their T20 game. And if you've got the technology, why not have a look at
I've never
both
been
games.
to Taunton Vale.
Have you not, Annie?
I know.
Oh, I'll take you there. I'll treat you to a day out at Taunton Vale. We'll make a date, shall
Do
we?
I have to get into your car that's full of
cricket gear?
7, 8, 9 kits?
I've got enough cricket gear in there for a whole team, haven't I?
You have.
To be fair, I'm racing off to a game tonight. As soon as we finish here, I'm legging it to Thorverton for a game, so I will pad up in the car, I think.
You're playing for Thorverton?
No, for Sanford against Thorverton tonight.
That's a nice ground.
Yeah, Thorverton is nice, I think. They'll have the bar open, a bit of a barbecue, they said, so...
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit iffy, the weather tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, tomorrow we reckon we might have a bit of rain delaying proceedings. Should be clear for the weekend, though. Meanwhile, Bass has tried a short ball, which is interesting because he's not renowned for his great pace, and Lewis Gregory is very good on the short ball. It's almost a bit of an ego test, I think, with deep square leg and deep long leg back. Gregory played a few imperious pull shots at the Seat Unique. What do you call it? The Seat Unique County Ground in Bristol.
Is it unique?
Yeah, but everyone calls it the Seat Unique, as if like, are the seats unique? Or it's meant to be Seat the car, but.
Looks like they're setting a little bit of a trap for him, doesn't it?
You'd be down in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion if you weren't up here, wouldn't you, Annie?
Yeah, probably.
You love it down there. You'd be pestering the long leg man, and would you be the kind of person that if the ball's coming to be caught by Felix Organ down at long leg, would you shout something as he's about to catch it?
No.
No,
For goodness sake, it's a cricket match. No, I was sat very near Felix Organ earlier and clapped him at his fielding, so politely.
There's another man I'm going to probably share a cricket field with in a couple of weeks. He plays for St Simonians, I can't really pronounce it, a team in Southampton. We'll be drawn against them in the National Cup in a couple of weeks.
And here I am, and here you are, just saying what a cricket tart you are, really, aren't you?
Well, it's still the same club, just playing against different teams, different competitions, but you just got to get as much cricket as you can in, Annie, when you're at my age, haven't you? You've got to make the most of it. I could sit and witch one in the box for years to come, I guess. Get more stories. No, I don't expect Felix Organ to be playing the T20 Blast for Hampshire, so sadly I'll have to field to him whacking at me, probably.
And will you be here for all the T20s?
Yes, more or less. Although that game there, we're playing against Felix Organ in this cup game on the Sunday, actually, when Western Storm are playing the double-header. So I missed that one. That's Essex, the men's game, and Western Storm are playing from 2:30, I believe. Had a message from Sophie Luff earlier. She's tuning into the YouTube stream in Chelmsford. She's travelling around with Western Storm after their dramatic win yesterday.
Yeah.
That last ball, carnage, wasn't it?
It's nice. It's funny, isn't it? They've only just started playing, and it feels like, I mean, we're on round 7.
Yeah.
And it's
well, then it's even weirder. Somerset women have finished their season. Sophie was reviewing
Don't
the
start me on how little cricket that they get. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
What is nice to hear is, you know, we're both Devon people, and it's great to hear so many clubs making a women's side these days. I keep having friends. A Pottery have started doing a women's cricket club up in the Blackdown Hills, and
yeah, no, I mean, you need opposition, and you need lots of them.
So while we're going through a rebuilding period for Gregory and Davies, do we mention the elephant in the room, the friend you've made on Twitter, the franchise friend KP, Annie?
I have made a friend, haven't I?
Not the nicest of interactions.
No, it's a very strange one, because I think I don't follow Kevin Peterson, but his
Does he follow you?
Funnily enough, no, but he has blocked me, which kind of, you know, is a little bit odd. But I don't. Oh,
Annie, you shouldn't have mentioned Kevin Peterson. My fault. Lewis Gregory's caught a first slip. Good catch there. I mean, straight in the breadbasket, I suppose. 2 hands, taken well, and good bowling from Hampshire. 113 for 6 now. We were just saying Lewis Gregory's he's that destructive player that can take a game away, can't he?
He really can, and he looked so, like you said last week, he looked so good, and it felt like he was getting a bit of form back, but he's not alone in nicking off, is he?
Well, that's probably his first false shot. Steve Davies had a waft at a few and got away with them, and Paul Lewis Gregory's wafted at one and straight to be caught. And fortunately, the one positive here is Craig Overton's been horribly out of form with the bat. Yes, he's been brilliant with the ball. Batted really poorly by his standards. You know, he'd be totally open and honest about this. In the West Indies series, he came in as a Chris Woke to try and bat number 8, didn't get any runs, kept missing straight ones. And maybe the little cameo he played at Bristol last week to hit 30-odd before the declaration maybe gives him a confidence boost before today. He might go and miss a straight one first ball, but I feel like Tom Abel could have declared before he came in last week. He gave him a bat, and maybe that confidence could be really crucial here today.
Well, let's hope so. But it didn't help Gregory there, did it?
No, but I'm just trying to be positive. Can Somerset get to these all-important batting points?
Yeah. They definitely could do with them, couldn't they? Yeah, going back to KP very briefly, because I've spent the whole week going through it, but yeah, I don't follow him and he doesn't follow me, but it is, his comments come up on my stream sometime, and if he talks about franchising county cricket, I will reply and say, but why, and you know, all the question. Yes, and so I'll question them, but obviously he didn't like what I said, and yes, and called me boring and mediocre. Because I epitomise county cricket, and it wasn't a very nice exchange, and no, he hasn't apologised for it, and in fact he's just keeping digging at me, but there you go.
You'll enjoy yourself with the erratics in Somerset and not let it bother you too much, will you?
No, absolutely.
You can wear my England jumper with pride and forget about KP.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your jumper. No, I mean, look at this. It's beautiful. There's nothing mediocre here. There's
No,
nothing
exactly.
boring at Somerset. It's just looking glorious. Somerset are doing a little. I've lost a few too many wickets, but.
Yeah, it can't always be perfect. And I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. It's a brave call. Somerset's batting and bowling have both performed at different times, but Hampshire are a better bowling side than a batting side. There has been rain around this week. There's going to be more rain tomorrow. There's a green pitch. I don't think we're going to see the scores. Everyone scored 500 in the Championship Division 1 last week, and that was just frankly ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, what's your theories on because a lot of people are talking about the ball being quite a big factor in that.
Well, yeah, I was enjoying an article in The Guardian actually this morning that they've got this new batch of balls out because there was outrage, particularly
they were going
Scott
too soft, weren't they? Yeah.
8 overs in, they were having to change the balls and wanting.
And the very flat seam as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a wide ball. How often do we see a wide ball in county cricket?
Not
James
very
Fuller.
often at all.
Well, James Fuller's maybe offended that he's not been bowled to the 50th over. Former PCA chairman, wasn't he, and former Glamorgan man. He's he's bowled a wide. Anyway, yeah, I think the rock hard pitches, the flat weather conditions. You know, Trigo's going on about meteorology earlier. Trying to pretend he's a weather expert. Don't quite know how we got into that, but I think we will. Any ball will struggle when it's so rock hard and dry and not ideal. But yeah, there's no real excuse for quite how quickly the ball was deteriorating. Steve Higgins using the outside edge quite nicely there.
You're not feeling like it was a ECB directive to have these flatter seam balls to get more
I feel
runs.
like it might have been an ECB directive to make the pitches flatter. I'm not sure about the balls because I did hear an interview with, I can't remember his name, the chap who creates the balls, and I'll get his name in a sec. And he was saying they're the same as every batch. Every batch is slightly different.
Yeah.
Dilip Jadjodia, that was it. His company, British Cricket Balls, they produce the Duke's balls, and he said basically they're the same all the time. Every batch, they make them the same, but they just happen to be slightly different.
Yeah, slightly different.
Natural variation, as you know, with the pitch is the same idea. I feel like the ECB might have wanted flatter pitches to prepare us for Australia a bit. Everything in the ECB is all about preparing for Australia, isn't it? Let's be honest.
But not doing wonders for our bowlers.
Well, no, I was saying to Sam earlier, 11 bowlers have bowled for 11 seam bowlers bowled for England in the last couple of years, and we've got 8 of them injured.
Yeah.
Craig I think even Craig Overton would probably admit he probably wouldn't be in the first choice bowling attack for the first test if everyone was fit.
No,
he's
but
got to play.
He's managed to stay fit.
And he's bowled really well for Somerset.
Yeah, but possibly he hasn't. He's had some wickets that have done a bit more that he's bowled on, so he hasn't actually bowled as many overs as some.
But no, I'm really excited to see Matt Potts hopefully get a game. I don't know if it's an ECB guideline directive for him to be rested this round. That's an interesting one for me. He has played 6 games on the bound.
Yeah, what's he got? 35 wickets, something like
Yeah.
that, which is a really, again,
massive figure.
14 ahead of the next.
Yeah, and I think that's massive.
That's huge.
You got to give the guy reward for his.
And I would like to say that this is exactly why the county championship is really important, to have these players that would not be picked for a squad, picked on performance.
Yeah, but then it's tricky when you come down to. I was just looking on Twitter at Dan Lawrence. I feel like he batted so well in the West Indies, a bright spark from a struggling 3-match series. I was reading the review in the Cricket the other day. A month behind going back to the Guyana test, you almost forget about it in a few weeks' time. I quite like reading the magazine the next month and think, I forgot about that series. Yeah. And Dan Lawrence batted beautifully. Accelerated unselfishly, magnificent drives over extra cover, and suddenly he's out the team. Yes, Harry Brooks has batted amazingly. You can't not put Harry Brook in, but we've just got 7 or 8 blokes who want to bat 3 to 6, or 4 to 6.
Yeah.
No one wants to bat 1 to 3. Yeah. So they're talking about Pope going up to 3, which is... I feel like
we're
just
always just experimenting
square pegs in round holes.
1, 2 and 3, aren't we?
Yeah, and poor old Gary Balance was one of our best statistical number 3s for years. He just didn't look very pretty and fell out of favour. And then said some silly things since, and he probably won't get another chance. I'm not saying we need to go back to him, but I'd like to see Bairstow at 3. But he wants to bat 5 or 6. It's just...
It'd be interesting to see what our new captain decides, wouldn't it?
Oh, I'd tell him to put the pads on. Get his English passport out. We'll have 2 Kiwis leading the English against the Kiwis. I do feel for them. Not only have we robbed Ben Stokes from them, we've robbed Brendan McCullum from them as well.
I know.
And
what's your feelings on Brendan McCullum?
Very exciting.
Are you?
Dynamic.
You're very excited. Yeah, I agree.
Massively
dynamic.
So. White ball coach in the main the last few years, yes, but it's still cricket.
Well,
and he scored.
White ball
coach. Yeah. But it's cricket, and he played Test cricket blooming well. I was there at the Basin Reserve in Wellington when he scored. Was it the fastest 100 or whatever it was against Sri Lanka, and it was just phenomenal.
Yeah, and let's face it, New Zealand are playing great cricket at the moment, so they must be doing
there's
something.
what's the
right.
phrase I'm looking for? Some better than their parts. You know what I'm trying to say? He gets the
sum
best.
of all the part. Yeah,
You know what I mean? He gets the best out of a team. New Zealand, New Zealand, no one would have said they're the #1 team in the world, or they should be. But when he was captain, he brought them out from the doldrums and really got them to become a real challenging side. And it's a joke, really, that they don't get more 5-match series against England, India, and Australia.
I know. Oh, what is it with why do we have to play Australia, just Australia, 5 times? Oh, I mean, obviously we've got India as well. We've got this one test match, haven't we, from last year?
Which is bizarre.
Yeah.
What a waste of money, you think? But it's the ECB and the VCCI, and they have to do it. I'd love to see a New Zealand 5-match series.
I would too.
With ODIs and T20s, the whole shebang.
And South Africa.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we used to play South Africa more, didn't we?
Yeah, I did. You know, I'd like to see. Well, I'd like to see longer test series anyway, with lots of sides. I think
that New Zealand Bangladesh series was a cracker over the winter, wasn't it? I love waking up in the morning and tuning in.
That was great.
Craig Overton is whipping into the leg side. He's meanwhile got on to 2.
Leaned very nicely into that one, didn't he?
Yeah, big frame. I mean, so we've got 8 overs and 4 balls until the tea interval. And so Michael Barber's going to talk to Sammy D.
Chair-elect?
Yeah, I'm going to keep calling him Sammy D. I know he's changed his Twitter profile. Have you noticed that? Sam
Yes,
J.
he
Dan.
has,
I don't
hasn't
know.
he?
I'm just going to call him Sammy D to slightly wind him up. He loves it.
And Sam will be doing that.
Yeah, I'll have a chat with Sir Michael again. I think they chatted a couple of weeks ago.
I'm yet to meet him. I keep hearing wonderful things about him from Gordon Hollins. So.
Well, he will be literally kicking you out of your seat in about 15 minutes. Well, probably half an hour's time.
He will not literally be kicking you out.
Oh, I will if he doesn't.
No, it'd be good to see him or hear him. I'll definitely be listening to that interview. It was a big AGM yesterday, ECB AGM.
Yeah, I was at not quite an AGM, but talk of I was at Lord's a couple of weeks ago. I went for a physio specialist bloke in London. Long story. Anyway, I was going past Lord's, and I didn't realise Stephen Fry was being elected as the MCC new president.
Oh, was he?
As I popped in and watched, it was the National Association of Asian Cricketers playing against the MCC ladies.
Great.
And I didn't realise I'd gone past Lord's just the right time. Went to the museum, had a lovely look around. Oh, look at that. Thornton CC have liked my shout out on there.
They liked it.
They liked it. They're ready for a midweek bit of T20 tonight.
Yeah. It's a very nice ground, very nice village.
Yeah.
Love watching the sun go across the ground here. It's just a beautiful, beautiful place in the sunshine. Cricket's meant to be played in the sun, isn't it?
Meant to be played in the sun, yeah.
We played a game at Bridford 2 weeks ago where we started in the rain.
Bit wet, wasn't it?
And we ended in the rain.
I couldn't believe you played.
It's ridiculous.
The ball was drenched. I read the match report.
The ball shape. Oh my goodness.
I mean, Bridford's a wet edge of Dartmoor at the best of times anyway. But then I came and played on a Sunday in South Brent, and it was stunning.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Was
that was a lovely looking ground, wasn't it? They'd done
green
really well.
circles, lovely lawnmower action. I do love a groundsman who mows a shape and makes it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then we played at Ottery St Mary last week, and that's a nice ground too. Really nice. It was a bit rainy again. I think cricket should be played in April, obviously, because it's much drier.
Yeah, well, March and April, so dry recently.
He's a big lad, isn't he, Craig?
Yeah, 6 foot. 6 foot something. Plenty.
Yeah, 6 foot plenty. I was watching his brother Jamie play at
the 93, yeah.
at Beckenham last week, and he bowled well, he batted well, he looked really, really good, you know. So it was really nice to see. Oh, that was a nice ground, Beckenham. Really enjoyed it there. Beautiful, full ground.
Looked to be decent crowd from the pics I saw.
Really decent crowd, and some great. Well, Surrey, let's face it, have got quite A-list cricketers, haven't they? I mean, stars, and some really nice batting going on there. And it was nice to see Steve O bowl.
It was wasn't it record number of 50s in first class cricket without 100.
That's right.
Even was it Scotty Bolland who was robbed of a 50 at the end? They declared 9 down, didn't they? He was 44 not out. You'd be fuming, wouldn't you, if you're the Australian overseas quick who's chance for first class 50?
Yeah.
Bolland do
everyone was kept saying that it was the best batting track in England.
That's the same Scott Bolland who ripped us apart in the Ashes, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Dare we mention that? Still on seconds watch. They are 68 for 1.
Oh, they've rocketed on, haven't they?
Yeah, George Bartlett and Will Smead just scoring runs every second team game. I look at the moment, they're playing quite a lot of second team T20s, and many other counties in the country, probably 14 of the 18. If I were to put a random figure on it, I reckon Smead and Bartlett would get in or very near to in their first 11 county championship side, but such is the strength and depth in Somerset's batting that he can't get in. And Goldsworthy's not even in this second team game. He's carrying the drinks at the moment.
Yeah. What's your T20 side?
I had a big discussion with this the other day.
Right.
I get in trouble for some of my predictions.
I can't believe you get in trouble, Harry.
I get in trouble for all sorts, but it doesn't stop me, does it? I put Lewis Goldsworthy as my top championship run scorer, and he's barely played. So I've been made to look a bit of a fool for this. But I thought Tom Abel would go and get England on as he wouldn't be playing. So I thought second to him would be Goldsworthy.
Again, you being foolish.
Yeah, okay. So I've had a shocker. I would like to see Goldsworthy and Green in the T20 11, but now Riley, while we see this T20 second team, I mean, of these two we're watching on the screen now, Smead and Bartlett, Smead's going to open. I think Bartlett's going to harshly miss out again. I think he's going to have to wait for the one-day cut, which is harsh. But I think they'll go Smead and Banton, Abel 3. That's guaranteed, I think. And now I'm surprised by the Riley Rousseau signing. He'll probably bat 4, I would guess. But I thought they might go with Hildreth or Green or Goldsworthy at 4. So I guess if Riley Rousseau bats 4, then you've got so many options then. Who bats?
Smead's on 41, I see.
Yeah, he's got a couple of 50s recently as well. So he's in great form coming in. Him and Banton, you can't argue with.
No, you can't.
I think our top 4, Abel and Rousseau, that's cemented for the tournament. The 5, 6, 7 is tricky because it could be Green, Goldsworthy, then Overton and Gregory don't want to be much below 6 or 7. Steve Davies probably won't quite get in.
No.
So.
No, I presume no.
I'm not giving you much of an answer here, am I?
Banton keeping?
Yeah, I think Banton will keep. So 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's leave that middle order. Let's work back. One of Brooks or Davey probably misses out.
I mean,
DeLange could miss out if Siddle plays.
Bowling well, hasn't he?
There's so many options, which is a
it's
great,
good thing to
great
be,
kind of,
good position to be in.
I couldn't be Andy Hurry, really, could I? Jason Kerr, I'd struggle.
No, you'd be rubbish, wouldn't you?
It's like I always listen to Tuffers and Vaughan shows when Tuffers would have to name his best 11 or something. He'd name 13 players every time.
Yeah, that would be you, yeah. So when's the next championship game? That will be Surrey, won't it? In
a couple of weeks.
Mid-June,
yeah, that weird sort of in between T20
that's slotted in because nothing else is going to fit there, kind of thing.
Meanwhile, Steve Davies is playing a useful knock here. He's hung in there. We keep saying he's wafted a few times, but sometimes you gotta make sure you cash in when you got to wear the few of them early. Hanging in there, keeping the innings going for as long as possible. Get some legs in the Hampshire bowlers, tire them out, and get nearer to that 200 first batting point is the main focus for Somerset here.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if how much the weather forecast is.
It's changing a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, what the weather forecast is changing.
It is. The Pete Trigo's meteorology skills aren't really helping.
Oh, okay. So is it looking?
Tomorrow's now saying thunderstorm. I looked earlier and it was saying showers. Now it's saying potential thunderstorms.
But it's not looking as rainy, is it?
So we might get a bit of play sandwich between showers. Good job, because I've got plenty of computer jobs I haven't got around to doing today, and plenty of emails to reply to. I have to do tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday.
Bit of a bouncer to finish then.
Yeah, that's another surprising thing today. James Fuller and Mohammed Abbas have bowled a couple of short balls, which you didn't think they'd be quite quick enough to, but we should mention Northampton got a decent side out today in their 2 T20s. We saw George Hankins in form of Gloucestershire. We've seen Brandon Glover. A. Russell is not Andre Russell. C. Lynn is not Chris Lynn. I should just clarify those 2 points if you're looking at the scorecard.
Looks like Smead has got a 50 in the second team game.
He just can't not score 50s at the moment. Good to see Max Waller playing, of course. And Sam Young, who was Somerset opener in the One Day Cup last year, open with Steve Davies. He's got a game for Northampton seconds today. He scored 10 in the first game, the opening and batting. Charlie Thurston batting 3, so there's...
Smead's got 51 of 24 balls.
Oh, he doesn't mess about, does he?
No,
Yeah.
he
Well,
really
Ben Green's
doesn't.
hit some big sixes in the first game.
Well, he looked pretty good when he played in the first team, didn't he?
Yeah, Jack Brooks got 4 for in the first T20 this afternoon. 4 for 12's pretty decent figures, isn't it?
Definitely.
Ned Leonard struggled a bit. 2 overs for 33 runs. It's a shame, really, because of course he played against the Hampshire lot down below us in the first game of the championship season.
Oh, all that time ago when we had hardly any players fit.
Abbas has bowled too well. So many balls today, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's too good for any batter to edge.
Yeah.
Too good for Ben Brown to stop. He's just gone straight through for 4. You wouldn't want to be a wicketkeeper with Mohammed Abbas, I can tell you that.
No. And I have Ben Brown as my wicketkeeper in my fantasy.
Do you now? See, I changed mine today.
I
Bobby Bracey's not got a game.
I failed to change my team, and I have a lot of Surrey Surrey players, and
So I had, who did I get out? Rory Burns had to go because they're not playing, and Bobby Bracey had to go because they're not playing. So I went Michael Burgess for my gloves today, this round. Could have gone Dane Villas. Well, Craigo looks like he's not going to die wondering now, as he's just decided he can't wait and play Abbas defensively.
well,
so
like you said, maybe he's got a bit of confidence in his batting back from last week. So it's good to see, because we've always relied on some lower order runs from Overton, haven't we? And they just haven't been coming this season.
that 6 he hit before the declaration was massive. Slog sweep into the car park. Fortunately, I parked down the road. I didn't park in the Gloucestershire car park, else I'd have been in trouble. And basically, Tom Abel gave it 45 seconds. I don't think he was going to declare, but they couldn't find the ball. And Abel's up and thought, well, we're wasting time here. We're going to have Sunday as a day off to play golf. Well, let's just declare.
Brilliant game for Somerset, that wasn't it? I mean, it was just such a perfect. How it played out was just wonderful. Because there was a concern about the weather on the last day, wasn't there? And we got it all over and done with before that. I don't know if it actually rained that day too badly in Bristol in the end.
No, Bristol had some serious sunshine last week. I remember coming back from Bristol to Devon. And
did you have a bit of a suntan?
I sat in the press box for most of it. But then I did enjoy a bit of the sun, a bit of a tan. Yeah, come back to Devon and it was cloudy in the evenings. Craig Overton with 2 slips to Mohammed Abbas. What's that deep square leg doing then? He's 15 yards off the boundary. He's not saving 1. He's not saving 4.
Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? Which probably hit it straight to him now.
It was
Harry, you've been wrong before.
I have been wrong before, I knew. We was at Craig Overton put that leg gully in the other day, didn't he? And it went straight to him. Sam Hain, Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Bizarre field position, it went straight to him. So we've got 5 overs left with myself and Annie Chave, and then Sam's going to come back on and he's going to speak to Michael Barber, the chair-elect.
Chair-elect, yeah.
Sounds cool, doesn't it?
With a very impressive business acumen. I'm sure Sam will know all about him and chat to him. But I know he's a massive Somerset supporter. Always has been.
Keith Barker's going to return from the River End. Bit of a mix and match between the teams. Still no Liam Dawson. It's an overcast day. The ball's 60 overs old or 59 overs old, but
it's
still
not
no
an
spin.
overcast day. It's a bit overcast now. Come on, it's been
yeah,
lovely.
okay. It's been lovely. I'm trying to defend the ball swinging around corners. I'm trying to find a reason for Mohammed Abbas bowling like he's bowling with a swing ball. It's like he's bowling with the red and white balls you used as a kid. It's amazing how much he swings it.
Bouncy ones,
yeah.
yeah.
It's incredible how much he swings it.
It is, isn't it? I do like watching Barker bowl though.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he?
He's coming round the wicket before, wasn't he?
He was. He's tried a bit of both actually today.
Just a bit weird for a left-hander to be going around the wicket. Sometimes I always find that a bit odd.
So what else are we going to see change with this Hampshire fielding? Well, James Vince is marshalling his troops to Craig Overton. Overton and Banton have had a deep square leg and a deep long leg pretty much all of both their innings. But
obviously Hampshire knows something we don't, Harry.
Well, if I was anyone bowling at Craig Overton the way he's batted this season, I'd just bowl full and straight at him. I think would be the best way. Even that was full and straight and he's got an inside edge for 1, so I feel like just attack the stumps would be the best option here. Will Smead's gone for 58 off 29.
Oh,
his old teammate Sam Young's caught him. Strike rate of 200 though, it's
yeah,
not bad,
it's
is
not bad, eh?
3 sixes, of course. Georgie Bartlett's 25 off 19. Remember that 100 he scored against Leicestershire in the One Day Cup last year? That was some knock. I love the One Day Cup. Very underrated tournament.
I do too. I really, really have enjoyed it. Especially last year somehow.
Yeah, can't wait for it this year. Good old Glamorgan. More than happy to see them win. They deserved it really from that ridiculous game here when young Will Gorvin was batting with Michael Hogan at the other end. And Lewis Goldsworthy was bowling. And they needed 5 off the last ball to win or something. And he had 1 bounce 4.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant, brilliant game of cricket.
Yeah, and it was very popular actually again, wasn't it? I mean, we had really decent crowds in, considering we'd lost like 7 of our players.
Well, I'll give you one more ball of myself and Annie's erratics combination, and I'll hand over to the 2 natterers of county cricket. Annie can stay with us for tea, and then Sam can warm up with Annie to speak to the chair-elect. I think that's a good plan, isn't it?
He can interview me instead for a little bit, can't you, Sam?
You don't need no interviewing, Annie. You've had some nice support on the YouTube comments saying KP was never a nice guy. And stay strong, Annie. KP is a man.
Do you know what? I had someone, when I went just briefly over to the pavilion, someone came over and shook my hand and said,
"Oh, isn't that lovely?
It's brilliant what you're doing, and KP's horrible."
Right.
It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Harry.
Always a pleasure, Annie.
Well, it's the first time, but
it will be many more times in the future, I'm sure. I'm confident. Right, here's
I
Sammy
look
D.
forward to seeing you on the cricket pitch very soon.
Maybe Sunday. See how the game goes.
Yeah, we'll see how the game goes. Obviously. Sam, have you not had any cake yet? Wait, I told you to go and help yourself. You can. I'll
You
give
did,
you,
Annie.
I'll
I'm a
save you.
fool. I've only got myself to blame. Don't
I will
worry.
save you a piece.
I can't believe I walked in on you two just bashing Keith Parsons. I'm not having this. There's no KP bashing going on in this commentary box. Wow. I'll tell you what.
He's the only KP in your life, isn't he, Sam?
He is.
Oh, Harry's under the table.
I didn't know. I didn't know what was coming next. I wanted to leave silent and see what happened next. Right. We're going to see a bit of spin. Harry's annoyed because the spin has come on as he's departed. So perhaps with a mind on the fact that the over 8's a little bit slow, Liam Dawson is going to come on and go some left arm spin from around the wicket to big Craig Overton. There is a man, where's my scorecard gone? I think it's Ian Holland, 22, who's a silly mid-off. Yeah, Harry's giving it to me. It is here, Ian Holland.
Oh.
Yeah, one got the impression Craig Overton was going to go on the counter attack, and he has just danced down and smoked that over the top for 6. Craig Overton playing his 100th first-class match for Somerset today.
Is it?
Yeah.
I hope people have cheered him for that.
They certainly even cheered him for that 6.
They might well have cheered him for that
strike
6. That was beautiful. Lovely strike.
To the redeveloped Gimlet's Hill.
Yeah, that's still being built. It's going to be great though, isn't it?
It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Dawson chucks the ball to umpire Blackwell as if to say, is this all right to carry on with? Blackwell throws it straight back at him. Yep, on you go. So about 3.5 overs, I say about, exactly 3.5 overs until tea. We're going to have Sir Michael Barber, the chair-elect, on to chat to us. So if you, were thinking of leaving us, please don't.
Oh.
Overton again, a bit more agricultural.
A lot more agricultural.
A lot more agricultural. He kind of committed to the shot and he had to go for it. He didn't quite get there, but he managed to hit that over Kyle Abbott at long arm. So 2 6s in 4 balls. I come on, the excitement starts, and that's how it works here.
Yeah, that's why Harry's all upset.
Oh, if you will, slag off Keith Parsons. Is Liam Dawson a frontline bowler, Harry, or is he just part-time?
Harry's a Dawson fan.
Field spreads a little bit.
And he defends.
Sensible this from Craig Overton. I mean, had a terrible run with the bat.
Oh, he's had an awful
early season. Did get 35 in that Gloucestershire game.
Yeah, we were just saying that maybe that's given him a bit of confidence. Unfortunately, it didn't work with Gregory.
Watchful then. First over of spin in the game. It's gone for 12 runs, 2 6s hit by Craig Overton. Liam Dawson, this is his 170th first-class game. He's had a stellar career. Played a fair bit for England in white ball cricket and test match cricket as well, but 228 first-class wickets he has to his name. So yeah, that's definitely a bit more than part-time. I agree.
A bit more part-time. I love seeing Overton and Brown walk down the ground together. The difference in height is quite impressive.
He's a tall man, Craig Overton. I mean, Ben Brown is a fine wicketkeeper, and that just shows how much movement we've been getting. That was a couple of overs ago where it went past Craig Overton and moved so much on the way through.
Yeah, I mean, he has had a couple of byes let through, hasn't he? But I'm not surprised.
Keith Barker
has definitely been moving the ball. Have you been keeping your eye on the second team game?
I haven't actually. I have to confess, I'm writing a piece for today. I've been editing another podcast. I did a wonderful, if you're listening, County Cricket Natters has teamed up with Women's Cricket Chat. So our podcast on last night's Charlotte Edwards Cup action has just gone out. It's good when you can plug your own stuff, isn't it?
It is good, isn't it? And we'll be talking to someone later on today, won't we, Sam?
Yeah, we've got one coming up with Shan Masood that hopefully we'll put out as part of County Cricket Natters is Why We Love County Cricket series during the break when the County Championship isn't on. Joined by Hannah Thompson-Radford, who'll be doing some of the Western Storm commentary as well. And Ellie Fraukel, the skipper of the Thunder. They had a good win yesterday.
What do you think of Barker as a bowler?
I love him.
I think he's so impressive, and he gets a good amount of runs as well, doesn't he?
Well, look, I saw him playing a game at Lords last year for Middlesex. For Hampshire against Middlesex, and he turned it. Hampshire were in a bit of trouble. I think it might have been his highest score. He made 84 with the bat, and I want to say he picked up 5 for in the morning. I mean, the fact he's taking the new ball ahead of Carl Abbott says a lot.
Oh, he's got a lot of wickets so far this season. Not as many as Potts.
No, you're right. He's having a good year. A good year last year. It was 80. So he took 41 wickets at 18.41. I mean, this is a guy who's won the county relatively late to the game because of his football.
Yeah.
He went down the football route to start with, which perhaps is helping him in terms of not having bowled as many overs.
Exactly. You wonder, if bowling when you're younger can sometimes damage you a little bit longer.
I think he had 56 wickets. Him and Chris Wright bowled Warwickshire to the title way back. Maybe a decade ago now. Overton digs that one out. There's an appeal from somebody. I don't know if it was a spectator or a player.
It was first slip.
As it James Vince. He turned down a Lancs kind of academy contract, age 16, to go and pursue football. And he played England age groups up to under 20s, I think, so obviously a decent footballer.
Yeah, sounds like him. Obviously a decent sportsman.
Nicely played there from Craig Overton, did just open the face. Gap. Find the gap. Yeah, this is his. They joined Hampshire at the end of the 2018 season. He did. I remember him talking about it. Said Warwickshire did offer him a new deal to stay on, but I think I'm quoting him. So apologies if I'm not. I think he said it was a bit of an afterthought. He felt like it was a bit of an afterthought, so he decided to move on, and he's not done badly since he moved to Hampshire.
No, not at all. I was just looking at the scores other games, and I see that Kent are 180 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Considering what their season so far, that's rather good. There's another not out so far from Compton.
He's done all right. I mean, it's good to see players like that, taking a bold move to leave Nottinghamshire. It's a big county. Dawson's going to continue over the wicket. He's rolled just 1 over so far. Craig Overton hitting for those 2 sixes.
Essex 159 for 3 against Lancashire.
Catch all gone. Liam Dawson wheels away in celebration. Cal Guzza was talking about it a little bit earlier on. Your eyes do just light up. You feel Steve Davies plays away from his body a little bit, and he did there with that Dawson delivery. We'll have a look on the replay and see if it maybe turned and bounced. It certainly looked like it bounced a little bit.
Yeah, definitely seemed to bounce a bit.
He guided it to James Vince, I think it is.
It's that pre-tea hunger, you see. That's what you get.
See Stephen Davies trudging off. He batted well, we've seen that, but that's been the theme for Somerset so far. Hampshire have bowled brilliantly. They've been very, very impressive, their fine attack. The 29, Steve Davies has made, Tom Bampton made 24, Matt Renshaw made 27. Tom Abel a bit unlucky.
Yeah, that was so... Oh, he looks so annoyed with himself. Oh.
Yeah, very unlucky. I tell you what, if that was Keith Barker batting, there's no way that ball would have been out on the stumps. That would have been a volley. That was his forte. Tom Abel's football just let him down
yes,
slightly.
Definitely. He needs to be practicing more football, definitely.
We're going to see Josh Davey then, much earlier than he'd have hoped, much earlier than Somerset fans would have hoped. Hampshire fans, they'll be delighted. They've got Somerset very much on the back foot here, 144 for 7. Craig Overton's got 19. Stephen Davies has just gone, if you're just joining us. Day 1 of Somerset versus Hampshire on the Somerset County Club live stream, brought to you courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. You've got Sam Lanning here. Annie Chafe, editor of County Cricket Matters, is next to me.
Yeah.
Her and Harry are very much BBC devotees when it comes to the scorecards. I'm an NV Play man.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't know. I just probably I do. I like to look at the BBC.
No criticism.
No?
Just an observation.
Cool.
Best
Just saying
assured.
that Davis's 29 came off 77 balls, so it's quite circumspect. But he still, you know, he still plays at ones he doesn't necessarily need to, doesn't he?
Yeah, I can't help but agree. Dawson to Josh Davey then. Josh Davey is a decent batter. Always shapes up nicely.
I do like watching Davey play, but bowling and batting.
Yeah, he's really made Somerset his home, hasn't he? You know, and it took him a few years to do that. He was on the staff for a couple of years before he broke through, as Dawson tries to tempt him into one. Yeah, he's probably the only of the Somerset batters without a first-class 100, potentially. I think Siddle's got one. Brooks has got one.
Well, it's about time he got one then, isn't it?
Which will annoy him, because I'm sure they mentioned that, because he talks about his batting. Former opener. We talk about it a lot as well. Yeah, it's reached 54 times, high score of 75. It's his first class game number 54 for him.
Oh.
There's a lovely, lovely shot from Josh Davey. There's an example of that footwork. I mean, Craig Overton's 6 in the previous. Well, the first one was actually a very good shot. The second one was agricultural. Josh Davey there, just dancing down the track.
They're really peppering the Gimlet's Hill, aren't they?
He got right to the pitch of it. Off the mark with a 6, Josh Davey. And that's the thing, you know, rather than hang around and wait for the ball with your name on it, potentially, they just show a little bit of aggression. Dawson won't mind this too much, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I was going to say big play safe. Just quickly carry on with the other scores. We've got Yorkshire, Warwickshire, and Warwickshire 158 for 7. So they're similar to us, really. Lamb with 45, but not much else.
So we've got 1 over remaining until tea. If you're going to grab your brew, I'll do it quickly, because Sir Michael Barber, the chair-elect of Somerset, is going to come on and have a chat to us. His first time chatting on the live stream to Somerset fans. He's a member here. He's from a place that Craig Overton will know well. He's a man of North Devon, down near Barnstable. Really looking forward to chatting to Sir Michael. Very interesting man. Former teacher, very high. I think he's advised a number of governments. I'm a bit nervous, Annie. You
I
know?
gather. I know. Gordon Hollins was telling me that he's his past.
My instructions for Ben Warren were to be hard hitting. One of my hard hitting interviews.
Right.
So
I'll look forward to listening to that.
I think I'll just be cowering in the corner. No, but a lover of cricket. He's been invited. Fascinating man. I'm looking forward to speaking to him. Everton gets away with a drive there, could have gone anywhere.
Come on.
But he has been involved in multiple sports. Tennis, I think he's still on the FA Technical Advisory Board.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So we'll chat to Michael, Sir Michael. I better not make that mistake, could I?
Yeah. What do you call him? What
I'll start with Sir Michael Barber.
Yeah, and then see what he says.
I floated Mickey B, but
Mickey B.
I don't know how that'll go down. Might open with it.
I've got with me Mickey B.
Well, it'll be Mickey B and I. Lovely shot from Craig Overton. He'll pick up a couple. Brings up Somerset's 150.
Well, that's something.
Have you summed that? It is something, Annie. Head on hands for
They're keen in the slip cordon.
Yeah, I liked it. We like keen slips, don't we?
Yeah.
What gets me sometimes is these celebrations when they know it's not out.
Oh, I know.
It's because when the umpire says not out, they just go off. There's no like negative reaction. But
talking of keen slip cordons and wicket keepers, I just been interviewing Paul Nixon. Now that guy certainly was one.
And speaking of keen slip cordons, there's another man's gone in there. So 2 slips, Vince and Dawson. Ian Holland went in at gully, and so of course Craig Overton has just turned it into the leg side where the fielder was and picked up a single. In fact, it was Josh Davey. So when are we going to hear from Paul Nixon and Annie Che? What's this? Is this for you? Is this for the magazine?
Yeah, it's my interview. Nice man, such an enthusiastic man, and
stays low. That Craig Overton wafts it, hit last ball a little tee, finishes his leave, and then wanders straight off. So that is tee. Craig Overton has decided it is tee.
That was very, very definite, wasn't it?
It
was like, right.
It was, but he's absolutely right. 32 overs remaining in the day. So remember, what are we talking, 5.5 hours ago or so? Tom Abel making his 100th first-class appearance. He won the toss, elected to bat, and it hasn't really gone Somerset's way. 154 for 7. Somerset are another 4 wickets lost after lunch. Tom Banton, LBW to Kyle Abbott for 24. James Hildreth, LBW to Mohammed Abbas for 8. Stephen Davies looked really nice, made 29, done a lot of the hard work, and then he just chased a slightly wide one from Liam Dawson, got caught by James Vince at slip. Lewis Gregory had fallen before that, in fact. James Fuller has just bowled the 4 overs so far, picking up a wicket. So 154 for 7, Somerset at tea. And Annie Che with us for the last hour. We had Carl Gazard for the first hour, and then Annie Che. Annie, thank you so much.
It's been lovely to be here. I was very pleased to see Truscothic earlier as well. That must have, yeah, him and Trigger.
It's not bad, is it? They do all right in terms of gas. Carl Gazard, a representative of Cooper Associates. What do we reckon, Annie? What are Somerset going to be saying from here? To get to a good score is going to be very difficult. But what gives them a foothold in the game?
I don't know. I mean, look, we still got Overton and Davey in. Both are very capable batsmen. We could easily get a good few more runs on. We want to aim for that back point. And we've definitely got a chance in that. I have every faith in that.
You've got to have faith.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's never over until the other team have batted twice.
Never gets past you, Annie.
I know this game of cricket well.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Well, what else have we got going on? Somerset won't be the first team to be bowled out, because Leicestershire, unfortunately, well, we're talking of Paul Nixon, who is, so that interview, so some players you talk to, and for whatever reason, they might not enjoy that side of the game, which is completely fine, or might not have as many words. But when you're transcribing an interview with Paul Nixon, to try and work out, you've got to put aside about a week to transcribe it.
Yes, definitely.
And then B, because also he's not dull in what there's probably many articles could be written with the quotes that he's given you.
Yeah,
I mean, just a little snapshot. Anything that interesting he said?
We just talked about his basically his life in cricket. Really, growing up, it sounds like he had a fantastic childhood of just cricket, and his dad bought him a gym for his room and things like that. So I think
a gym.
A gym for his room.
As in, like one of those old school, what they called like the multi-gyms.
Well, I guess, yeah.
It's a nice present, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. And a really enthusiastic village team, and and then obviously he went on and he played under 15s and when he was like 13, and so he was always younger and pushed through, and a very, very enthusiastic keeper. We did laugh about his verbals behind the stumps, and
I can imagine he was one of those players that you would love to play with, but against.
Yeah.
A little bit annoying.
Yes. Yes, he does tell quite an interesting story about someone. I won't, go in, but someone who did threaten to beat him up.
Will we be reading that in the piece? Is that off the record? Or?
Oh yes, that's
excellent. And when and where can we read? I know where County Cricket Matters. When can we read the piece?
It'll be going to the publishers on the 1st of June, so it should be getting out around mid-June. So,
Wonderful. And how many subscribers have you got now?
About 800. Yeah.
And do you still hand post?
I still
every single one of them.
And yes, and handwrite all the envelopes, and that does take a long time.
I can quite imagine. Almost. What takes longer, transcribing Paul Dixon interview or sending them out?
I think it's a similar.
Oh, wonderful.
Speed.
Well, you've got on the County Cricket Matters website, and you can subscribe. It's a bargain price. Right, thank you so much, Annie Chave. It's been wonderful to have you as ever, and I'm sure we will be seeing plenty of you for the rest of the season. Annie is just going to make way, and we're going to be joined for the first time on the live stream by Sir Michael Barber, Somerset's chair-elect. Here he is. Got his Somerset cap on, which is brilliant to see.
We really hope that the representatives from WPA Health Insurance have enjoyed themselves with us today. They are our principal.
There he is, Sir Michael Barber. How are you, sir? Lovely to meet you.
I'm very well. I'd be even happier if Somerset had lost fewer wickets.
Yeah, been a difficult morning. You're a former cricketer yourself. You used to play growing up. Would you have batted first if you were a skipper?
I'm not a former cricketer at this level at all. I played at school and I played in club cricket and village cricket, but I actually said on the way to the ground I'd bat this morning, so I would have done.
Oh, there we go. It's good to see that the chair-elect and the skipper are very much telepathically in union.
Well, if you look at the last 2 games, the opposition have put us in, and we've scored big scores, 450 one game and then nearly 600 at Gloucester last week. But the pitch was quite tough work this morning.
Yes, it was, and Hampshire are a fine attack as well.
They've got a very good bowling attack, yes. And as you know, I've been to Pakistan a number of times, and Abbas is a very, very good bowler. They've got a lot of very good bowlers in Pakistan, and he's pretty tight, and the others are all good as well.
Oh, it's good. Well, we'll jump around a little bit, because I was going to ask you about it, because you've led a fascinating life, and you do a lot of work in education and have advised governments. But I was reading that you've been to Pakistan. Were you saying 50 plus times?
Yes, starting in 2009, I spent for nearly 10 years. I went every few months, roughly 6 or 7 times a year, to help the government of Punjab, Pakistan, which is the biggest province in Pakistan, improve its education system and its health system. And they made a lot of progress in that time. More children getting into school, more children learning to higher levels, more girls getting into school and learning to higher levels. And this is all before the pandemic. Vaccinating young children against all the basic childhood diseases, big improvement. So it was a very exciting time. The person who was then Chief Minister of Punjab has just recently become Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shahbaz Sharif. And in relation to this audience, the relevant thing is on every space where it's flat, you see kids playing cricket, girls as well as boys. They're completely cricket crazy. Every television, like now when the IPL is on, even though relations with India are sometimes a bit tense, everybody watches the IPL, and when Pakistan win, they're all thrilled to bits, and when they lose, they're all furious. But it's fantastic. It's a cricket culture like nothing you've ever seen before.
Oh, I can only imagine. Somerset, we've had Babar Azam here, we've had Abdur Rahman. Azhar Ali, who's now at Worcestershire, he's done a lot of work in the last couple of years, building his own academy, trying to put a bit of structure, because there's a lot of street cricket.
Yes.
There isn't necessarily the academy structure like we're lucky to have in England.
Yes, that's right. And I saw Azhar here for the game against Lancashire in September when he got 50. He's a very, very good player. If you look at his test record, it's tremendous. And one of the things quite a lot of Pakistani cricketers have done over the last generation or two is Pakistan cricket grew up in Lahore and Karachi mainly, but now they've taken it everywhere into all the rural areas as well as the smaller towns. And people like Azhar, they're very committed cricketers, but also patriots doing the best for their country.
Wonderful man, Azhar. He loves coming over to England. Played his club cricket in Aberdeen, where his first experiences over. He just loves.
I didn't know that.
He loves coming back. I've had an interview him where he was putting on the Scottish accent, trying to. It was fantastic. Anyway, sorry, we'll bring matters back a little bit more local. Chair-elect of Somerset County Cricket Club, and you're a local man living in North Devon. We've got a North Devonian out there batting as well. But
yes.
Tell us a little bit about how that came about for you.
So I've lived in somewhere near, in Umberley, near Barnstaple, for 12 years. I moved there in 2010. Before that, I'd been working in government largely. I lived in London throughout that time, and it's been the best thing we ever did as a family was move to London, move to Devon, and particularly now I'm 66. I was thinking I'd like to do more things engaging in my region that I've become very passionate about. So I'm Chancellor of Exeter University, which is a honorary position really, where I do the degree ceremonies and things, and it's a fantastic university. And by the way, your listeners will be interested, it's top in the country in sports science. And when I saw that there was a vacancy for the chair of Somerset County Cricket Club, and I love cricket, and it's an hour's drive from my home, I thought, I'm going to apply for that. You look at the beautiful ground, you look at Somerset's track record. In 1979, I watched Viv Richards get 100 when Somerset won the Gillette Cup, the first trophy they ever won. So I followed Somerset. I was born and bred and brought up in Lancashire, but I followed Somerset all the way through the last all those years, and I'm really excited to be chair-elect.
And what's it been like, because you were saying you haven't officially taken up your post yet, but you've been around the ground a few times. How has that been? Because it's changed a little bit, suddenly you're coming in as a member of the board.
Yes, so I've been, the nominations committee and the general committee have approved my appointment, but it needs to be approved by the AGM in June, and until then it's chair-elect. But there's a job to be done now, so I've been meeting people, I've been walking around the ground, I've met lots of the staff. Obviously I talk regularly with Gordon Hollins, the chief executive. My predecessor, or the chair, currently Gordon Baird, has been wonderfully helpful, and I could not have felt more welcomed by any institution. It's been lovely. And yesterday, sitting in a cafe not far from the ground, I overheard two people talking about Somerset. I asked them were they members. They said yes they were, and we had a lovely conversation about Somerset. And one of the things that's most exciting about Somerset is the passion and commitment of its membership to the club, to great cricket, living the highs and lows of following any cricket team, but a real passion for it. Last Friday I was at Bristol watching Somerset rack up 591. But you don't see the same attendance that you see here today. You don't see the same passion from the membership. So it's a very, very special club, almost unique in this country, and that's another reason why, for me, if I can do, as chairman, something to help this club continue to grow and thrive and make an impact in the community, as well as win at cricket, that would be fantastic.
Oh yeah, you used the word passion a lot there, and you talked about your passion for cricket as well. So was it a bit of some playing days when you were a little bit younger? Did you grow up playing the game?
I did, yeah. My dad's a Yorkshire. He's long since dead, but it was a Yorkshireman. His dad was very, very passionate about cricket and ran a club. One of my ancestors was captain of Yorkshire in the 1920s, and actually had a very nice story. He was captain of Yorkshire against the Australians in 1930 when Bradman first came to England and had an amazing tour. And in those days people didn't play cricket on a Sunday, so the Sunday was a rest day for Yorkshire against the Australians, and my ancestor invited Bradman and the other Australians to come for tea at his house in Sheffield, and they went, and the daughter said, while they were having tea, wouldn't it be nice to play cricket in the garden? So they agreed. Bradman decided to bat first. The daughter, age 11, bowled at him and bowled him out, and she's the only known woman, girl to bowl Brad out. So that was a nice story in the family. But since then, I grew up with my dad, enthusiastic about cricket. Played while I was at primary school, and then when I was at school, I was in the school teams all the way up. I was top of the school batting averages in my last year at school, which was 1973. And then later I played some village cricket, some club cricket for a club called the Falcons, but not to anything like a standard of playing for a county or anything, but just good recreational cricket, and I loved it. So yes, it's been a big thing for me.
There's something beautiful about it. And I was having a look, and I know you worked in education for many years, but you started out as a teacher. So were you the teacher that were you the one to drive the minibus or whatever it was to the cricket games?
Well, I couldn't drive at the time, but I did.
So
I didn't drive the minibus, but I did go to the games, and we had a good school team and a guy who was both head of the English department and a very trained, as a professional coach, cricket coach. So he ran the first 11 and I ran the second 11, but a lot of the time we treated them as a squad, and I was incredibly enthusiastic. My highlight, in a way, looking back, although it was very embarrassing at the time, the first game I took our team, I can't remember which school to, but we went away, we were playing away, and obviously the school teacher that takes the team has to umpire at one end and the teacher and the other teacher is the umpire at the other end, and I was the umpire at the bowler's end, and the other teacher was at square leg, and our opening bowler, who was worthy and tried hard and a very nice bloke, not a brilliant bowler, came in very early on, might have even been his first over, pitched the perfect ball on middle and off, went away a little bit, caught the edge, went to the wicketkeeper. I'm the umpire, remember. I appealed and then gave it out.
You kind of had to, really. You couldn't turn down your own appeal, could you?
No, I think it was. It would have knocked me off if there'd been a professional umpires list. And then later, while I was still at the same school, we played against our head teacher. His son was at another school. We played against that school, and his son was a very good batsman, and he got to 99. And again, I was the umpire at the bowler's end, and I gave him out LBW on 99.
Brave man.
The other teachers, who were, because we had under 15s and under 13s and first 11 all playing at the same place, they thought that was wonderful, and I had a very nice evening out on the back of this decision. And on the Monday morning I went into school, and by coincidence the first person I met was the head teacher. I was thinking, this is only 23 or 24. I was thinking this is going to be awful. And he came marching across the school hall, having seen me, and he said, "You'll be pleased to know, Michael, Jonathan thought it was out as well." I was so relieved. It was absolutely plumb. I had never had any doubt that it was actually out. Whether I should have been a bit more generous and let him finish his 100, I don't know. Anyway, I met that head teacher about 10 years later after I'd moved on. And I said, "Did Jonathan get any centuries?" And he said, "Yeah, he got several." So don't worry.
Okay, he didn't deny his own. I was always the opposite, you play adults cricket, but as a 13, 14-year-old, and you'd get sent out to umpire.
Yeah.
I'd just be so scared of giving. A couple of guys from the Marines in our team, and I was so scared of giving them out. I was
down near Exmouth somewhere.
We were up here. There's a Marine Commando at Taunton.
Oh yeah, Taunton.
So we had a few.
Yeah.
And I was like, do I face the wrath of the opposition for me continually turning down their appeals, or my own teammates? And I went for the opposition wrath.
I know that. In the end, you just have to do the best you can, and sometimes, particularly with a plum LBW, you've almost put your finger up before you don't even have to think.
Well, the Ian Blackwell one a bit earlier on.
Yeah, and if you have to think a bit longer, you're probably best not giving it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I want to walk you forward a little bit as well, because we've done amazing work in education and advising many governments in this country and in Pakistan. You've done some great work. But sport, Somerset isn't your first job in sport either, is it?
No, so when you talk about governments, I've done work for the British government of some kind under each of the last 6 Prime Ministers, most notably when I did 4 years for Tony Blair on making sure his domestic policies got delivered from number 10 Downing Street. But more recently I have done work in the last few years for several elite sports teams. I did some work for Team Sky. They were winning the Tour de France regularly, but the challenge was, could they win not just the Tour de France, but the other tours like the Giro, which is on in Italy currently.
Yes.
And I learnt a lot from them. Hopefully they learnt something from me about continuously improving performance in the detail, which is very relevant to cricket, by the way. And then secondly, I did some work for the Lawn Tennis Association, setting up an academy for young players that was joined to a state secondary school. So if you're a tennis player, if you're going to be a top tennis player, you have to really get into it quite young. It's not something you can just pick up a racket at age 18. So getting young teenagers who have got real tennis passion, commitment and talent, you need to really get them practicing through the early teenage years. But you don't want them to just do that at the expense of their education. So we designed this academy. There's one in Loughborough and one in Stirling in Scotland. And that's been really exciting, and I'm told it's working well. And then probably the most significant thing I've done, I'm on the FA Technical Advisory Board that offers advice to Gareth Southgate and the England women's setup, particularly in preparation for tournaments, so in preparation for the World Cup in Russia and then for the Euros last year. And then recently I've been in conversation with Gareth about the World Cup coming up in Qatar, and on that advisory group there are other top people from sport, and my advice is about performance generally. I'm not a sports expert, but the advice about how to prepare people, about how you educate and bring people through, about how you keep a focus even when there are distractions, these kinds of things.
Players are on their way back out, led by the umpires Alex Wharf and Ian Blackwell. If you're rejoining us, Sam Dalling here with Sir Michael Barber, Somerset's chair-elect. Fascinating life and career you've had. And I wanted to ask you if you're all right to stay on with us.
Sure. As long as I don't want to keep your live stream listeners from following.
No, not at all. They'll be able to follow and listen, and I'm sure they're all listening intently because I'm a big football fan. I was at the tournament you were talking about. I was at Wembley for the final.
Right. So was
last year.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't such a wonderful occasion in the end. But I noticed that there's a book you've got out relatively recently, published by Penguin, called Accomplishment: How to Achieve Ambitious and Challenging Things. And that's not just about sport, is it? But you did interview Gareth and Dave Brailsford and some of the Rio Olympic team as well. Is that right?
Yes. So it's the accomplishment is that I learned from my time working in government that there's a pattern to the governments that succeed in getting something done. And we all know, watching governments, that they often make promises that they don't deliver. But there's a pattern to how you deliver ambitious promises. And then I noticed that pattern, you could see it in professional sport, you could see it in art, you could see it in science, you can see it in business. And accomplishment is about that pattern of how you get things done. Setting ambitious goals, making sure you've got a plan, making sure you avoid distractions, not giving up when you get a setback, all of that. And yes, so I talked with the people who planned England's Olympic strategy between 2012, when we won a lot of medals, and Rio, when we won even more. We were the first country ever to win more medals 4 years after we'd hosted an Olympic Games. So the pattern, accomplishment describes that pattern, and Gareth talks about how he went about winning that famous penalty shootout in Russia against Colombia. It was the first time England had ever won a penalty shootout in a World Cup. So the book, hopefully the book is written for general readers, but I also applied it to myself, this approach. So I wanted to do a cycling time trial in under 25 minutes. I was doing it in like 27 minutes. So how do you get those gains to get yourself down to that level? And I tell the story of that. And the idea is, particularly as we come out of the pandemic, lots of people, lots of businesses, lots of organisations want to set ambitious goals to make things better in the future. And if you apply the pattern, it will work. It doesn't make it easy. It's difficult to do ambitious things by definition, but it can be done.
James Fuller continuing to Josh Davey after tea. Well, he's continuing. He's starting after tea. It was Liam Dawson here from the Marcus Draskovic Pavilion. And okay, so Michael, the segue then is the obvious one, is ambitious things. Somerset, on the field, it's the county championship, and there's work to be done off the field, I presume, as chair. So what are your kind of targets and goals, and how do you feel about going about them?
I mean, it's not at this stage, certainly when I'm chair-elect, to set goals for Somerset. I'd love to see them, as I'm sure all the members would love to see them win the county championship. They've come second 6 times in recent years. I was there for that first Gillette Cup final victory in 1979. It would be a wonderful thing to win the county championship, and you see the talent in this team. That's well within the realms of possibility, and then there are other tournaments to win as well. So I would love to see that. But the job of the chair and the board is to create the circumstances that the team can go out and win. So it's their job to do the winning, and they've got great coaches and all of that. But we need to make sure that the club is well run, that the finances are in good shape, that the ground is developing, that the members are excited and enjoy their participation, and that we turn that excitement into something that helps the team succeed out on the pitch. So I see my role as largely in the background, enabling the club to put in place the conditions that enable the players to go out onto the pitch feeling as good as possible, as well prepared as possible, with the same ambition that they all each have individually to go and do these great things that we see them do, that we saw like at Gloucester last week.
Wasn't that good?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And do you... I'm sorry if this is an unfair question, so feel free to bat it back. But in terms of cricket as a county game as a whole, do you have a sense of do you have feelings about how it's doing, or where it's potentially could do a little bit better in terms of the county game?
Well, I think one of the things that's I'm sure that many of the members will be very aware of this from following cricket closely, that there's a great uncertainty at the ECB. There's no chair. The chief executive announced his resignation earlier in this week. And we do need a strategy for English cricket, so I'm delighted that that Andrew Strauss is setting up this group focused on men's cricket. He's focused on, and others will do women's cricket, but focused on men's cricket team being able to compete with the best in the world, which clearly they didn't do in the Ashes series last winter, nor did they in recent Test series at home. So there's a big task there. But what you see there is a real need for county 4-day cricket alongside the other tournaments, and you can see here at Taunton how many members are keen to watch 4-day cricket, and we need to keep continuously improving the standard of that. One of the things Somerset has done well that excited me about joining the club in this role is the pathway from school through the academy into this team. I don't know, I haven't counted exactly, but if you look at our team today, 6 or 7 of them at least are from the southwest. So this is they're not just a great team. This club is a pathway into elite cricket at county level and England level. It's very few clubs, very few counties, if any, have taken as many players through that pathway right up to the England level. And we saw happily Jack Leach and Craig Overton in the squad announced yesterday. So Somerset is a fantastic cricket club, and all the time you want to keep that excitement about county cricket in all its formats.
Abbott beats Davey on the outside. Yeah, Craig Overton, a man out there who's been all the way through the Somerset Academy. He still was, as I was saying earlier on, a local to where you live, plays his cricket down at Instow.
Yes.
As a youngster, him and Jamie. I think there's a story, Jason Kerr, they first went down to watch Jamie and Craig play, and one of them was keeping wicket, and Jason said, I'm here to watch you bowl, can one of you not keep wicket?
Right.
Please. But yeah, we've got him this side. Jack Leach was born and went to Bishop Fox's school in Taunton. Turned off the hip. So not just through the private school system either. Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory's the other England international. Well, Steve Davis is too, but local, all actually coming through state schools, I think, or on scholarships.
And I think we may be able to do more of that. And my education background means I've got a lot of connections in the school system as well as the university system. And I would love to see. I think for Taunton, for Somerset, for the people who are here today, and for the members of this great club, to see a stream of players coming from Somerset, Devon, Cornwall, Dorset into elite cricket, it makes it something you can be more passionate about, because you're changing the region as well as watching great cricket. And if you look at some of the Premier League football teams, they quite often put out a whole team with not a single English, never mind local person, and that's, the football is fantastic to watch. I know that, but when you're watching Somerset play, you're watching a lot of young men who've come through the region and are now playing great cricket, and I think that makes it very engaging. And so that sense of being part of the region and making a difference, I think, is very important.
Abbott to Josh Davey. Well, you can see it you can see how much it means. In that period before the last couple of games where Somerset weren't doing so well, yes, they've lost 7 in a row, but you could also see how much it hurt someone like Tom Abel
Yeah.
and Craig Overton. And then you see the pure elation when Tom got his 100 at Surrey,
Yes.
and he just looked up towards the sky, and the dressing room, I was the other side of the ground, you could hear the dressing room explode. You know how much it means to them?
Yes, and when you see, yeah, absolutely, and that there is a sense of squad team identity that's very, very important. That's a beautiful shot down the ground, isn't it?
Lovely shot from Josh Davies. He does shape up beautifully. He's driven Kyle Abbott. We saw him dance down the track just before tee to hit Liam Dawson for 6. He's driven Kyle Abbott down the ground for 4. Sorry, Summer.
Yeah, but what I've noticed, even in the games at the beginning of the season when they didn't get the results that you'd want, that morning when they almost bowled out Essex on the last morning, and then in the 2 successive games that they have won, you see a sense of team identity. And what I have seen in elite sport is that sense of loyalty to each other, commitment to each other, working together. We win together, we lose together, whatever it is, but we're in this together. That is very, very important. I've seen that with Gareth Southgate in England. One of the reasons the team is much better now than in the so-called golden generation is they are a team, they are a squad, they do stand together.
Yeah, you've answered my question before I even asked it. I was going to say Southgate is the example of that, isn't he? As a human, and the way he is a leader.
He's a fantastic leader, and the way he's brought people from diverse backgrounds, diverse clubs into that squad, and you can tell that they enjoy it. I don't know if you noticed, but in the last round of internationals, Luke Shaw, among others, was saying how happy he was to go and play for England because he loved being with that group of people, and that's very, very important. And we can all hope that we'll do well in the World Cup in Qatar. As Gareth would say, there are 6 or 8 teams that could win that World Cup, but England is one of them.
So we see point come across to mid-wicket there, Felix Organ. Overton perhaps looking to whip through the leg side, a man in there catching, and you want the England Test team to be doing well in an environment where players go in and really enjoy being there, but you want the reverse to be true. So if Somerset have got players in the England side, you want them to also be itching to come back and play for Somerset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I must say the setup here, I've been very impressed by the coaches and the team and that sense of identity. And I think Somerset will be successful. I think they've got a great squad identity. And I think we'll see them going on to do good things and win things next week.
Yeah, as Craig Overton is doing good things with the bat right now. He pulls James Fooder away imperiously. He moves on to
good word,
27.
imperious. I just totally agree. Yeah, it was very economical and very powerful.
It shows. The outstanding bowler in English domestic cricket for 2 or 3 years now, Craig Overton. He struggled with the bat in the early part of the season, but got that 35 up at Gloucestershire last week, and suddenly just a little bit of confidence. It's amazing the fine margins at this level. A little bit of confidence.
Yes, and that's another time when you're going through a bad patch, being part of a squad which is loyal to each other and strong helps you through that. And it was nice to see, you mentioned Tom Abel's century against Surrey, and then he obviously got that big 100 at Gloucester as well. It's great when you see that coming through and the team performing, celebrating individuals. Cricket's an interesting game because the team really matters, but at any given moment it's individual performance.
Well, it can be so, because it's about the team, but actually there's so much more individuality about it, and there's such a mental side of it if you're going through a tough run. But bringing the team together, everyone rallies around you, and they rallied around Tom Abel when he got 100, and they rally around absolutely everybody here. So it's a magnificent dressing room. I'd love to be a part of it. Unfortunately, I lack. There's one key thing that I'm lacking.
Yes, well, you and me both. But the other thing to say is that positive atmosphere goes beyond the team and the dressing room. I've felt it. The welcome I've had from members I've run into, people I've spoken to, going around the catering, just a sense of real identity and belief and excitement about Somerset. And I don't think you find that in all the other 17 county, first-class counties, I think this is something special.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think Dan was saying, Dan in next door, our ops manager, was saying this is the highest attendance of a county championship game this season so far for Somerset. It's on a Thursday, it's not a bank holiday, it's just a beautiful day. The team wins a couple of games and people are more tempted. But I mean, look at the crowd for a game that people say that, well, you'd get people make throwaway comments about it not mattering as David digs out Kyle Abbott. But there's a lot of people in here to whom it matters an awful lot.
Yeah, a friend of mine came with me today and he hadn't been to county championship matches for years, and he said, he came in and said, I thought county championships were only attended by one man and his dog. I can't believe this crowd. So yeah, it's fantastic, and long may that excitement continue. Hopefully encouraged and excited by you and the live stream, which has taken the games out to many people who wouldn't be able to make a match day, but hopefully will come for match days when they get the chance.
Yeah, it's wonderful, the live stream. The chaps next door doing amazing. I mean, because the pandemic hit, and largely their jobs are marketing, and they've turned into basically TV directors. And you can watch every ball of every county game, every women's game as well. The Charlotte Edwards Cup is on. It started last weekend. It was on last night. Western Storm had a wonderful victory last ball. But you can watch all of it. It's just all there at the touch of a button.
Yeah, well, this tells you how obsessive I've become about Somerset. I was born and bred in Liverpool, and so I've been a Liverpool Football Club fan. And last weekend, as people will remember, it was the cup final, and I was watching the cup final on one television and the live stream on my phone next door to it, because I couldn't bear to miss the final throws of that brilliant victory in Gloucestershire, which was a record of the highest victory we've ever had against Gloucestershire, which is amazing, going back to W. Duke Grayson before.
Yeah, absolutely emphatic and brilliant to see Jack Leach getting 8 wickets in there, because there's a man who's had to deal with a lot.
He's bowled. Yes, he's had to deal with a lot, and he bowled really well. He doesn't bowl many bad balls, hardly any, and he keeps the pressure on. My favourite ball by him this season was here, actually, at Taunton against Warwickshire, when we were well on top and they were batting second time round. We put them back in, but then there was a 30-over partnership. 2 batsmen got in, keeping the bowling at bay, and then Jack, I don't know if you remember, but he pitched one to a left-hander just outside the off stump, and I forget the name of the batsman, but he was going to leave it. He did leave it, and it just turned and hit the top of stump.
I'm trying to think who it was.
And it was the turning point, because if that partnership had gone much longer, we might have won, and the following day it rained. So without that, to me that's my wicket of the season so far. But there've been a lot of good wickets.
I think it might have been Lamb. He got Will Rhodes and Matt Lamb bowled in that game. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Warwickshire in the end all feel they probably wanted to. That rain, there was no chance of any cricket that Sunday.
No,
it was just
so we got the job done. But and those, it's the thing. It's the fascination of cricket. One ball at a certain moment, batsman decides to leave it. It looked as though it was wide outside or stump, but he tweaked it more, or it turned more for whatever reason, maybe out of the rough. And that turned the game, because then our pace attack got in and finished them off.
And they certainly did. Well, end of that over. Sir Michael Barber, Somerset Chair-elect. Been an absolute privilege to have you on. That book is available as well, isn't it? There's a few copies in the Somerset store somewhere?
Yes, I thought when I got it, I love the fact that there's a bookstore in the ground, and I know people take an interest in. So I gave the guy on the bookstall 5 copies on my book. I'm not saying anybody should read it unless they want to, but it's written for a general read, and there's lots of good stories in there. But more importantly, it's been a privilege to be on the live stream. I think you've done a fantastic job. Most importantly, it's great to be in dialogue with members around the Southwest and beyond, where we have members all over the world, I know. And it's wonderful to be at the ground, so thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, wonderful. You're very welcome, and thank you for coming on. I'm sure we'll speak to you many times. There's going to be many happy times to come.
Let's hope so.
Your chairmanship. You're off to meet Jason Kerr, is that right?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Oh, well,
thanks very much for your time.
I'll get in trouble if I keep you much longer, but thank you very much, Sir Michael.
Thank
you. And it's been fantastic to have you on. James Fuller then is going to continue. Somerset 165 for 7 there. Wasn't it brilliant to hear from Sir Michael Barber? Fascinating life, fascinating career he's had. Probably right he didn't go down the umpiring route by the sounds of it. The old celeb appeal, the Stuart Broad celeb appeal, only he was umpiring. But it feels like Somerset County Cricket Club are going to be in very safe hands over the period of his tenure. Craig Overton going along nicely then. He's on 27. Oh, I shouldn't say that because I might curse him. And Peter Trigo is going to come in next to me for the first time in the afternoon. Afternoon, Peter.
Hello, Sam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Has the bowlologist got back to you yet?
No, I've been pied by the bowlologist. I'm sure he'll get back to me at some stage.
Time difference.
But the afternoon has been dominated by Craig Overton's giving it a bit of log handle, which we need a little bit of that, don't we? I think, I've got to say, I was having a chat with Auckland, our batting coach, and I think we were both very, very complimentary of the Hampshire bowling lineup. It's the scoreboard suggests not a great day for Somerset so far, but you have to sometimes give credit to the opposition. It's been a fascinating day. I think the run rate's always indicative of the bowling quality, and every bowler to a man for Hampshire have come in and done a really, really sterling job. Bit of rearguard action though from Josh Davey, and Craig Overton certainly needed this afternoon or this evening.
Well, it goes to a point that I remember in the Essex game, you were getting audibly quite frustrated, and that sometimes attack can be the best form of defence, and as long as it's measured, which is what Craig Overton and Josh Davey have done, actually, rather than waiting, because we know how good the Hampshire attack is, and if you do just sit in and wait, eventually Abbas and Abbott are going to get you out, and Barker, Fuller, so there's been that measured attack.
Yeah, I think the added element for the Hampshire attack is there's a bit more pace in it than the Essex attack. There's a bit more speed to push you back and make it hard to come at you. But I thought one of the positives was the way that Tom Bantam went about it, as Craig Overton pulls off the end of his nose out to deep square leg and the run to 2. Yeah, one of the positives I thought was the way that Tom Bantam went about it. Didn't score the runs that he probably would have wanted, but I thought that period he was batting was particularly quite difficult. Played really straight, played some great straight drives down the ground. It was just the one time where he maybe defaulted to the way he played in the past, whipping across that straight ball, cost him his wicket. But I thought he really showed some great application today. So good signs, and hopefully that can pay some dividends in the third innings of the game. Somerset second, but Craig Overton certainly doing a great job at the moment. On to 30 as Somerset move on to 169 for 7. What do you think, Sam? Are you equally as impressed with the Hampshire bowling lineup? I mean, the names are pretty impressive. Abbott, Abbas, Fuller.
Well, look,
Barker.
I think someone like Keith Barker. I said to Harry a bit earlier, the fact that he's taking the new ball ahead of Kyle Abbott just shows how good he is. He bowled Warwickshire to the Championship with Chris Wright a decade or so ago. If you look at his records, he passed 50 first-class wickets 3 or 4 times in a season, and just a brilliant performer. I saw him swing it around trees up at Lord's last year in a game where he also made 84. But yeah, they're just relentless, aren't they? There's barely been a loose ball. Maybe that one over from Kyle Abbott at the back end of his spell just before, just after lunch, and he went for a couple of 4s in the over. But other than that, I mean, the early spells were pretty relentless. Barker bowled, 6 overs for 7 first up. So yeah, and Somerset did a good job, didn't they? Renshaw and Tom Lammonby, the openers, took the lacquer off that new ball. Didn't really look in much trouble, even though Abbas and Barker were bowling really well.
That's always something got used to reflect on. I know many people do. Look at yourself in the mirror. Was I got out or did I get myself out? I'd say that there's a case for 2 of the batsmen out of the 7 that have been dismissed that are probably a bit disappointed with their shots. Bants and Renshaw, I think. Matty Renshaw's was quite a loose-ish shot, and he was playing so well, and Bants playing across that straight one. But all in all, like I said, it's been some high-class county cricket. I suppose very much on vogue with Annie just over my shoulder here, very much in the spotlight at the moment with her arguments with KP. I mean, it's a shame that that KP's chosen to retweet posts of some poor cricket, but let's face it, I've seen declaration bowling in Test cricket that's pretty average as well. If you came here today, I would challenge any person to say that this wasn't high quality first class cricket.
No, I'm completely with you there as well. Lovely shot from Craig Overton, just stepped down the wicket.
Well, you've got Test bowler running into current Test bowler. Just bopped him back over his head for 4 in a rearguard action where 7 wickets have fallen in a day, and there's not been a freebie on show anywhere. You've got, you know, 3, 4 quality international standard bowlers playing against a lineup like Somerset's. A very engaged crowd here at Taunton. You know, it's there's more to county cricket than one person's opinion, that's for sure.
Ooh, that was uppish. Well, the thing for me is what I really don't like, and so I don't want to get personal, or I don't want to dig people out, but there's this general assumption that county cricket is there purely to serve the Test team, which just isn't correct at all. And I don't know where it's come from. Yes, and the ECB do fund county cricket. They provide quite a lot of funding, so there is perhaps more of a link than, say, in football, where the FA and the Premier League are very separate entities. But why else would people like Sam North East go and play for Glamorgan? Because he's not going to get in the Test team without a very, very strong wind behind him. But he's a county cricketer and wants to continue playing county cricket. So I just really dislike that idea that, well, what's the point if it's not making the England team better? That's for the ECB and the people in those coaching roles to do.
Well, sometimes the loudest voices in the game, as Craig Overton plays a beautiful pull shot off James Fuller there to the deep backward square boundary for 4. Moves himself on to 39, playing a really important innings today. Yeah, I think there's always a potential hidden agenda out there. I mean, again, I would go even deeper. Just because county cricket doesn't service the needs of one person doesn't mean it's not a great product. I mean, ECB, you know, county cricket, the history, you know, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that love watching the game, and that can all be serviced by the England 11.
No, and
but like I said, let's not delve into it too deeply, because we've got on show in front of us at the moment a fantastic game of LV County Championship here at the Cooper Associates County Ground that we're all enjoying. The thousands, there's a couple of thousand here today.
A couple of thousand on the live
stream. A couple of thousand seagulls up on the Pegasus building, irritating the old retirement flat owners up there, having a lovely day. All is good here in the southwest as James Fuller bowls an absolute beauty to Craig Overton, who plays a miss.
Almost all. Scoreboard would be, I'd make a few adjustments were I allowed to.
The scoreboard? Yeah, we'd like a few more runs. We'd also like, there's a couple of glitches in the bottom right left hand corner that could be sorted out.
Oh no, it's just using nicknames, the Set and the Shire.
We've got Set versus Hire at the moment. But that's all good. Maybe the camera could show the live stream audience what I'm talking about as James Fuller runs into bowl to Craig Overton, who prods forward into the offside.
The thing for me, I know we don't want to dwell on it, but you could go into any one of these fixtures going on right now, and there are so many subplots and so many stories. There we go.
There we go. Set versus Hire. I mean, what a team we have here. Showing all those Somerset and Hampshire fans that can't make it to the ground today. The game, keeping up with your favourite players around the circuit. Like I said, you've got 2 players, well, is it 2 players in the England current Test team that are going to be playing New Zealand this summer?
Yeah,
on show, and a couple of, I'm sure there are a couple of wannabes as well.
Yeah, Craig Overton, Jack Leach, Hampshire have got plenty of former current England players. Dawson and James Vince have both played Test cricket. Abbott and Abbas, I mean, just wonderful cricketers. Plenty of others. Nick Gubbins was arguably not far away back in 2016 when Middlesex won the county championship. He beats the outside edge there. Ben Brown's had to work really hard behind the stumps to take a couple of balls that have moved late. I mean, he's a fine wicket keeper. There was one from Abbas before tee that just moved. It beat Craig Overton on the outside and went so far that Ben Brown couldn't stop it. It went away for 4 byes.
Right, yeah, keeper's nightmare, that movement after the a lot of keepers talk about the the wobbling ball after it's pitched and done its thing off the wicket can be a nightmare. When they're standing at second, third slip, you see the keeper just randomly wear one on the thigh and look very bemused.
You'd be laughing away, wouldn't you, at second slip, and the keeper random wearing one on the thigh.
Certainly would have had a good chuckle as Kyle Abbott runs into bowl to Josh Davey.
Right, I'm going to step out, and Harry
well.
Everett
Cheers,
is going to step back in. Nothing you did or said, Peter.
I think Sam just didn't want to get personal about his opinions on county cricket, and some folk that seem to think that it's not worthy of its place in the world. Well, there are people that do think it's worthy, and I'm sure there are at least a few thousand tuned in today. So welcome to those if you're listening for the first time on our live stream, supported by WPA Health Insurance. Fascinating first day's play here. Kyle Abbott into Josh Davey, who blocks down the ground. A very solid defence. Josh Davey is certainly a potential higher than a number 9. Some really, really strong cricket being played here at Taunton. We have the mighty Jack Leach, Peter Siddle still to come in the lineup.
Decent batters, aren't they? Josh Davey, Jack Leach, they could all bat higher up, couldn't they? Solid, proper cricketers. Who's it? Mark Butcher said he's got the best technique in the England side, Jack Leach, a couple months ago in the West Indies series.
Yeah, that was in the middle of England having an absolute shocker, but
yeah.
I couldn't agree with him anymore. Leachy, very gutsy performer. He'll certainly be putting in a shift at some stage for Somerset. Peter Siddle, he's a handy lower order player. Certainly plays with a lot of pride, a lot of heart. And maybe even today, you know, just receiving his county cap. Congratulations to Peter Siddle and Maddie Renshaw, getting their county caps for service to cricket and, of course, Somerset County Cricket Club. So a very proud day to wear the Somerset capped player's cap. Hopefully that will inspire Peter Siddle to bash a few runs, hopefully tomorrow morning, but maybe later on this afternoon.
So no more response and no more talk about the meteorologist then. Damon Fleming's not got back to you yet?
No, I sort of had a moment of reflection during the lunch break, thinking that the thought of me going down a science rabbit hole would not be to the enjoyment of our listeners. There'd be some very confusing theories coming out of this strange little brain of mine.
I didn't want to halt you in your run into this rabbit hole of science. And
no, I think, you know, as our relationship grows, I think you need to have the authority to just tap me on the shoulder and go, Peter, rein it in.
Okay.
Sunshine.
You've given me permission.
I officially give you permission to tell me to shut up if I start rambling.
Give you a clip round the ear.
That's the great thing about cricket, though, isn't it? You can, you know, I just think, you know, I'm in a very privileged position here to be able to talk to you all and talk to you and my other colleagues on this live stream talking about the game. But I just think all those people out there, you know, watching, some with a cup of tea, cup of coffee, pint, glass of wine in their hand. How many amazing conversations are being had out there, enjoying the day's play. Because cricket, county cricket in particular, 4-day cricket, test cricket, you can watch with half an eye, can't you, and do a bit of work on your laptop, on your phone, have a conversation with your mates. Yeah, it's such a great way to spend a day if you've got the time.
Yeah, it's the perfect sport to multitask to, isn't it?
Multitask? What's that?
I save all my computer admin, all my emails, all my work for county championship days. You've got lunch and tea as well. You've got the extra delays and plenty of time. We've got a tiny delay here as Craig Overton has a little drinks break. We can watch the seconds as we're keeping half an eye on them, and Sam Young's playing against his former side. Interesting to see. You'd have played with Sam Young a bit, would you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think I played against him maybe last year when I was playing for Nottinghamshire. He came in and played really well in a game. I can't really put my finger on exactly which one it was, but I do remember seeing him and he played really nicely. Might have been trialling for possibly Warwickshire last year.
Okay.
In a second 11 game. As Craig Overton gets away with a little outside edge, moved him on to 43 in sight of what would be a very valuable half century. 183 for 7. If Somerset score can end up with at least a 2 in front of it, that great bowling attack will have something to target.
A couple of lovely batting bonus points as well. Yeah, Craig Overton's previous top score of the season was 35. He hit a few at Gloucester, Bristol last week. I was saying earlier how he slog swept into the car park, and Tom Abel waited a couple of minutes and they still couldn't find the ball, so we just said, sod it, we'll call him in.
Yeah, well, you know, Craig's has been, as we know, superb with the ball, but his batting is sort of resembled binary, isn't it? Yeah. Binary code, unfortunately. So
particularly if the balls are full and straight. Yeah,
this is certainly much needed little innings here, and Josh Davey as well.
Yeah, I don't think Craig will mind our game. I slightly criticised him before the tee in full saying he's not scored enough runs this year, having been he batted 6 a couple of years ago. He went ahead of Lewis Gregory. I still remember that 99 before he got his first class 100. I remember him get himself out on 99.
I think he ran himself out, didn't he?
Yeah. I was here a few years ago. I can't remember who it was against, but yeah, he's flattered to deceive with the bat so far this year, and it's nice to see him into a little bit of form. That declaration hitting last week's got him a bit of confidence going today, and those 2 big sixes off Liam Dawson's first over is a pretty good way to start your innings. Yeah, I don't think he'll be batting ahead of Lewis Gregory again, though.
James Fuller looks like he's got a head of steam up. Yeah, talking about all those conversations, I had the joy in my little break to walk around the ground earlier. Fantastic seeing all the different people, the businesses coming into the hospitality, enjoying what's on offer here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A few bottles of wine popped open. I didn't have any, or I'd have definitely started talking about swing and geology and weird things like that again. So
you've been even more of an expert on
rather
science.
Tempting those me. Rather nervously watch this spell at the moment. James Fuller is one of those bowlers that always seems to manage to have that knack of getting a wicket. Hopefully today's not one of those. So he beats the outside edge again for the third time in the over.
I was particularly surprised to see him bowl behind Ian Holland. They waited 51 overs before James Fuller got the ball. He's a better bowler than that, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's maybe, well, almost certainly just because the other guys were doing very well. I mean, he is a very attacking bowler. He can sometimes leak runs. You know, he's going at a bit of a higher rate than the rest, but you know, he's already picked up that wicket and looks like he might take another. But yeah, it was nice going around the ground this afternoon, meeting all the supporters that cheered me on for a few years. So nice to catch up with a few familiar faces and say hi. We've got all these different stands now. Lordie and Botham stand, the Ondarchie, the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and here in the Tres stand. It's a great facility to watch the game.
2 catching mid wickets into Craig Overton here from Kyle Abbott bowling. Craig Overton goes over the both of them, straight to the man at deep square leg though. He's holed out. The deep square leg man was 10 yards in front of square. Overton's cleared the 2 men I talked about being catching, but he's not got hold enough, not straight enough. Slightly square of the wicket, and that's held in the deep, and he's got to go for 44.
Yeah, shame that. I suppose you live by the sword, die by the sword sometimes. He's been really positive. He's got a really valuable 44. He'd be disappointed getting out in that way. He just hasn't quite timed that, but he's chanced his arm a number of times, and I suppose the yield is that he is our top scorer today. So well done to Craig Overton, his highest score of the season, but he'll be disappointed to get out in that fashion. As Somerset now are 184 for 8.
Yeah, Craig
Jack Leach about to stride to the wicket.
Craig
rehearsals of all his shots, a very familiar silhouette of Jack Leach. Walking out, he always looks like he's sort of a bit despondent when he comes out to bat, but underneath that helmet there'll be some fierce determination to get stuck in.
Yeah, Craig averaging 10 before today, so he's enhanced that average, and I think he's just trying to go a bit straighter there, trying to get that nearer the river stand, nearer the mid-wicket area, and just square on him. But Jack Leach and Josh Davey have back together a fair amount of times recent years, and they won't be in any rush. There's still plenty of overs left in this game and a long way away from the bonus point cut-off as well, so they'll just want to bat time here.
Yeah, it's probably not a massive tick in the box at the moment that Leachy and Davey have been batting quite a bit together this season, but we'd certainly take a few runs. Like I said, you've got to, you know, give credit where it's due. The wicket is noticeably still quite green. The overhead conditions have come in and out. I think there's been enough on show. Certainly gives me, a lot of hope. You know, when Lewis and Siddle, Overton, Davey get the opportunity to bowl on it. You know, if Somerset's first innings can start with a 220, 230, certainly a bowling attack that's capable of restricting Hampshire to less than that. You know, you're going to have Vince in particular, key wicket, Nick Gubbins, who's been in good form, Ben Brown. But, you know, you get a couple of key wickets, a couple of people early, and you never know. I don't really see that the depth is as strong as Somerset's. You know, looking at that lower order, there's definitely some question marks on form, but we'll have to see. Like I said, it's just about Somerset eking out as many runs as they can with these last 2 wickets. You know, there's one bloke out there on strike right now that certainly will not give it away.
Pretty good first ball. Look, very solid there, driving to cover.
Oh, that's better though. And thick edge over, third slip for 4. Jack Leach is off the mark. He can breathe a sigh of relief. As I said to Marcus earlier, you don't care how those runs come. Those first few, just get off the mark. He can sleep easy for the next 3 nights.
He's not going to get baggage. Not going to get pairs.
No baggage, no pairs, no fruit bowls in your spot from your brutal teammates.
Is that a Somerset and a Notts thing, or is that a
Is it everywhere
cricket thing? Is it? I've
If
never heard of that before.
if you've got a good dressing room,
okay,
that's got some humour in it, these are the things, you know, there's no better time to strike on a teammate than when he's at his emotional lowest. As Leachy again, thick edges through the gully area. 4 runs, a valuable 4 runs. Leachy moves on to 8. Somerset 192 for 8.
Glorious
yeah,
coverage.
I think that's a great. It's a sign of an operating, a good operating, healthy environment. Is when you try and pick your mate up with a little bit of a tease, and it'll be taken in good spirits, and you can kind of laugh about, you know, what's just happened.
So if I wander over to Morrison's at tea time and I see one of the Somerset players buying a packet of pears, I know exactly what's going on.
Definitely, and all you need to do is buy another packet just to make sure the bowl's nice and full.
Two slips and a gully to Jack Leach, and he's played that glorious cover drive for no run, and then 2 outside edges for 4.
I know which ones I'd rather.
Exactly.
Like I said, sleep easy tonight. And we've got a treat for you coming up at the end of the over after this ball from Kyle Abbott into Jack Leach, who leaves well alone. Nice little over there for Somerset. A few runs, 192 for 8. So, in the week, we filmed with Captain Tom Abel a challenge sponsored by Bradford's Building. As you'll be seeing now, Tom Abel's skills to pay the bills. And all you have to do to participate in this is guess whether Tom was successful in catching the cricket ball in that rather lovely wheelbarrow. You need to head over to the Bradford's main page, on their Facebook page, sorry, and guess, will he do it? Or did he do it? Did he catch the ball? Go over to Bradford's Facebook page, answer yes or no, and you'll be in with a chance of winning a £250 voucher. That's got to be worth it, hasn't it?
We got to say, health and safety was taken here, even though he's fielding. He wore a helmet, I heard, didn't he? Just in case there's a ricochet off the wheelbarrow into his head. So Tom Abel was not hurt in the process of filming.
Well, he's a very talented man, is Tom. I know where my money would be going.
He must be loving these extra
Even though,
changes,
you know, he's one of the, you know, he's a you know, he's one of those private school lads, isn't he? He wouldn't have ever used
He's
a
a
wheelbarrow before, would he? He wouldn't even know what one is.
Don't have him at Taunton School, do they?
Taunton School, God, one of the posh kids. Wouldn't have a clue. But go over to Bradford's and check it out. It's full of runs into bowl to Josh Davey, who blocks one through the gully area, outside the outside edge, down to third man. Another run to the total, 193 for 8.
Dave Rousel asks what's happened to Sonny Baker. Sadly, Sonny Baker is injured with a back issue. He's been doing some fitness, running around the outfield in previous games, but not able to bowl. He's on his level 2 coaching course. He was at the Ondarchie Indoor School ex-University the other week doing his level 2 core coach course. He's been helping out with the youngsters and back at his old club and helping out the top bloke he is, but sadly not able to bowl probably this much this season. So these young fast bowlers get injured, and it's a bit sad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always a shame when you have a setback as a young bowler. I mean, he's not going to be alone. I had a year out when I was 16, 17 with lower back stress fracture. I believe a similar sort of injury to Sonny. We wish him well. I'm sure he'll work hard. Great medical team behind him, led by Jamie Thorpe. He'll be certainly very well looked after by the conscientious head of medical department, Jamie Thorpe. He's a fantastic asset to the club. Great lad. Does a brilliant job in nursing all our sick and wounded back to full fitness. As he did with Josh Davey, you know, when they had that fall in the last game. You know,
the prima donna football fall.
Oh, I was 2 minutes away from calling the air ambulance before he bounced up and bowled the next ball. Josh Davey, crikey me. I think it's Purple Hearts in the post.
There's not a fruit to whack in his fruit bowl for him then.
Definitely not. A sour grape, maybe. Leachy facing up to James Fuller here, just getting stuck in. He fends that one off the thick edge through around the 4th, 5th slip area. Completely vacant, completely safe for another 1 run. You can actually really agree with Mark Butcher. Like when you watch Leachy, his technique is very, very sound. Very, very sound. I mean, he has it's quite clearly one attacking shot that he really looks for, which is the cover drive, which he plays brilliantly well. But the rest of his game sets up really, really nicely. Hard man to get out these days. Same with Josh Davey, looks a really accomplished player.
Yeah,
improving year on year.
If I were to want a Somerset partnership to bat out for my life, I wouldn't stray far away from these two, if I'm honest.
Leachy, definitely. Leachy, and I think technique-wise at the moment, I think very hard to go away from the captain, Tom Abel.
Yeah.
I think his technique and his temperament, the way he leaves around his off stump is really, really something special. You know, he's really starting to hit some form now, isn't he? A couple of big hundreds the last few games. He'll be disappointed with his return this game, but I think you do pretty well to put a couple of quid on Tom coming back with at least 70 or 80 in the second innings. That's the beauty about 4-day cricket. You get 2 bites of the cherry.
2 chances of getting a pair.
Well, no, you definitely only get 1 chance of one of those. Sleepless nights.
Fruit bowl
We have to stop talking about pairs. It's
Science and fruit bowl.
That's all you bring back some seriously bad memories of pacing the floors of many a hotel room across the country, wearing out the carpet at the end of the bed.
We've got a fielding change here. Felix Organ is back onto the field, and Mason Crane, who did go on loan to Sussex for a month, he's back here doing 12-man duties. So he can't bowl, of course, but...
I bet he's over the moon to be back doing 12th man.
Well, whether a concussion replacement, I guess he could come and have a little bowl, couldn't he?
Nice shot there from Josh Davey. Well fielded in the covers by Nick Gubbins, I believe. Yeah, Nick Gubbins there. Extra cover. Good acquisition for Middlesex. Very good player. Fancy the change of scenery. He's doing very well on the south coast at the moment. Scored some big runs already this summer. always one of those fixtures you always see. It's always been fiercely competitive. You know, the Hampshire Somerset, Hampshire Sussex, Sussex Somerset. You know, seem to play each other a lot in the South group. Always teams that seem to get through to finals of stuff. But I have to admit, I think there's a nice, healthy, mutual respect from certainly in my era of playing Hampshire. You go down there, you know you're in for a scrap, but you know, one of the coaches that's here, Jimmy Adams at the moment, brilliant player for Hampshire, but just a real good bloke. I think there was a lot of similarities behind the feel of Hampshire County Cricket Club and Somerset. Rod Bransgrove, the chairman, absolute top man. I think there's always been, like I said, a real healthy, strong competitiveness between Hampshire and Somerset for quite a few years now.
Yes, it's a shame that first game of the season was a bit of a write-off, really, from a Somerset injury and ECB guidance rules, and of course COVID for Brooks and Gregory. It diluted what could have been a cracking first game of the season. God, Ben Brown's been diving all over the place today. It's been so tricky to keep with Abbott, Barker and Abbas swinging it around corners at times. You think it's not easy to be diving around and trying to stop the ball when it's moving so much.
Certainly a tough job. Another really good signing there, I think, Hampshire. Ben Brown became a very solid middle order player for Sussex. Very dangerous middle order player, actually. And I think he's also scored a couple of big scores for Hampshire this season, his new club, as Leachy faces up to Kyle Abbott. Running in around the wicket, has a little bit of a waft at that one. Leave that one alone, Leachy. Plenty of work for you to be done as Somerset 4 runs away from this first batting point. 196 for 8 in the 76th over. Craig Overton's just departed for 44. Jack Leach has raced on to 9. Josh Davey, very watchful, 16.
I had a listener question in for you, Triggs. Ryan Glass says, who is your best wicket? He's not specified a tournament, he's just said, who your best ever wicket?
Cool. As Leachy cuts through the gully region, very awkward length for the gully to try and scoop up. He misses that. Fortunately from a Somerset point of view, and it races back down to that third man.
200 up.
200 up for Somerset. A point on the board. Leachy on to 13. Davey on to 16. Well, it's a tough one to answer. I got so many wickets. No. I think I've got a picture. I'll have to try and find it somewhere. Really early on in my career, it might have been my 3rd first-class game against Lancashire. I bowled an absolute beauty to Mike Atherton, and it got caught on camera. Really nice picture, and yeah, Mike Atherton, England captain, a guy that that era of cricket that I would have watched so much as a kid. I can remember vividly early on in my career, if I bowled to Robin Smith or Michael Atherton or John Crawley or Graham Hick, someone like that from that, Alex Stewart, Graham Thorpe, all those great players that were my absolute idols growing up, and all of a sudden, I was playing on the same game. Honestly, I think. You just kind of go with the flow when these things are happening to you. But sitting back now and reflecting on it now, it's just wow. I think I've probably got out players that are in world cricket perceived as better players, maybe. But I just remember that ball to Atherton. Oh my God, it was a beauty. Even the great Andy Caddick would have been proud of me. I think he would have been playing on England duty potentially, and. Maybe if my brother's listening, he'll send me that photo so I could show you on the screen. I always cherish that one.
That ticks a lot of boxes, doesn't it? A big stellar name, and as you say, a cracking delivery, a cracking ball. So that's early in your career to get you going as you're sort of a younger lad coming through, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like I said, you have that real rare time in your life where you start to play against your heroes, and. I think I've got A.B. de Villiers and Saurav Ganguly and VVS Laxman and Rahul Dravid. I'm lucky enough to play against some great players, and lucky enough, even more so, to get them out. And yeah, but that particular one was, you know, because it was so early on as well. It was like, oh my God, I've just got out Mike Atherton. Wow.
Did he say anything to you?
No, I don't think so. He was just a really nice. You know, when I've commentated with him on Sky as well, which is another surreal experience. You know, to be in the presence of your heroes is always quite a bizarre thing, and I think there's some one of those phrases, never meet your heroes, or some weird phrase like that. But you know, this is certainly just something that I don't. Doesn't resonate with me every time I've met, you know, especially in cricket. Maybe it's just cricket. It's just full of good blokes, I reckon.
Yeah, I think it's different. I remember meeting Stephen Gerrard. I was working for BT Sport as a runner and being a bit like, oh, I didn't know what to say, and got a bit nervous. And Gary Lineker was the same. I feel like footballers are a bit different because they have so many fans that adore them. Cricket is just, it's not quite as widely followed in England. Not the millions around the world who watch them. I feel like they are generally better blokes because it's such a social sport, isn't it?
Well, I think it might be. Yeah, you're exactly right. I think there's more of a guardedness maybe with footballers, especially if you watch the Nottingham Forest Sheffield United.
Yes, that was horrendous.
Chaos the other day, I suppose. As a footballer, you've got to have a idiot radar before you can say hello to everyone and have a normal conversation. But
and to a man who played for Forest and Sheffield United, didn't he?
Maybe we're just lucky here in the world of cricket.
Well, no, that Billy Sharp thing, that's outrageous. You know, club legend of both clubs as well. It's not like there's any reason to. Not that it would ever be excusable to do that shoulder charge. But yeah, I was watching that live and just, when you're sort of taken aback, aren't you, aghast when you see something horrendous happen like that.
Yeah, it certainly was a strange one.
Stuart Broad's got a conundrum though, hasn't he? Get that on the camera. Young Pete Trigo, how old are you there, 17?
I'm trying to, I was, 17. My Somerset Sabres top I was given there. If the live stream could go on the old camera.
Just looking at some seagulls on the top of the retirement flats. That's more important than you as a 17-year-old, isn't it?
Look at the state of that.
Oh, Annie just wants to get on the camera. Hey. You on, Annie?
What about that? That was back in the day where I used to, for the listeners that were children in the 90s, I used to go to Superdrug and buy that bright green hair gel and slap it on by the palmful.
Yeah, my brother went through a phase of that. Sort of the skater boy look in your teenage years, is it?
Oh, there's all sorts of. Oh, to be fair, I think.
What didn't you go through?
There have been some looks over the years.
Ian Holland's going to return from the River End. He's not a man who's changed his looks too many times. Good cricket from Josh Davey, taking that off his hips for a single. So you've had that sort of look when you went to the Champions League, I guess, would you? Was that kind of era?
Well, like I said, it's just there have been some rogue looks. To be fair.
You found that quite quickly. Does that mean that's come up in a WhatsApp group quite recently?
No, I was actually just looking through my brother's message feed.
He just sent you pictures
just to see what sort of ridiculousness we've sent to each other. Not all of it is.
Lucky Leachy has been bowled here by Ian Holland, who's come on. He's struck his second ball back in the spell. Josh Davey clipped off his hips for one, and Jack Leach has been bowled through the gate, really. Sort of a middle and off stump.
Yeah, big shame that. A resilient Leachy is something that Somerset need at the moment, but the Somerset total does start with a 2, which is at least something, but we're down to our last wicket, 202 for 9 now. Peter Siddle, the newly capped Peter Siddle, coming into bat. He's got an important role to play now. If we can get to 20 to 30, something that looks a little bit more appealing for the bowlers to have a go at.
They might not even need the new ball here, Hampshire. They're 2 overs and 4 balls away from the new ball. But whether they would take it or not. Pete Siddle. Oh, that is a beauty. Mike Atherton.
The incoming
batter, Peter Siddle. Buddy of mine, Steve Davis, just sent me the photo I was talking about.
Not the Steve Davis.
I wonder where he got that.
Not the Steve Davis who's just got out and gone to the pavilion and
not that Steve Davis. The Steve Davis that used to play for Bridgewater. Played a bit of Somerset second 11 junior cricket. Good little player, actually. Really good little player. There he is. Thanks for that, Davo. Good man. There we go. One of the So the chap who asked, that is the moment. See that? So long ago we didn't even have sponsors on our shirt, and I think that shirt was made out of cotton. So long ago it was.
Do you remember Richard Baker giving him a one-to-one training session at Ilton Cricket Club?
Do I remember? More importantly, what did you get out of the session? I think that's
that's a good.
That's the question that needs to be asked. I've given many a coaching session in my past. Was it good for you?
Are you now replicating Pete Trigo for Ilton CC?
Ian Holland coming into bowl. To Peter Siddle.
So Jack
Leach, bit of an Aussie off.
Yeah, Jack Leach hit 3 boundaries and 10 balls. Quick scoring for the man who's normally the Taunton Vittori, the Taunton Lara, whatever you want to call him. He's normally very defensive, but it's quick scoring today. Useful 13. Got Somerset to that first back point.
It's not the method, it's the number, I suppose.
That's
at the end of the day, 13, valuable contribution. I'm sure he'll play his part later on in the game with his left arm spin. In Holland to his countryman Peter Siddle.
And we should say, we're looking around the grounds, there's one Kent opening batsman who scored a lot of runs this year, who's not been picked for England, and yet his partner who's not scored as many has been picked for England. Interestingly, Ben Compton has gone to his 400 of the season, pulling Luke Proctor for 4. And
has he really? Compo, I was teammates with Compo up in Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, 774 runs this year.
Moved on to Kent and is thriving. Didn't have an opportunity at Nottinghamshire with a strong batting lineup. He's certainly taken his chance down in Canterbury.
Would you have given him a go for not?
I think it was just who would you play him in front of at the time.
Duckett,
I mean,
Clark, Slater.
It's, you know,
yeah, pretty strong, isn't it?
Hamid, Slater, Duckett, Clark, Mullaney. I mean, it's a pretty strong.
You're not getting in that top 6, I suppose.
It's a pretty strong, strong lineup, to be fair. But Compo looked like he had certainly the desire to bat for an awful long time. You didn't want to be the man behind him in the nets, that's for sure.
I was about to say, were you did you have to bowl him a lot in the nets and just defend you all day?
He whips one off his thigh for 4. Another boundary takes him on to 22, 207 for 9. Yeah, he was an interesting lad. Definitely a Compton. Yeah, he was an interesting chap. Looked a lot like Chuck Norris when he grew his beard out. He had no idea who Chuck Norris was, by the way.
You to get picture comparison of Compton and Chuck Norris alongside each other. As the floodlights come on at Taunton, it's a little bit premature perhaps. 5:21. It's not that dark. They are not. What are they doing there? Adding to the natural light. They're not taking over from the natural light.
I was going to say, at the moment, with the electricity bills as they are, they should probably turn them off.
Yeah, it seems a bit unnecessary.
I might siphon off a bit of that electric and take it home with me tonight.
So Pete Siddle is going to have the man at deep square leg come up to the single next to the umpire, and the man go over to cover.
Nicely played by Peter Siddle, yeah.
Nice middle on that bat, just poked forward and it's flown off to cover.
My wife keeps going around the house, turning off lights, shouting at all the kids, don't turn the lights on, turn the TVs off, turn the PlayStations off. Electricity's expensive. And here we are in bright sunshine, turning those great big floodlights on. What a waste.
Welcome to the crease, Pete Siddle. Nice little short ball there from James Fuller.
Yeah, there's no fast bowlers union anymore, but the good thing is James Fuller will almost certainly get one back.
He'll remember that when he
as a fast bowler or someone who could bowl a bounce, you'd be like, okay, there's one I owe you. You'll have one of those later.
Yeah. So Anderson and Bumrah had a couple of battles in the Test match, didn't they? That was quite interesting to see. No respect anymore for their fast bowling elders.
No respect. Dog eat dog.
Mind you, that is one.
As Peter Siddle replies with a crunching cover drive for 4. Have that, James Fuller. I will take your bouncer and I will raise you a cover drive.
I reckon, I'm going to put it out there, if there was one side of the county championship that do what some clubs do last game of the season and reverse their batting order, Somerset wouldn't be half bad. You know, if they tried picking numbers out of the hat, or 11 to 1 go the other way round.
Leach, Siddle coming out to bat.
Yeah, and Davey. That's a
morning.
pretty decent top 3. I reckon they'd be all right. Until he does that. Sorry, I talked to him about, and he's played the most filthy of Hoyt. He's gone for another cover drive, but it wasn't there to go. Too full, too straight. Little inside edge chop on, I think. Bowled by James Fuller, who's got his revenge. Bouncer, cover drive for 4. Bowled.
And that brings the Somerset innings to a close. But do you know what? If ever there was time to end your innings and start bowling, now is the time. The lights have just come on. We have a right. I'm going to go back into the science. We've got a great big grey cloud above the Cooper Associates County Ground. If we've got a camera, please look up. It's just got that. I think there might have even been a couple of little droplets of rain. This could be a great time to take a new ball. I'm always the optimist. 211 all out.
Is that cumulonimbus?
That's a cumulo rhomboid.
Muscles, shapes, and weather.
Yeah,
all repeating.
There's a little bit of a deltoid on that side as well. And I think that is going to give Peter Siddle, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey a little bit of nibble. Somerset could, you know, in these 15 overs remaining, could take 3 or 4 wickets. All of a sudden, this day feels very differently. Like I said, always the optimist, but honestly, the ball does very funny things under floodlights in England in May.
So
on a Thursday.
Well, on a Thursday, sorry.
At 5.
We should mention, if you want a little bit of cricket in this 10-minute interval, you can tune into the seconds live at Taunton Vale. There's 42 watching on the stream. I'm sure a few more will join now. We have the tea break. Not the tea break, the innings break, sorry, 10 minutes before Hampshire come out to bat. So Lewis Goldsworthy's just got Saif Saeed out, and he's now bowling to Thurston and Graham White. And yeah, 109 to win off 51 balls after Smead got another 50 in the first innings.
Kent is still going very well against Northants. Kent 257 for 1 against Northants.
Lewis Goldsworthy, great to see him bowling. I think he's an underused, underrated bowler. Left arm spin. Slightly different style to Roloff or Jack Leach.
At Old Trafford, Essex 233 for 3 against Lancashire. And at Headingley, Warwickshire 227 for 9 against
This is the second T20 of the day. Northampton won by 3 wickets in the last over of the first T20 at Vale. And they've got to say, Somerset are big favourites in this second game, backing up a bigger score in the second T20, and it could be 1-1 after 2 games.
Yeah, I think you get Thurston out by the looks of it, and it's game, set and conquers, I'd have said. Needing, what was it, 12 and over. Yeah, even at Taunton Vale, though, you can get some runs at that place. Very good pitch, fast outfield, very windy, pretty depressing when you're out there on a long day. Probably one of the least favourite grounds to play at. It's a little bit open is Taunton Vale, especially when you're bowling. It can be quite unforgiving. Who's this running on to bowl? You'd love that in a second team match.
Martin de Lange, isn't it?
De Lange at the top of his run. It's what you don't really want to see as a budding professional cricketer.
Got a few second team wickets in recent weeks, a couple of fifers. Look how far back Jamie Baird stood. Can't quite see on camera, but he's a long way back, take my word for it.
With the start of the 2022 Vitality Blast so close, it's a good time to mention.
Graham White's a good county pro, and I suppose it's that time of year where the lads who played T20s for the second will get their run outside. So
definitely the sort of shot I'd play against Martin de Lange. Sit back away.
Get leg side.
Give himself room, coach. Why'd you back away, Treat? Give himself room.
If he'd gone the other way, he could have had a free wide.
Yeah, the old wiggly worm looks heavily in Somerset's favour there as de Lange runs into bowl. Another thunderbolt into the thigh of Graham White, flicked off That's for 1.
I guess you didn't have to face DeLanger too often. Glamorgan a couple of times.
Yeah, I played against him a few times. Yeah, it was always a good scrap.
Is one of the best ways to get your message heard. By advertising with us, your business could be seen by tens of thousands of people every day.
Overton and Gregory just having a warm-up, loosen up down below us.
At the club, from traditional pitch-side perimeter boards and player sponsorship to hospitality packages,
DeLanger
shirt
bowls
sponsorship,
the danger man, Thurston for 45.
every budget.
That, I predict, is the nail in the Northamptonshire coffin for this particular game. And Somerset go back-to-back, winning those 2 T20s. Great to see the guys getting some good form, good confidence, as we get ever closer to the start of the NatWest Blast. While here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Craig Overton, as Harry said, out on the pitch, having a little bowl with Lewis Gregory, getting warm up. Every ball's getting slightly quicker and quicker and quicker. Getting ready, you know, you're going to have that. It's quite nice to bowl. You have that 15 over period where you can just go hell for leather. Try and take a few Hampshire wickets back with you. 2 or 3 less than you have to get tomorrow would be ideal for the Somerset bowlers, and certainly make them sleep a little easier tonight.
We could just run through the Somerset card, couldn't we, from that bowling end? Go on, who was the Hampshire standout bowling? Before we look at the scorecard, Cheeks, who would you have said bowled best?
I'd have said Abbas was certainly looked like the most threatening. Abbott potentially had the best figures. Fuller's just dangerous. Liam Dawson, I think that's, you know, that's probably a wicket that was a bit of a bonus for Hampshire. He's probably coming in to give someone a spell, a bit of a rest, and he picked up the really crucial wicket of Steve Davis. But yeah, well, I've actually got that not too bad, haven't I? I mean,
Yeah,
Mohamed Abbas,
right.
you know, 2 for 21 off 17 overs. I mean, tells the story. Kyle Abbott, fraction more expensive, but picked up 3 wickets, and Fuller, Holland chipping in, and Liam Dawson, bit expensive.
He bowled better than his 2 overs for 18 suggests, but 2 big blows from Craig Overton.
Well,
can ruin any figures, can it?
Not ideal when you have someone who's 6'7", put his great big Dr. Martin down the down the pitch, and
straight.
That long handle, long blade, big bat thumping the ball back over your head. But like I said, he did his job. He picked up that crucial wicket. I think he was probably brought in just to sort of stem the flow, give the seamers a rest. But you know, it was a real bonus to pick up the wicket of Steve Davis. It led to a little bit of a collapse there. 211 all out, and I'm pretty sure when Tom Abel won the toss this morning and elected to bat first, that's a little bit less than he would have liked.
But I would say coming out to bat, it's probably going to be Organ and Holland, but it's worth mentioning that Nick Gubbins, another opener really, is batting number 3. So Hampshire probably not quite as strong as Somerset's 11, but James Vincent Forgan with the key man. Liam Dawson batting at 5 seems a fraction too high to me. He's a bowler who can bat, he scored hundreds, don't get me wrong, but he's probably more of a 6 or a 7 than a 5. But then Ben Brown and Anya and Donald are proper batters really, aren't they? I've seen them score a lot of runs in recent time. Then you've got the all-rounders, Fuller and Barker, so you've got a lot of players who can bat, but it's going to be tricky.
So what you're saying is they've got 11 players that could be quite dangerous, like Somerset.
I started saying they were going to struggle, and then realised actually they're pretty strong, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Barker's got a few runs, but I always sensed that I felt the last couple of times I bowled against Keith Barker that he didn't fancy it, the short stuff. I think the Somerset bowlers will remember that. Oh, look at that! That was back in the day when I used to be able to afford haircuts, doing a bit of coaching down at Alton Cricket Club. As the Somerset players, led by Tom Abel, back onto the field, Alex Wharf, Ian Blackwell, the umpires for today, stride out to the middle. The last bit of the warm-up for Josh Davies being done. The stumps are being taken out of the ground, and the ceremonial huddle, players in arms having a bit of a conflab, bit of inspiration from the captain. 15 overs of hard work. How many How many nights at Nando's or wherever the players eat these days are going to be spoilt by a nice little low score tonight? Hopefully 2 or 3.
So there are only 15 overs remaining. I'm going to make way for Sam. Sam Dallon's going to come on, and then later you might hear from a bit more of Annie Chafe.
22, Ian Holland.
They will know, the Hampshire batters will know that they're in for a bit of a tough time here. Overcast, that grey cumulo rhomboid deltoid still up there.
Still going on about
the
that.
lights are on.
Everett's off to play cricket. What a man he is. He multitasks beautifully. He's off to have a bat and a bowl. Craig Overton's going to have a bowl. Peter Trigo is going to continue to talk to us about the weather and the science.
I could do like a Michael Fish-esque sort of weather report and get it completely wrong like he did back in the day. Craig Overton running into bowl. Oh, there are 2 kinds of leave. That's a good one. That's an absolute beauty from Craig Overton. A great start. Good signs.
4 slips in. You can see the signs of aggression, and why not? What have we got? Hildreth, Renshaw, Gregory Abel, I think, from up here. Looking resplendent in those jumpers. Got Josh Davey in front of us at mid-on, going through his warm-up, so I dare say he might take the new ball at the other end. Felix Organ is off the mark. Man in decent nick, Felix Organ. 107 in that game against Gloucestershire a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, to be honest. A young lad?
Yeah, relatively, only 23. No,
very young.
23 matches, but he is a young lad. I think he's a spinner that batted down the order. Yeah, he's only 22, so yeah, very young. Punchy right-handed opener. And also has a bit of spin.
Oh, he's going to have his work cut out for him this afternoon against recently reselected for England's Test team, Craig Overton and Jack Leach, doing battle for England. We wish them well this summer, but until then, can you get a few wickets for us, please, lads?
It's nice to see them play. I did wonder when they announced that England squad if there was an outside chance that they'd start pulling people out early, particularly given the number of fast bowlers that will be sitting watching the Test match with their feet up.
Ooh, nip back, just played with soft hands on the inside edge of the bat, down to Peter Siddle at fine leg. Returned into Steve Davis, and Hampshire's innings is off and running. Both batters off the mark.
Saw that photo on the live stream of you in the maroon one-day kit. Did that come about because of the trousers?
No. I think that was. I was trying to find. I was asked about my favourite wicket that I'd ever got, and I was trying to find the photo of me getting out Michael Atherton, and just stumbled across it, just thinking that, you know, that was a very young, naive PDT from back in the day.
What a kit that was. I've got one of those shirts at home.
Somerset Sabres, class, wasn't it?
It was junior Sabres, right? Back then it was up until under 21s you were classed as junior. 20 quid for the season.
Really? I was playing for the first team.
Those were the glory days. We'd be down here all the time. Wouldn't really watch any cricket. We'd just be playing tennis ball cricket around in the various car parks, much to the annoyance of the members.
Yeah. Under the stand or at the back of the Ondarchi, anywhere, isn't it?
It was a good pitch. When that was the club shop at the Ondarchi, you could play the wicket on that wall. It was a lovely place to play.
Come on, spin, seam, or
it was true.
True.
If you
as concrete
got behind the line,
is.
concrete generally is. Got a good bounce, surprisingly. It was like an Australian pitch, really.
On the river end, Peter Siddle.
Just to prove me completely wrong, Josh Davey may have been warming up in front of us, but it's going to be Peter Siddle. Somerset have those options. Peter Siddle, a man with 690 first-class wickets, is not a bad one.
Maybe he was trying to catch the eye of the captain. 4 slips in place for Peter Siddle. James Hildreth, the bucket hands of Matt Renshaw, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory at the 4th slip position. caught well from what I've seen so far this season.
Took a couple of good low ones, didn't he, in that Warwickshire game at second, third slip. Makes them look very easy. I mean, him and Renshaw have got their wingspan. They could cover first and fourth themselves almost.
Right couple of albatrosses, aren't they? Good wingspan, good solid wingspan between the two of them.
Siddle. Yeah, he's been superb, Peter Siddle, since arriving at Somerset. Even he was the one to really emerge with any credit in that first game against Hampshire.
Great experiences for young Organ, facing a test bowler of Peter Siddle's calibre. What a great experience for a young man. Yeah, county cricket has no place.
With someone like Siddle, I spoke to him, very softly spoken man as well, none of the snarl off the field. But he just talked about how much he loved county cricket and coming over, and how, because there's so many Australians that are over this year, and he's spoken to a few of them that are over here for the first time, having a bit of a hard time, people like Steckety and Kelly and Nathan McAndrew, just as they love coming over. They love the crowds, compared to Sheffield Shield crowds, even at the smaller grounds, they're like, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think the Sheffield Shield crowds are much to write home about from what I saw when I was in Australia. But yeah, I think there has been a perception that, you know, Aussie cricketers come over and just dominate, and that's just not the case. I mean, the people that dominated were legends of world cricket. They dominate anywhere in the world, and I think there was this weird period where there was a perception that county cricket was a bit of a walkover, and you just come up and churn the runs and take all the wickets. But, you know, the people that they're following are your Darren Lehmans, Stuart Law, Michael Bevan, Michael Hussey, the list goes on. These are not normal cricketers. These are superhumanly powered cricketers.
And only really playing because of the strength of the Australian side ahead of them. In any other era, they'd have been, I mean, they played a lot of tests between them, but they'd have played far more and wouldn't have been available to play as much county cricket, but they were behind Hayden, Langer, Ponting, Damien Martin.
That was that period in the late 90s, early 2000s that, you know, Australia would have been the #1 team in the world with two teams. You know, Brad Hodge, Jamie Cox. I mean, the list really does go on, and that's not just batters, you know, bowlers that were unbelievable performers. You know, Stuart McGill, you know, stuck behind the great Shane Warne. Stuart McGill had a phenomenal Test career in his own right, but if he was the #1 national spinner, he'd have probably taken 500-600 wickets in his own right. So, yeah, I mean, it was fantastic, and you know what sights there are to be seen on the field and off the field as well. You look at the ground now, as we're seeing on the live stream. I wouldn't want to be that cameraman. God, that hot air balloon must have cost a fortune to get up there. Or is that a drone, Sam?
I think that might well be a drone. Unless Harry's up there, unless Harry's quickly disappeared. I think that's the drone.
Not one of those D-drones, is it?
It is. I hope they got a licence for that.
I'm sure they have.
Taunton there, no fly zone. Well, talking of Jamie Cox, who will be here, he's back in the country, isn't he? He's got a role with the MCC, and I believe he's here for the first T20 game against Essex on Sunday the 29th. But like, brilliant for Somerset, and he was, with respect to him, nowhere near that Aussie side because he was not getting a look in, and he ended up being a selector, I think, for them, but just the number of players ahead of him.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying he's in the top 10 Sheffield run scorers of all time, Jamie Cox. Did brilliantly for Somerset, was a great captain. First, you know, captain Somerset when I first broke into the team. Played golf with him recently at my attachment club, Mendip Springs Golf Club. Yeah, it was great to see him. I played with, it was myself, Coxey, Ian Blackwell was umpiring today, and Michael Burns, the other first-class umpire. We had a great afternoon talking all things early 2000s in Somerset. We had a great time, and yeah, it'd be nice to see him back at the county ground. Yes, Craig O'Barr's an absolute beauty.
Not just in the top 10, second.
Second. 10,821 runs, 30 centuries. He's only surpassed by Darren Lehman. I mean, what a... Yeah, so he didn't play any cricket for Australia. Brad Hodge played a very little amount for Australia. You know, he's got some Was he one of how many? Seven players that have scored over 10,000 runs in Australia's domestic cricket. Great acquisition from Somerset, from Peter Anderson, the chief executive, back in the day, to bring him over. And yeah, again, he'll be welcomed back, no doubt. A lot of members and fans will want to say hi to him, I'm sure, and reminisce over that 2001 C&G.
Yeah, second
victory.
in the Champo, wasn't it? C&G final, and they got to the final the year after when another Aussie who, well, he did play a little bit of Test cricket, but Matthew Elliott got that 100. Oh,
Stephen Jones will always tell you he was out LBW at least twice.
I've heard that story.
And I do agree with him. Was out. Unfortunately, didn't go away as Morgan cover drives on the up, chased by Tom Lammerby, and turned into Steve Davis. Hampshire 8 for no wicket in the 3rd over. Just one little wicket, just to get a little breakthrough, get a bit of momentum. Somerset can finish this day feeling a little bit better about themselves if they can take a couple of wickets here. Craig Overton wearing the number 7 shirt for Somerset.
Because you've got, what, Nick Gubbins and James Vince out there, they won't really want to come out and bat tonight. If they can help it, they'll be very keen for this opening pair just to stick out these last 12 overs we've got.
It won't be long until the night watchman will probably get the old mums and dads on, I would have thought. Yeah, because I think there's that point in the innings. It's normally 5 to 7 overs where the night watchman is thought about. Because you got to that stage as a frontline batter where you can't really get any runs of significance in that period, and the only thing you could do is potentially get out. So the night watchman will. He'll be looking over. I reckon if I had to be a fly on the wall in the Hampshire dressing room, you'll have someone like maybe Keith Barker. He'll look over to the captain, pretending to be really confident, going, "All right, Skip, do you want me to do night watchman, mate?" You know, giving it all the bravado, but internally thinking, "Please say you're going to go out, Vincey. Please, 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 please." And then they'll say, "But get him on," and he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm well up for the challenge, captain." Again, inside thinking, I really don't want to do this. That is how I perceive a night watchman.
But with one exception.
Keith, Jason Gillespie.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, maybe 2. I'm
Double
thinking of
100.
one recent one. Yeah, that's he did make a Test match double 100 last week at Lords. A former teammate of yours became the only first-class cricketer to make 50 batting at 11.
Fletchy.
And then making 50 open the batting. You should have seen him when that final wicket. Stuart Broad took that last wicket and we knew there was 1 over left. I've never seen Luke Fletcher move so fast to get up those Lord's steps.
Mate, his run out as well, I saw.
Wasn't it brilliant?
I messaged Fletchy that night. I said, mate, you got 100 in you at Lords, and I suppose between the 2 knocks he did get 100. So fair play to him. What a man. I read an article actually. You wrote an article about him, about
yes.
about what was it titled?
I think the opening line was something like he can't walk into a room. When he walks into a room, you notice him. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah,
the title.
he's like the what's it? The sugar puff monster thing, isn't he? He's
that's perfect.
Fletchy's the Hofmeister bear, isn't he? I love that man. Jeez, I miss him.
I wrote that off the back because he was in the tavern on the Friday night with Dave Bracegirdle, the BBC guy who wrote his autobiography. And he came straight in, and it took him about 10 minutes to get from one side of the tavern to the other because everyone wanted to have a chat, and he was more than happy to oblige.
Oh, he's a brilliant guy to have around. Such a good man, big fella.
He's a big unit, isn't he? I saw that he was on he was at the Nottingham Forest game with his boy, and there was a photo of him. The celebration, Brennan Johnson's goal, was right in front of him, and it's just Fletcher with his boy on his back, thoroughly enjoying it.
Yeah, I remember his lad. I sent up from when I was up at Nottingham. I sent up my boys had sort of grown out of their WWE toys, and Fletchy's lad was into WWE, and I sent up a load of toys for him, and I could just imagine Fletch and his son wrestling in the living room, and just thinking the amount of chinaware that could be damaged in that scenario.
Yes, we need a big living room for that.
Sid's running into Morgan. Uppishly drives a thick edge, just falls short of backward point. Jack Leach, I think they're at backward point, nearly scooping that up off of the floor. Would have been an awesome breakthrough that.
Luke Fletcher,
I think it's probably time for me to
County cricket
get out of the way and introduce the star of the show, Annie, to come back in and finish off the day's play. For those listening, apologies about the fake news, the false science from earlier on. Who knows why the ball swings? Craig Overton knows, and that's all we need to know. I will be with you again tomorrow morning, and hopefully Hampshire will be 3 wickets down.
Craig Overton then. Ball in hand, he's got Ian Holland and Felix Organ out there in the middle. Holland is on strike. He's on free. Defending into the offside. And he's coming back.
Yes, I didn't know I was going to be coming back when I was on earlier, so it's very nice. Trigo's kept this seat very warm.
I know, there's a bit of that going on. I've felt that when I've stood up. But we've got the aircon on now. We perhaps didn't have that a bit earlier.
Well, I was hoping we wouldn't be commentating on Somerset bowling, I have to say.
Well, you haven't seen the bowl yet. You never know. As Peter Trigo says, a couple of late wickets would make it not quite an even day. I think Hampshire have won the day quite comfortably, unless suddenly they're 20 for 5, in which maybe I shouldn't speak too soon. But what a day it's been here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've had Marcus Trescothick on, Carl Gazzard's on, Somerset Chairman-elect Sir Michael Barber, Annie Chaves here alongside me, Sam Dowling, Harry Everett and Peter Trigo have also been here all day. Another good day's work, almost done.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it's quite a good place to put, time of day to be putting the other team into bat anyway, isn't it? So it's possible that we could get some late wickets. I don't know about Trigo's cloud theory, and it's looking at a little bit of cloud cover there, isn't there? But I can definitely see blue. It's quite biblical sky, actually, isn't it, Sam?
It is. I thought that when the drone came over, I was like, well, that's dramatic, isn't it?
I don't think there were drones in...
no, perhaps not.
In the days of Jesus.
No, I mean, almost certainly not.
No.
In the days of Jesus. Not a line I expected to hear on the live stream today. Man in under the lid is Tom Banton at short leg. A few words there, I suspect, for Ian Holland. Not a man short of a few words, Craig Overton.
No.
Often they're not so polite when he's bowling. Bit of a snarl.
Goes with the territory, doesn't it? Not of being an Overton, I mean of being a fast bowler.
Yeah, you need a bit of snarl, something, a little bit of nastiness, as long as you don't stray over the line.
Need a bit of snarl as a fast bowler and a bit of chat as a keeper, don't you?
You do. You do indeed. Nice looking shot, slightly uppish though.
I'm feeling a bit hungry now. You had the last bit of my cake.
I only had half of it.
Oh, you only had half?
I only had half of the last bit of your cake. I was invited.
You were?
To have it.
Absolutely.
But I did leave you half because I thought I'm not going to have the end of it. So if you're just joining us, welcome here. Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got 10 overs remaining in day 1. Somerset all out for 211. Having made the decision to bat first, that's the bit that will really wrangle. There's a big psychological victory there, isn't there?
Yeah. We do so much better when we lose a toss, don't we? Didn't we win the last?
Unless it's a completely obvious one. And there's something to be said about captains probably not minding the choice being taken out of their hands.
Yeah, except if you're in the IPL or something like that, where it determines whether you win or not.
Yes.
But this isn't the IPL, is it? Very, very far from the IPL. But there's still a decent crowd here. It's definitely thinned out a little bit.
Yeah, people will be heading off. What, we just 7 minutes to 6 to grab their trains. Your train's all right. I know you
Yeah, there's plenty of trains. I had a look. There's plenty of trains
Excellent.
going to Exeter.
That's what we like to hear.
I'll manage to get one of them. Yeah, quite a lot of the ground gets in shade at this time of the day as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly does. So on a real sunny day, you'd see those shadows looming from the flats.
Yeah.
4 slips in. Siddle beats the outside edge. We've seen that a few times already from Peter Siddle. He's been an impressive signing, hasn't he?
He really has. I was really excited when they announced that it was him coming. I like watching him at Essex, and I thought he'd make a really decent opening bowler with Craig, and it's been really great to see him. I'm sure he's a fun person to have around as well. And as for Renshaw, he's been rather useful too, isn't he?
He's a very fun person to have around and very useful.
And what's your thoughts on Russo for our T20?
Look, he's not the big name.
No.
He's an
not
international
Babar Azam,
cricketer,
is he?
but he's not the world-class player, which we've been very lucky here at Somerset to have Babar Azam, to have Devon Conway. But I still want to make 150 here for Hampshire in the Royal London Cup.
He does get runs,
He's
doesn't
destructive. He's been playing out in the PSL. He's played Big Bash. So he's a serious cricketer. It'd be interesting to see what they do. Well, he's come and he's going to play, and so you then have the Siddle or March and Delanger for the other spot situation. Delanger was so good at times in the T20.
At times.
At times, yeah. But that, as a quick bowler who's bowling that kind of pace, bowlers are always going to have T20 games where they go at 10 and over.
Yeah.
Siddle, just having a quick word with Felix Organ, letting him know his feelings. Maybe he's offering him a little bit of advice.
Bit of sun coming out and lots of long shadows. One of my favourite things about cricket is early evening sort of long shadows.
Brilliant for the photos, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. That slip cord, and I might have to take a picture.
Siddle turns away, head in hands.
Too late for that one. So where were you last week, sir?
On which day?
Well,
as in, just generally?
Just generally. You were on cricket
sorry,
last
cricket.
week. Yeah, cricket. I wasn't talking about generally.
Yeah, I was like, sorry, I thought we were doing about diary management. I did days 1 to 3 at Lords of a filling contest between Middlesex and Nottinghamshire, and then I had to nip off to Birmingham, which I regretted because the trains were rubbish and it took me hours and hours to get back. You had football.
Talking of football, you're a Newcastle fan, aren't you?
I'm a season ticket holder, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't do Arsenal any favours.
Arsenal didn't do themselves any favours.
No, they really didn't. They were dreadful.
They were terrible. Craig Overton this time having a word. There's a real test here for young Felix Organ in Holland, a more senior partner, but not in terms of, he's played 50 first-class games or so, but you've got 2 test bowlers steaming in, snarling, really putting the pressure on here.
It's a theatrical piece, this one. Oh.
Nice shapes on that shot, but doesn't get the rewards.
Good high elbow there, eh? So Harry was saying that the weather forecast has changed a little bit for tomorrow.
Oh, a bit of late movement there again. So Steve Davies, it went inside outside, so it's 4 byes against Steve Davies.
But they won't be unhappy about that.
The movement or the weather forecast?
The movement. They possibly will be unhappy about the weather forecast.
Craig Overton won't mind. It doesn't go down against him.
No, exactly. Steve Davis might mind.
Anyway, so to be fair, that one's not so harsh on the wicketkeeper. I feel for them when the bowlers spray it down the leg side. They've got no chance whatsoever, and it goes against them. But good carry here from Craig Overton, who's just ticking. When's he ever not? Bowled through a bit of pain last week. He's bowled through a bit of pain in a couple of games. I really hope he gets a go.
In England?
So I was trying to, because he did play in the West Indies. I hope he gets to go in England with a Duke's ball and a chance to open the bowling. Although we may well see Broad and Anderson, in which case.
So let's face it, we haven't got a lot of bowling for England, have we? Everyone's injured.
Would you have given Jamie a go, Annie?
Do you know, I really wouldn't have been surprised to have seen him in the squad at all.
I think they would have talked about it. They definitely
would have talked about him because I was at Beckenham last week and saw him, and
I should have asked you where you were last week. Of course, you had the delights of Beckenham.
Yeah, and he looked great batting and bowling. He really did. He was very impressive looking.
I think what's counted against him is his foot. He's been in really good form this year. Just didn't do enough last year. It's very difficult to pick someone.
Also, he does break down a little bit, doesn't he? He does have injuries a little bit more than Craig seems to. Probably because that extra pace.
Goes inside, underneath the bat there. This is good stuff here from Craig Overton and Peter Siddle. Overton's bowled 4 overs for just the 6, Siddle for just the 5 in 3 overs. We just see that on the replay. It's a good over. A bit of a wild swish at that one from Felix Organ. Brings a grin from Craig Overton.
Yes, Somerset need to try and get a wicket just to make them feel a bit happier at the end of the day, don't they? It would be good to get a couple. One often brings 2 there, doesn't it? So, as they say. So when the first wicket that we lost was in probably about the
16 and a half over. 16 and a half overs. It was a really watchful start from the 2 openers.
I was just thinking, you know, maybe we'll get there around the 12th over or something like that. Ooh. Bit of a bouncer there. We seem to be on a flight path for seagulls here, don't we?
Yeah, thousands of them.
Yeah, they keep going past.
Don't know what. Maybe it's the fish and chip shop across over there.
I love seagulls. I find them.
Do you?
Yeah, I really love them. I find them fascinating. I have a lot in my garden.
You keep them there? They're allowed to leave?
Yeah. It might be something to do with the fact that I do put things out for them, but
Yes, they will keep coming back.
But they make me laugh. They're quite sly.
I actually find then, at times their noise can be really annoying. But if you're down at the seaside of an evening and it's nice and you hear it, like there is there's a beauty in that sound.
All birds are very loud. What? He's really going for the bounces, isn't he?
Yeah, a couple of short ones as he gets the warning from Alex Wharf. Well, he's had his couple of short balls for the over. That one was short and not particularly well directed. Good gravy has said on this. I'm just catching up on the live stream commenting. I have the wrong Overton. I think Craig should be in there too, but it would be lovely to see Jamie Overton given a go. That was a better directed, just back of a length for Organ, who did well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got the right Overton. But I think Jamie could have definitely. I would not have been surprised if they put him in, but I think it would have been harsh on Craig as well if they put him in instead of Craig. And Potts had to be in, really, didn't he? You couldn't ignore him.
This one a bit fuller, and Organ plays down the inside of it.
Whether they'll play Potts is
I don't think he'll be in that side, no. Or isn't he only reserve? Is he in the 13 or is he reserve?
I don't know, actually.
Beauty from Peter Siddle there.
Do you think they'll play Brooke?
No. Actually, he probably deserves it, but that's the one place where if Root's going to bat at 4, they said Pope's going to bat at 3. Bairstow deserves to still be in the side at 5, and Stokes will bat 6. So no.
No. Are you going to get along to the Test match at all?
The first one. What have we got? We've got T20 here on the Wednesday. Funnily, so there's T20 here on Wednesday and Friday night. Holland are playing the West Indies in Amsterdam in a couple of ODIs, and I'm half tempted to fly out to that.
Yeah, that sounds
because
really
that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Are you going?
I'm going. I'm going to the second day at Lord's.
The Friday, right?
Yeah.
Scramble through for a single. I think it was a good run in the end.
Yeah, I really love watching New Zealand play anyway, so I'm excited about going to Lord's.
It's a fine place to watch cricket. You were there. Didn't you have a day rained off last year as well?
Yeah.
So you had I say you had a day. The Test match had a day rained off, but that was the day you happened to be there.
Yeah, and I was in some hospitality thing, and the amount of alcohol that was drunk on that table. Oh my goodness. It was such a shame because obviously, we it's a journey up there. You don't want to just go up there and sit at a table drinking alcohol all day. I mean,
so I'm sure you were there.
Yeah, it's not. There's worse things.
But no, it's disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, it really was, yeah.
I can hear Tractor out there as well, giving Craig Overton a little bit of encouragement. Into the ninth over here. On Craigie as Ian Holland pushes it to mid-on. So one ball left of this, the ninth over of the Hampshire innings. What else have we got going on elsewhere? We've got plenty going on. My question is more, what scores have we got? Kent still going, 2-3-1 for 1 against Northamptonshire.
That's incredible, isn't it? After the batting,
I need to press refresh. They've just I need to press refresh. 277 for 2, in fact.
What's Compton on?
Ben Compton has got 119 of them. Daniel Bell Drummond, who's been in good form himself, has got 83. End of the over, 19 without loss. Warwickshire all out for 244 against Yorkshire, who is picking out wickets. Steve Patterson free for Matt Revis, who I believe Ryan Sidebottom has talked him up on the County Cricket Nasters podcast. Said he's only been bowling for, well, not long at all, really. Michael Burgess made 96. He's been in good nick for Warwickshire. Worcestershire 147 for 2. Azir Ali, formerly of Somerset, turned into leg side. Shouts of catch it. Manton will keep it to a single.
Yeah, Leicestershire having a bit of a mare, aren't they?
Yeah, on the pitch, yes. Off the pitch, they're doing brilliant
doing
things.
Yeah.
There's some wonderful stuff coming out of Leicestershire. Brilliant to see Rayan Ahmed making his debut. I know he didn't get any.
Yeah.
with
great.
the bat.
And they, you know, they did with their giving away free tickets. They got a really good amount of people that took those up, and
Best part of 700, wasn't it?
yeah, and then they also, you know, they got some members sign up as well.
Yeah, suddenly they said they doubled the takings in the club shop, and so it's not just about the gate money. Once you get people in and get them hooked, as Siddle wants to have a word with Ian Holland, fellow Australian. Playing at Lords again. Durham versus Middlesex. Ned Eckersley's unbeaten on 50. Him and Liam Travaskis are putting on a decent partnership. Tim Murtagh, Toby Rowland-Jones, Ethan Bamber, all the bowlers. A couple of wickets for Luke Coleman. Without Shaheen Shah Afridi and without Tom Helm, the Middlesex attack has just lost that extra potency, that point of difference.
Well, if you lose Afridi, you kind of do lose a little bit of potency, don't you?
You do. Helm as well started their season really. Another England fast bowler that's just been besieged by
it's
injury.
Really sad, isn't it?
Derbyshire still going against Nottinghamshire, the local derby. That Laius Deploy made 57, Lewis Rees 49. Liam Hurt on his debut on loan from Lancashire, he's got 13. Couple of wickets for Broad, couple of wickets for Pattinson. Steve Fletcher, Luke Fletcher rotated. So Dane Patterson, who was rested last week, comes back in. I mean, what a side that is.
Yeah.
Not to have. Oh, as Holland keeps that out, takes a single.
Yeah, not a bad side for a Division 2 team, eh?
No, and I don't think they will be. Well, we've got no idea what it will look like next year.
We just don't know, and this is what's so frustrating, isn't it? It must be really frustrating for the players not to really know what they're actually competing for in the end.
Yeah, it's very odd that. I do find it very, very odd.
Yes. Gotta keep fighting for this county cricket. Gotta keep making it relevant, because it really is.
Dan Lawrence in the runs, left out of the test squad because of his injury problem. He's just coming back, so a bit too early. He's got 91 not out up at the Emirates Old Trafford. Very relevant. Got to keep fighting. Somerset need to keep fighting here.
Yep.
This is just what Hampshire wanted, really. If they can navigate these 15 overs without a wicket, they will go to Nando's or wherever it is that other restaurants are available. Trigo suggested. I think probably giving us an insight into his days.
Did you say Nando's?
Nando's is where Peter Trigo said.
Is that where he goes, is it?
Well, he said that he was talking about, let's ruin a few Nando's this evening by getting a few wickets. I think giving us an insight into...
Surely they can do better than Nando's. Sorry, Nando's, nothing against
to his world. End of the over, 21 without loss. Sandaling here with Annie Chave, editor of County Cricket Matters. In the final throes of day one in this Division 1 clash between Somerset and Hampshire. High quality cricket on display. Plenty of Test cricketers current and past and potentially even future out there. Had a brilliant crowd in all day. Somerset's highest home crowd of the season thus far.
Yes, because it's getting close to proper season, isn't it now?
Plenty of you on the live stream as well. But yeah, well, there's a bit warmer. Although it looks a bit nippy out there and it's clouded over. Lewis Gregory's going to come into the attack.
It's a good shout.
Two wonderful bowling attacks really on display. Hampshire showed their prowess earlier. Lewis Gregory, who often starts with a loosener, but instead just fires one in at the pads of Ian Holland. Maybe a bit of bat on it. Have a look at that replay that comes up. But yeah, Lewis Gregory, brilliant performer for Somerset over the years. Performer for England last summer. Both of these sides have got four bowlers that could quite comfortably take the new ball. And have taken the new ball.
Which is a very nice position to be in, isn't it?
Lots of quality around.
You're doing a Harry and standing up.
I am. Don't know why I'm doing it, but I am doing it. It's not for me to ask why.
Well, if you don't know.
Scorers next to us in the box up here. Polly Rhodes for Somerset. It's changed. It's a bit like being a member of ground staff. Like 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
The job is very different. I mean, you look at football. You look at that Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Oh God!
You can imagine when you were training. Right, what you're going to have is a pitch that the stand lifts up and the pitch lifts up and it goes into the car park. Very different job. As is scoring. Polly's she's doing it manually still by hand.
Yeah, well, she notes it down. I mean, she went through the scoring system with me a while back, and yeah, and I'm much happy with just a book and a pencil myself.
Yeah.
But I can see why they do it, because it's you can't really make mistakes in how they do that.
No.
Whereas I do sometimes make mistakes.
She just waved. I'm talking about you. Yeah. She said, "Am I all right?" I said, "I'm talking." No, you're all right. It's a shame that they've got the computer screen. She's doing it by hand on the computer.
Yeah.
What a brilliant job. She also makes sure I have a morning coffee. It's one that I walk in and Polly's brought her own coffee machine in.
Her own coffee machine?
She brought her own coffee machine in, yeah. It's fantastic.
That's good, isn't it? I didn't realise that. I didn't see that, because the coffee's all right here, but it's not. Yeah, it's not coffee machine worth, is it?
On the front foot there from Holland, getting down the pitch. We got 5 overs remaining here. 4 after this one.
He didn't need to reach for that one, did he?
No, and that's maybe what
Why
he always
practice
thinking.
a shot again?
Yeah. Not at this stage, and whoever's padded up, night watchman, maybe it's Keith Barker, will be thinking, yeah, you don't need.
Come on, Gregory. That was a nice ball to end with. Are we going to have a double change, do you think?
Yeah, you've called it, Annie Chafe. Josh Davies going to come into the attack. Peter Siddle replaced.
From the river end, Josh Davies.
He's been bowling well, hasn't he, Josh?
For about 4 years.
Yes, exactly. Another 2 runs.
Craig Overton, never out of the action. Having to chase and do the fielding.
He's supposed to be having a rest. Yeah, definitely feels like the end of the day kind of atmosphere out there, with the people sort of starting to head off a little bit. Batsmen are definitely hanging in there and trying to see through to the end of play. Time to get a wicket, Josh Davey.
Yeah, they'd come out firing and buzzing. Somerset hoping to get those couple of early wickets, but it hasn't happened yet. Felix Organ moves on to 11. He's struggled at times. Been a good test, and he stood up to it. Yeah, stood up to it well.
Yeah, well, he has been playing quite well, hasn't he, as well?
Yeah, 100 in the Gloucestershire game a couple of weeks ago. Very different test, though, when you got Abel and...
Abel.
What did I say? Oh, it's late in the day. Very different test.
You can tell it's late in the day because Sam's losing.
Siddle and Craig Overton. I'm trying to multitask too.
You are. But that's your life, Sam. That's what you do. You multitask.
Yeah, we've got to be back for 8:30, haven't we? Shan Masood we're speaking to a little bit later on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You say he's a lovely guy.
He's a very eloquent man.
Mm. And let's face it, he's had quite a good season so far.
Yeah, we picked the one day to speak to him. He hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah. Typical, isn't it? Mind you, he didn't get 50 last week, did he? Like, he's obviously losing. He's definitely not as good as he was at the beginning of the season.
Wow. I mean, double hundred is quite it's quite hard to keep going. Right, well, we've got 3 overs left in the day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset, having been bowled out for 211, would have been hoping for early inroads under this gloom and under the floodlights, but it hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened, and you're standing up again.
I am
just
standing up
to keep
again.
you from typing, isn't it?
Gregory, yeah, it is. It is. I'll think about that afterwards. No one reads what I write anyway, Annie. Felix Organ then, been in for 45 balls so far. That's a nice looking shot. That releases a little bit of the pressure, over pitched by Lewis Gregory. To full and put away. Felix Organ move on to 15.
Oof.
Swing and a miss.
Bit of a loose shot.
Yeah.
He's not quite on target at the moment, Gregory. The other last over was a little bit better, wasn't it? This one's been a bit wayward.
Yeah, I suppose it's difficult to come back. Not come back to start. He's one of those bowlers. He seems a rhythm bowler. You never quite know when it's going to click. He'll have a couple of overs of being a bit clunky, and you think he's not on it today, and then something just clicks into place, and he'll bowl 6 overs off the reel where you'll barely miss the spot and pick up a couple of wickets. The good thing about Lewis Gregory is he doesn't overthink it. He doesn't get stressed or flustered by it. He's very much, if he gets out for not many, he's very much of it.
Who does get stressed and flustered?
I think plenty of people get
Yeah,
inside
I'm just
their
trying to
own
think.
minds.
Is there an obvious one?
In the current side, I don't know, Tom Abel's very down. I don't know if he gets flustered, but he's very down on his own form.
Yeah,
I remember speaking to him after the Surrey game, and he said, "Oh, it was really good," because I was thinking, should I be in the side? Am I going to have to drop myself? Nick Compton used to, didn't he?
Oh yes.
It's finding that balance, isn't it? End of the over. So 2 left now in the day. We'll be with you all day tomorrow, in fact, all 4 days, should it go that far here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Brought to you with the help of WPA Health Insurance. Ali's going to say I'm stood back up again. I'm up again. Myself, Harry Everett, and Peter Trigo back tomorrow. Stephen Lamb, the lovely man and lovely voice of Stephen Lamb, and Charlie Taylor here at the weekend.
Oh, is Charlie here at the weekend?
Yeah,
I had a good chat with him the other day, yeah. As did you.
Indeed. Tickled round the corner.
Missed having Charlie here, actually, because he really hasn't been here, has he?
No, he's here today. He's down doing the BBC stuff today, Charlie. He does that dedicated cricket show every week during the summer, which really is worth a listen to.
Yeah, it's very
Gets
good.
wonderful guests, covers a wide range of, he covers everything that's important in cricket.
Yeah.
At the time, it's really good every week. Available as a podcast as well. So Charlie will be around at the weekend. Him and Stephen Lamb. I think Stephen Lamb might be the nicest man in the world. Oh, just gets one to lift there, Josh Davey. Felix Organ ends up squared up. I think we've got a few further guests lined up as well.
Have you anyone exciting?
Oh, they're all exciting, Annie. Not as exciting as you.
Oh no, obviously.
I can't reveal all right now. And we've got some stuff to focus on well-being as well. I think Joel Tratt is going to have a chat with Harry at some point, and I think I'm chatting to Mark from WPA as well.
Well, it is a rather great vantage point from here, isn't it? Get a wonderful view of the cricket.
Well, it's not bad, is it?
No.
I'm a bit upset they've moved the pitch so that it's not right in front of us. There's a protective strip on the square just to the right of the one they're being used, so I wonder if that's a T20 pitch. Annie doing the technical expert work. We just lost the screen for a second and he was straight in on it.
If you need any technical help, just ask me.
You need plenty of help, Annie. 3 slips still in. Seagull almost joining them as well. A slow clap going on in the crowd. I can hear on the effects mic. Do you know where the effects mic is? Lovely shot, but good bit of work from Tom Lammonby late in the day. Back foot punch from Morgan. Cut off. I don't know where the effects mic is, but I could hear for a spell earlier on. The catering staff were doing a diligent job clearing away. And it's literally on the big pole underneath me, I'm being told. I could hear a lot of cutlery. Cutlery yesterday, a bit earlier on. As a man, we talk about the love of county cricket. Annie Chave loves county cricket. There's a man who just snuck into the back of the box who also loves county cricket.
Oh.
Mr. Kevin Howes is here
Kevin Howes
as well. This game was on 5 Light Sports Extra a little bit earlier on. End of the over.
We had a good lunch today, I thought. Did you have any?
I did indeed, yeah.
Pie and chips?
Enjoyed it. Spencer Bishop, thanks very much for organising that. Man of many, many talents, Spencer Bishop. A man who got to about 10 o'clock this morning, went to log on to do his pre-match work on his laptop and realised he'd left it at home. So I had to whiz back to Cotford St Luke.
Yeah, well, his memory's going a little bit, he said, so, yeah.
Last over of the day, then, day one is almost complete.
Yeah. Just time for a wicket.
Big appeal, just as Annie Chave says it. More in hope than expectation. Lewis Gregory felt obliged to turn around, I think, because the slips had turned around, or had appealed.
Yeah, it wasn't a convincing appeal, though, was it?
So, almost a perfect day for Hampshire, I dare say, particularly given Somerset won the toss. Ian Holland, at the moment, he's a 9 unbeaten. He's got a good first-class record as well.
Ooh.
Goes for the pull shot, doesn't get hold of it. I just love his story. He made 81 in the first game against Somerset. Hasn't had the best time with the bat since then. And Felix Organ, another young player, who's been for the England under-19 side. I think he plays for Dorset as well. Somerset just not quite finding, they just need to find that edge. 15 plays and misses, I've been told, so far in this innings. I can't take credit for the stat. I haven't been counting.
I was going to say it and take credit for it.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
You're more ruthless than I am.
Obviously.
15 plays and misses, and those are the margins. I would dare say a fair few of those off Peter Siddle as well. He seemed to be beating Felix Organ's outside edge. But it's looking likely, well, Hampshire certainly won't lose more than 1 wicket tonight, because if one falls in this last 3 balls of the day, I'd imagine that will be it. Let's see, I don't know who, we've got the dream team next door, I'm told straight away, 8 off Siddle.
They're really on it, aren't they?
They are. Some days, not every day, some days. Day 1, they tend to tail off as we get into the later days, and then they don't turn up on day 4. They got so used to it. But my maths tells me that's more than half of those plays in this for off Siddle. We're very lucky here.
Maths,
the live stream team is brilliant up here. Good to see the busy press box as well.
Yep.
Somerset Grockle was here a bit earlier on. Jeffrey Dean's here from the Times.
He ate some of my cake.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he ask? Did he ask permission?
Grockle did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Fuller left alone. Well, not Fuller. Fuller Ball, not James Fuller. He's not out there.
I'm not sure we're going to get to see this wicket.
You have little faith, Annie. Irrespective of that,
it's been a great day.
It has been a wonderful day's county cricket. It's one of those days where you look at the scorecard and not think nothing exceptional. You just think, oh, a good day for Hampshire, but it's been gripping all the way through. And look, talking of biblical, look at that light. It's almost like
it literally is the Bible.
Big LBW appeal, last ball of the day. Umpire Blackwell takes his hand out of his pocket, flicks a stone across, and that'll be the end of day 1. So Hampshire have survived. They've navigated this last 15 overs successfully. 29 without loss. Remember, that is in response to Somerset's 211 all out. Tom Abel's 100th first-class appearance. Well, it started brilliantly. He won the toss, backed his batters, including himself, who had been in great form, but they only made 211. Craig Overton top scoring with 44, a few lusty blows down the order. Steve Davies made 29, Tom Banton made 24, did all the hard work and then just got trapped LBW by Carl Abbott. Matt Renshaw 27 too. Josh Davey will be upset if I don't mention his attractive unbeaten 22, but Hampshire very much, the credit goes to them. Keith Barker, he'll be a little frustrated to have finished wicketless, having bowled 18 overs.
Yeah, and he did look
7
good
maidens. He was brilliant. Mohammed Abbas, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 21. A couple of wickets for Ian Holland as well. 3 wickets for Carl Abbott. You could almost write that before the day is played. Carl Abbott, wickets against Somerset. He's got 51 against them now. A couple of wickets for James Fuller. Myself, Sam Dowling, I've had Annie Chave alongside me for a good portion of the day. It's been nice to have you, Annie.
Yeah, it's been really, really fun.
Always good to have Annie on. We had Sir Michael Barber, Somerset Chair-elect at Tea. Peter Trigo's been here all day. Harry Everett's been here all day. Carl Gazzard popped across for a little bit. Marcus Draskovic was here earlier. You don't say we don't bring you value, given it's free.
Well, you didn't offer me to go on at the same time as Draskovic.
Get in the queue, mate. Get in the queue for the Draskovic timetable. Right, we will be back tomorrow. I should say, if you get yourself down here tomorrow, if you can, Saturday, Sunday. 10 days' time, the Vitality Blast kicks off with that double header that's on your screen. Look, they are good next door. It's come up straight away. Western Storm versus the Sunrisers. And if you're following the Charlotte Edwards Cup, last night there was a thrilling finish between Sunrisers and Western Storm. Storm winning off the last ball. That's up first. We've got Cassie Coombs and Hannah Thompson-Radford on commentary for that. And then Somerset versus Essex. A rerun of the first game of last season, if memory doesn't fail me. Some tickets still available, and then over the Jubilee weekend, a ticket to that, I should say, gets you into both games, naturally.
Does, yep.
And then over the Jubilee, that double bank holiday that I keep forgetting about, we've got home games on the Wednesday and Friday night. So lovely plenty of blast action. You'll be here for some of that, Annie, won't you?
Well,
When the
I'm
erratic- you
at
mentioned
Lord's.
okay, selling us out. Thought county cricket mattered. That was it.
Yes, no, I will be here for some of it, hopefully.
Exactly, can't do every day. And the erratics as well, your cricket team, there's got to take some precedence. Well, we'll sign off there. Thanks very much, Annie, for
thank you for
your
having
company
me
today, and for the half bit of cake I managed to steal from you as well. It was
It's been
delicious.
lovely working with you, as I frequently do, Sam.
Likewise, Annie. Yes, we're going to nip off and do some more work a little bit later
We
on,
are, yeah.
aren't we? Thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance, who are sponsoring the club's county championship live stream. Brilliant to have them with us this year. Brilliant to have all of you with us as well. Good numbers on the live stream as ever. We love your comments and we love the tweets in as well. We'll try and engage a bit as much as possible. Enjoy your evenings, and we will be back tomorrow.
Stands here. Boy, they love their cricket here in the West Country.